Assalamu alaikum. We will start in a minute, so please take your seats. Good morning again, colleagues. I hope you all had a good rest. Let me begin by thanking our very gracious hosts, UAE, for yesterday's reception. It was an amazing museum, great. I mean, it's something that I've never seen, a very different kind of museum based on themes. And of course, the reception was beautiful as well. So thank you so much again. And so I will just read out we will start with adaptation as we had ended in midway yesterday. So let me read out the list, and then, of course, the list is open if anybody else wants to take the floor. But as it currently stands, it's Algeria, South Africa, Switzerland, Saudi Arabia, UK, Colombia, USA, Maldives, EU, and Ghana. And we have 2 observers, Institute for Sustainable Development and WASCAL. So let's start with Algeria. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and to the colleagues. So thank you for the list you provided, and we would like to support this list as a good basis for our work. For the element relevant to the backward-looking, we have to emphasize the existing gaps between the increasing needs in relation to tackling the adverse effects of climate change and the current global capacity in this regard. Then the role of best available science to address the adaptation gaps has to be highlighted. For the forward-looking, there is a need to stress the importance of knowledge, best practices, know-how sharing, and awareness to address adaptation challenges, especially in developing countries. This includes research on climate risks, impacts, and vulnerabilities to enhance ability to adapt to climate change. In the same vein, there is a need to mention the need to provide support for developing countries in implementing their NAPs. I think this is an element that has been highlighted by our colleague from Malawi on behalf of the LDCs. Finally, we have to stress as well the crucial necessity of doubling adaptation finance, having in mind the mandate given to the Standing Committee on Finance, including a clear way forward for developed country for doubling adaptation finance. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Algeria. South Africa?
Thank you, Chairs. We'd express our appreciation for these bullets because I think you're reflecting back to us the crisis in our system. The reality that we're facing a very serious imbalance between thematic issues in the global stocktake. Because as you can see here, adaptation, as you're reflecting back from what parties have been inputting, lacks specificity, it lacks direction, it lacks purpose, it lacks multilateralism. So this will I think generate a crisis if we carry on sleepwalking in this direction, where we will find a mitigation-centric bias in the regime. So what to do about it? I think the first step is to highlight that what's missing here is international cooperation and multilateralism. That is apart from being, in the words directly, the mandate of the GST, it is the reality of what is needed for adaptation. We need to break out of this false narrative that adaptation is your own problem to solve on your own, this counter-narrative to the SDG, the 2030 agenda, leave everyone left behind, and put it the right way around. There's an equity component to that the costs of adaptation are usually borne by those who didn't cause the problem. So there's that's a fundamental equity consideration. There's a science part to that the science is very clear that we are all in the adaptation space already, and it's going to get a whole lot worse. And then we have the reality on the ground that very few can actually address adaptation on their own. Going forward, what we would expect to see happen is that no one will be able to address adaptation on their own, because the situation will be progressively worse. And so this is just a pathway to destruction for all of us unless we start working together. And so looking at the bullets again, what you see there is adaptation long-term goals. That's not the right terminology. It's obviously the global goal on adaptation. What is needed to give effect to the global goal on adaptation? I think the fundamental first step is the national planning and about what you're going to do for your own adaptation, and that really needs, in our view, to be reflected in an integrated, holistic approach. You can't have silos such as NDCs, which are only on mitigation. That's a fundamental flaw from Paris days, which has led to quite catastrophic results. You need integrated planning where you can show that everything is linked nationally, and that you're not merely relegating adaptation to a second-class status and calling it a nap, because I guess that's the right sleepwalking is what it's about. And you need to, as a next step, since it's a nationally determined contribution, show what is your contribution to the global effort. How are you assisting the overall progress and implementation of the Paris Agreement? And the third component I'd say to that is the need for detail behind the global goal and adaptation for targets, metrics, goals. And I think Africa Group will speak to that later. Third general point I'd make is another fundamental flaw in the system, the backward-looking part, which needs to be addressed in the forward-looking part, is that we've never had a credible, dedicated funding stream for adaptation. Multiple efforts have been made, and they've all been blocked. For example, the carbon markets, there was a debate about how to make the share of proceeds work for adaptation, but a counter market was chosen for freebies. So there's a choice there that you can still contribute to adaptation if you're using markets. There's another thing called the Adaptation Fund, which is actually an international best practice of how a fund should be set up and managed, and it's been really successful, so we should give it its due credit. But we should also point out that it didn't have any serious money behind it, and ask questions why money does not go into dedicated structures set up by ourselves for ourselves. Why is everything happening somewhere else, pledges somewhere outside the UNFCCC? What can we do collectively to make the financing work? When we get into the finance section, of course, there'll be a whole lot more details, but the whole financial ecosystem relates to adaptation too, honoring of commitments, honoring of pledges, the fundamental need for public sector financing. You can't have a profit-only approach to everything in the world. There's also the concept of human solidarity and climate justice, but I'm sure there's also profit to be made in adaptation. But just those 3 points, the points of imbalance, the points of operationalizing and giving meaning to the global goal in adaptation, and the need for a dedicated financing stream. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. We have Switzerland next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. I speak on behalf of VIG. So in our view, this chapter should really be about raising the profile of adaptation, and it should be a chapter that speaks to our politicians, non-party stakeholders, and calls for a better prioritization of adaptation at the domestic level. We believe that in the backward-looking part, we should reiterate the importance of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 to prevent the need for adaptation. I think others have pointed also to the fact that in each chapter we could speak about how how each chapter speaks to one another. So namely here, the link with mitigation and loss and damage as well. We could speak to adaptation as being in the context of the temperature goal, and noting that any case of overshoot of the temperature goal would make us not confident about our ability to adapt and the need to apply a precautionary principle there. In general, we can support the direction of the first bullet, noting that it's still quite general, so that would require more teasing out, of course. On the forward-looking part, we certainly agree with our colleague from South Africa that we could try to bring a little bit more specificity. One way that we could do that is that we're missing a reflection of the importance of speaking to adaptation, looking at each stage of the adaptation policy cycle. We've seen a number of submissions that used that framing, which we think could be quite helpful for this chapter. And also better reflect the importance of streamlining adaptation into all sectors, in particular the most vulnerable. So in view of adding some specificity, and we think these following points could be organized according to the adaptation policy cycle, we could have a specific bullet that speaks to planning and the importance of supporting developing countries, both in the formulation and implementation of NAPs and adaptation communications. We could speak specifically to universal coverage of early warning systems. I think I've seen a number of parties and groups also mention this specifically. That could be an interesting recommendation, expanding early warning systems that could come out of the GST. We'd also like to see a bullet point that speaks specifically to enabling conditions, including the importance of strengthening local, national governance frameworks around adaptation, including multi-level coordination. Then looking at it a bit more from a monitoring and evaluation point of view, we could speak to how to improve the effectiveness of climate adaptation, namely how we could avoid maladaptation and how to make adaptation efforts more effective in general. I think others spoke to that yesterday. And like South Africa, we could highlight, in our view, a bit further areas where there's a specific need for international cooperation. So for example, it could be helpful to have recommendations that speak specifically to adaptation as a cross-border challenge, as well as to the importance of sharing data. And then on cross-cutting considerations, we appreciate the bullet there. We could add a reflection on biodiversity, including the contribution of nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches to adaptation. Desertification challenges could be better reflected. And also the need to ensure inclusivity and ensure a human rights-based approach, also taking into consideration, social issues like gender, indigenous people. I think those were reflected also in a number of submissions, so that could be easily added. And then agree with the need to look into the adaptation finance component, and I think on our part, we're open to placement. We'll come back to that specifically under the finance chapter. Thanks.
Thank you, Switzerland. UK?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. We would like to support the LDCs on the points that they were making yesterday about the importance of national adaptation plans, as well as Australia's points on the need for transformative adaptation. And we would also suggest that the forward-looking element, as Switzerland just said, is structured according to the elements of the adaptation policy cycle, and that reflects the discussions that have been ongoing in the GGA room. We think this is also an opportunity to talk about a bit of a forward look for adaptation work, including a possible global call for action on solutions to be discussed at a ministerial at COP29, and also the possibility of an adaptation synthesis report to feed in to the next global stocktake. So a forward look on our action on adaptation is also something we'd want to see reflected in the bullets. And finally, we would also be happy to support seeing doubling adaptation finance in this section. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Colombia next. Are they here in the room? I guess not.
Excuse me, Chair. Chile is going to take the floor
Okay.
instead of
Go
Colombia.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for taking the floor. I'm also speaking on behalf of ILAC. And let me just thank you very much for putting this list on the screen. I think we believe it is very useful for having a first sort of attempt of having a structure of this section of our work. We find it very useful. And just a few comments from our group. First of all, let me emphasize our understanding of the importance of having a science-based approach to adaptation. That means that we need to follow very closely what the IPCC and other scientific bodies have presented in this regard, and we have very fresh and very important information that has been published very recently. But also I wanted to highlight the importance of the connection between adaptation and human rights, which is a dimension that we would like to see underlined in this regard. We also understand that this is a very important tool, the GST, in order to raise the profile of adaptation, as other speakers have indicated before us. But at the same time, I think it's important to say that this is not just simply as a statement to say adaptation is important, because I think we're past that realization already, and we need to be much more concrete in this regard. And it is, on one hand, about action, of course, that needs to be nationally driven, nationally determined, but in the context of solidarity and international cooperation. And in that regard, it's not only action, but it's also about mobilization of funding and finance. And in this, I think our whole process is behind in the current understanding of where are the problems, where are the reasons or the roots of the gap that we still see in action and funding. And this is, of course, something that all developing countries could benefit and overall our whole system of adaptation globally. I think it's important also to analyze and to have a discussion about where are the limits between the global goal on adaptation, specific areas where that's going to be developing, and what needs to go in the GST. We can attempt to have a general appreciation of that, but we see the global stocktake much more oriented to informing NDCs, and therefore much more oriented towards action and to unlocking the potential of adaptation in the coming years, while the GGA is much more something that looks further into the future. And finally, the final point that I wanted to make is about data and the collection of evidence in order to build solid adaptation policies and avoiding maladaptation as well. This is very important because, as we can see in the screen, data appears both as a backward-looking element and also as a forward-looking element. As a backward-looking element, of course, refers to understanding what is what are the impacts, what is the evidence about the adverse effect of climate change, and how can we prepare better and improve our adaptation capacities. In that regard, I think it's very fair to say that we also have an important gap on observation and data, especially in the Global South and in developing countries. So it would be interesting to see how the GST can also provide some indication of how to close that gap, and maybe some sort of a formulation of a goal in terms of closing that gap of observation and monitoring of data. And finally, for the future, for forward-looking elements, of course, the data will be essential in order to have a better planning for the future. And maybe for the future, it would be interesting if countries could develop some sort of an inventory of impacts that can also create some sort of a level playing field where everybody understands and have the same language and the same categories of impacts that can be sort of a common basis for our conversation about the future of adaptation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. Next, we have USA. And just a reminder that try not to focus too much on the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the UAE for the excellent reception yesterday evening. On this section, thank you so much for your efforts on these elements. We think this is a good starting point. As a general matter, we think that the adaptation section here should in fact be specific, action-oriented, commensurate with the other sections of the GST outcome, just to emphasize our the importance of that. On the specific elements here, the first one in the backward-looking, this is kind of more of a drafting issue, but just making that language is obviously drawn from 14A, C, and D of the Paris Agreement, so just making sure that language is, in fact, tracks those. There's kind of a few differences in drafting there. Another point is on the forward-looking aspects, on the relationship with the GGA framework. I think this is an open question for us, exactly what that relationship will be. Essentially, whether this GST outcome will kind of effectively cross-reference the GGA framework outcome, or whether we would be importing the responses that GGA framework decision developed. So, all that to say, we would support being as specific as possible here in developing responses as well. So we're not proposing to simply wait for the GGA outcome to conclude. We are supportive of being specific in identifying responses at this stage. On the responses in the forward-looking section, like others have said, we think that a few are missing. Like others have said on transformative adaptation, we think that should be added to the list. We also think climate information services is missing here, as is early warning systems, as is capacity building for risk management, and as others have said, on efforts on minimizing maladaptation. On the support, including adaptation finance section, we think that is best addressed under the finance section, so we propose moving that there. And then finally, to respond to South Africa's point on the adaptation long-term goals, I think they had proposed to change that to the global goal on adaptation. We would instead propose to keep it as is, because here we're talking about two long-term goals, which is Article 2.1b as well as Article 7.1 on the GGA. So wouldn't want to lose Article 2.1b, which certainly also speaks to adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Cuba, on behalf of G77 China.
Thank you very much, Chair. And like others, let me thank the Emirates for the reception organized yesterday. I'm gonna intervene 50% on behalf of G77 and 50% on behalf of on our own national capacity. I very much appreciate the listing that you have produced there. Without prejudice to whatever comments we might produce later on. In relation to the listing of the sectors, I really doubt to have that listing because it's exclusive. Then when we're talking about adaptation is all across the board. We have the impact, for example, on human settlement, which is not there, and is quite important because sustainable development has to be human-centered. The impact of adaptation on tourism policies, which is critical for a small island developing states, for example, is not there. So I think the listing is exclusive. I would avoid making a listing because we risk then excluding some important sectors in the area of adaptation. Then I also want to reflect, there has been, since yesterday, important comments on the need to observe the human rights perspective. I'm very much sympathetic to that. And I would like to add to that issue when we're going to consider the human rights perspective in the GST, that we also need to talk about the right to development, which is quite an important dimension and one of the most important principles encompassed within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I also think it would be very important because of the impact precisely on adaptation and the ability of developing countries to produce their own means for adaptation. The impact that certain international mechanisms like the mechanism of arbitration of state investors has on the capacity of developing countries to produce not only their own policy space, but also to produce resources to tackle their adaptation needs. And this is quite evident in the report produced by the Special Rapporteur of the Human Rights Council on the right to safe and clean environment, which has produced a very significant report on and compelling report on evidence on how these international mechanisms on investor state deprive those targeted countries from enormous resources when they take policies to protect their environment, particularly their fossil fuel industry from the action of international companies. So it's an issue that we have to look into it very carefully, and I very much appreciate our colleague for bringing this issue of the human rights perspective into the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuba. Maldives?
Thank you, Chair. Let me first align my statement to the statement yesterday made by Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of AOSIS. Just wanted to add some points both on the backward-looking and forward-looking parts on adaptation. For backward-looking, I've heard many parties call for indigenous peoples' inclusion, which we support, but I also want to stress that there's a need to include traditional and local knowledge as well. I agree with other calls on avoiding maladaptation and also on the transboundary risks and impacts of climate change. With adaptation finance, I think it's important to say that for Maldives and many other SIDS as well, most of our projects and plans go unfunded and unrealized, and that there is a gap in adaptation finance that we wish this section will address. In the backward-looking perspective, the failure to act on adaptation, specifically on delivering means of implementation, has a direct impact on the forward-looking aspect, and the GST should capture this element. We also see that in the backward-looking part, there should be methodologies and metrics on assessing progress on adaptation. For the forward-looking part, we agree with what has been said both by the LDCs and AOSIS and others on the importance of national adaptation plans and other policy instruments. Several parties have raised additional thematic responses that they feel are relevant to their own context. I would suggest, as AOSIS has suggested as priority areas for the global goal on adaptation, to consider 5 globally applicable priority areas which are applicable to countries regardless of geopolitical or socio-economic context, which are food security, water, health, ecosystems, and infrastructure. In addition to these 5, I do see a relevance when it comes to adaptation, but not for the global goal on adaptation, in relevance nationally, regionally, and globally for oceans. But with the thematic responses, I do assume that this is tied to the GGA framework, which is why we suggest the 5 global priority areas. We agree that the GGA framework is important, and especially for the second and subsequent GST cycles. AOSIS yesterday highlighted that the review of the framework and its targets will become an important part of the forward-looking aspect, as well as indicators that will be developed later on, as there are several calls for further work to develop indicators under the Global Goal on Adaptation. There is potential of the GGA framework for providing long-term coherence on adaptation under the Paris Agreement, from informing how we're doing on the implementation of Article 2.1b to creating a process for assessing where we are in achieving progress on the GGA itself, as increasing coherence and effectiveness of adaptation action will be the outcomes of the GGA. Also, the GGA framework can contribute to a more focused, effective, and long-term adaptation action in small island developing states that is appropriately supported by finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Again, just want to highlight that we feel like adaptation finance is important to be highlighted within the section to ensure that the adequate focus is given to the provision or lack thereof of adaptation finance, especially for the countries that are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, like LDCs and SIDS. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. EU?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. We are a bit concerned because we are behind the agenda and we need a common effort to bring us back on track. And we would like to follow the SB Chair's guidance and not elaborate on our rationale, which can be found in our submission. So backward looking, thank you very much for this list. On bullet 1 and 2, we would like to acknowledge adaptation progress to date, noting that the efforts need to be strengthened and also noting differences in feasibility and effectiveness across sectors and regions. On the review part, recognize the work done on the GGA framework under the glass and the review of the progress made. We have questions to a question to bullet 3, climate change impacts and risks. Is that referring due to increased warming? We would think that it would be useful to mention that the gaps in mitigation and adaptation lead to higher risks and to reaching further adaptation limits. So also referring to mitigation here, which is the best adaptation option. Bullet 4, the assessment on bullet 4, clarifying assessment methodologies. We see that's in the backward-looking section. We are not aware so much that there's so much work being done and shouldn't be linked to the GGA outcome, or we think it should be linked to the adaptation policy cycle, and that is supported, but rather in the forward-looking section. In the forward-looking section, again, we would like to see a reference to mitigation as a key adaptation action, keeping the options, the portfolio of adaptation options open and avoiding further limits to adaptation. We also call for a shift to transformative adaptation. And of course, transformative adaptation is also nationally determined. We would like to see a reference to the poorest and most vulnerable groups and countries to increase their resilience and adaptive capacities and implementation of adaptation action. You have on this list of systems, we would like to see the adaptation policy cycle separate from the systems because it has a different dimension. And to the systems, we would like to have the food system and ecosystems added. am I too long? Noting that nature-based solutions are important. On bullet 4, we do not like to see references to adaptation finance and MOI in this section, as they belong to section 4C, where we address that in detail. And then a last comment, as you have seen in the EU submission, we see this adaptation section as the right place to include also loss and damage. But we go with the flow here and are flexible to make progress. But we note that this does not mean that the EU agrees to the indicative draft structure as a definite structure in the end. So loss and damage, in our view, should also be addressed in the adaptation section, but this is to be decided later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, EU, and thank you for your call on parties to concentrate on what they need to add. We still have 13 speakers on the list, so just once again reiterating the same call. Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. And morning, colleagues. I'll get straight to the point on what is missing. Again, specificity about regional impacts. They're not the same. These should be catalogued. There's enough information from best available sites on some of the unique circumstances that some of us have. Urgency of adaptation should also be included. It's adversely affecting economic sectors and leading to significant economic GDP losses. And so just transition is not just in mitigation, but also in all the other thematic areas, as Abu pointed out yesterday. Adaptation cannot be only at the national or local level, the responsibility for addressing it, that is. There's also the responsibility, historical responsibility for current atmospheric levels of greenhouse gases. And so there should be clearer elements on international cooperation, which could, for instance, include universal early warning systems, inventory of impacts, and so forth. We think the intrinsic link between sustainable development and vulnerability and resilience should also be covered here. Of course, others have mentioned yesterday and today the priority of achieving the long-term temperature goal on 1.5 degrees and the impact on adaptation, particularly on planning and implementation. I think the bullet on adaptation finance is necessarily broad to include elements on resource mobilization, what is needed by developing countries, and then also the need for development space. And I think maybe that's the point Cuba was also alluding to, and of course the adequate and predictable and accessible finance for planning and implementation. On adaptation policy cycle, this is, I mean, the wording that we are familiar with is what is in Decision 3 CMA4, and that agreed wording was on dimensions and iterative adaptation cycle. And I'm almost at the end. Generally, we think the GST outcome should not prejudge the discussions in the other processes, and we might probably need placeholders for adaptation and also loss and damage and finance. But we will indicate that we need goals and indicators to assess the real progress on the ground in reducing impacts and enhancing resilience. It's important to operationalize the GGA by adopting the targets for the the GGA framework with its overarching and dimension targets. I think in this case, as was done for mitigation in those sectors, there will be a need for quantified targets which will be adopted in adaptation sectors like agriculture, coastal areas, water, land degradation, and climate-induced human mobility. So there's one issue, undertaking an assessment of the GGA using the dimensions and the GST modalities. This was an existing mandate in paragraphs 23 and 24 of Decision 3 CMA 4 for the GGA framework to be assessed. We haven't done that. We raised this in Bonn, and we think it needs to be done to inform the updating of the NDCs and international cooperation for 2025. So in our submission, we proposed that this be done next year. And of course, I'm sure these points are being made in the GGA work program. And so this is part of the issues that will be covered under the framework at the placeholder. And then finally, need to quantify the forward-looking approach for adaptation and resilience building beyond just preparing national plans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ghana. China?
Thank you, Chair. Let me first of all echo the voice of my colleagues in South Africa about keeping the balance in this process. As much as we believe that every thematic area is important, we need to always bear in mind in the GST final outcome the length, the substantiality, and the specificity across different thematic areas. We see now there is a substantial imbalance between mitigation and adaptation, and this should be addressed in the final outcome of GST. And speaking of the backward-looking points, I believe first it is very, as highlighted by many of my colleagues, including my colleagues in Ghana, just stated that the serious lack of knowledge and response and approach on adaptation towards achieving GGA on a global scale must be highlighted in the in this backward-looking part. I heard that many colleagues stress that adaptation is national-driven, local-driven, but however the adaptation is caused by the historic emissions, and the impacts is felt everywhere, and it's a shared necessity of every country. So of course, people say that the solution are local-driven, but mitigation as well, because countries have different national circumstances and different resource endowments and different structures of economies. So both for mitigation and adaptation, their solutions are local-driven, but there are parameters to approach and advance this process by developing parameters to advance that on a global scale. So this approach on a global scale on adaptation should be highlighted in the GST outcome. And the second is that the gaps in adaptation actions and the systematic constraints should be presented in the backward-looking elements. In particular, I echo the voice of my colleagues of Chile, of the gaps in observation, monitoring, and data, and of course, as well as early warning and risk reduction and management. And these are all the responses and solutions shared by countries across the globe. So these gaps should be assessed and presented. And the third point is that the challenges in NAP's implementation should be presented, as also highlighted by many of my colleagues in LDCs and AOSIS and across the developing countries. And the next is the gaps in adaptation finance is very important, including the uneven resource allocation between mitigation and adaptation. And another point in the backward-looking part is the necessity of public finance for adaptation. I heard many colleagues say that adaptation should invite and focus more on the private sector and produce bankable projects, but that is not the case in reality for adaptation, because most of the projects are non-profitable and long-term, so they're not attractive to private investors. So the public-funded nature of adaptation finance should be highlighted, and there is a clear obligation in the Paris Agreement of the sources of this funding and finance for adaptation. And in the forward-looking messages or points, and the first is very important, is to highlight the urgency for adaptation. And as this is the critical decade for adaptation, and the need to establish a long-term mechanism for global goal on adaptation to develop the response and arrangements on a global scale towards achieving GGA. And the second is that the enhanced provision of public-funded adaptation finance, including the adaptation fund, is very important. We need to send a clear signal on these elements in the forward-looking part of the global stocktake. And the next point is about the doubling, at least double the adaptation finance, the pledges made by developed countries. And this should be clearly presented in this part with a clear roadmap of achieving it. And the last point I would like to make in the forward-looking part is to invite the IPCC to provide a special report on GGA, because in this global stocktake, we see that there's a significant knowledge gap on GGA, on our progress, on how we respond. So we believe this is a critical point we could make in the forward-looking part. Thank you.
Thank you, China. India?
Thank you, Chair. We echo the interventions made by South Africa and China on balance between the adaptation and mitigation. Chair, there must be a clear statement that it is the 1.1 degree warming that has already occurred that determines the urgency of adaptation. It must also be clarified that this is the consequence of lack of adequate climate action over the years. The adaptation goals of the Paris Agreement depends on this 1.1 degree warming level, and this cannot be said to be a consequence of what happened only after the Paris Agreement was signed. This is true of mitigation as well, as we have clarified in the previous session. So one of the causes of the current adaptation burden is also inability to meet the pre-2020 targets, as our colleague from China pointed out in last session. Adaptation must come out of its project-driven mode. It has to be economy-wide, integrated with socio-economic development that is critical to reducing vulnerability and must be undertaken according to the country's needs. The provision of the means of implementation, especially climate finance, but also technology and capacity building, must back this approach and not stay with the project mode. In view of the serious deficits in the world's adaptation agenda and adaptation actions, it would send a bad signal to make references to maladaptation. This would only bar innovation, experimentation, and initiatives for fear of having it labeled maladaptation. Emphasis on maladaptation will also not allow for the specific needs and requirements of individual parties, which are often not understood by developed country actors who are not aware of the nuances. Hence, there should be no reference to maladaptation in the outcomes. For the reasons of the wide variation in conditions across countries, specific negative or positive adjectives for adaptation, such as speaking approvingly of transformative adaptation and running down incremental adaptation, are also unacceptable. We have repeatedly emphasized in the discussions on GGA that all forms of adaptation are relevant, and such decrying or approving different so-called kinds of adaptation should have no place in the outcomes. Transformation is a loaded, prescriptive term that parties need to evaluate for themselves based on equity, CBDRRC, and national circumstances, and sweeping terms such as transformational adaptation and systems transformations should not be encouraged. Strong and clear reference to the adequacy of climate finance and other means of implementation as the key to adaptation being scaled up successfully must be provided. However, this is not simply a matter of access, and it is simply not a matter of getting the private sector in. Funds must be made available. Governments and public finance have a decisive part to play, especially in adaptation, where guaranteed returns on investment can hardly be the yardstick of investment. In terms of means of implementation and support provided for adaptation goals, developing countries end up making several trade-offs at the national level in terms of allocation of domestic resources to address the impacts of climate change as a whole. This becomes glaring while balancing and addressing national development priorities such as fostering sustainable economic development, eradicating poverty, providing energy security, and securing the basic social needs. We hope this aspect is also going to be taken care in the outcomes of GST. We would also like to point out that all references to mitigation in the biosphere, including varied ecosystems, should be positioned as co-benefits of adaptation. We must make clear that mitigation in the biosphere is secondary to the problem of adaptation. Alongside, we must also not send the message that conservation is adaptation. Adaptation is a dynamic process, and ecosystems will change and transform under warming, even under the Paris Agreement limits, and conservation, as understood so far, is not an option. It is essential that the GGA process plays itself out, and its outcomes should not be preempted. The purpose of GGA is to promote action on adaptation consistent with what is called for in the Paris Agreement, and MRV processes are not why we are concerned with the GGA and should not be the focus of our attention. In this connection, emphasizing assessment methodologies at this stage is putting the cart before the horse. To conclude, Chair, we understand GST outcome on adaptation in this context of efforts towards reducing the increasing adverse impacts, risks, and vulnerabilities associated with climate change, enhanced support provided for adaptation action, and international cooperation on adaptation efforts, needs for developing country parties, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, building socio-economic and ecological systems resilience, including through economic diversification and sustainable management of natural resources as envisaged under the Paris Agreement, that's Article 7.9e, instead of system transformation narrative, efforts to eradicate poverty, food security, job creation, gender responsiveness, options for sharing of good practices and lessons learned, particularly from actions with the potential to enhance the implementation of adaptation and those with mitigation co-benefits. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I please request once again colleagues to at least try to be a bit brief. We still have around 10 speakers, and we have started receiving requests for second time as well. We have already eaten into 1 hour of finance. So I can only request colleagues to keep all of that in mind. Abu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay would like to support the intervention made by Cuba on behalf of G77 and China. And secondly, our group would like to thank the incoming COP presidents for the wonderful reception last night. We hope what we learned in the museum could be able to inspire us until Dubai and beyond. As a general comment, Mr. Chairman, our group would like to support India, South Africa, and China and other parties on keeping balance among the different thematic areas. In our view, we also need to look forward to keep balance between backward-looking and forward-looking elements as well. On backward-looking, Mr. Chair, our group supports the assessment of collective progress, but also assessing implementation gaps, in particular means of implementation provided to adaptation. Looking for closing gaps is needed, including those elements referred by Chile, Ghana, China, South Africa, and so many other parties. In a similar perspective, in the forward-looking on if what's needed to achieve the adaptation long-term goals, we think that we should include costs and support needs for meeting the global goal on adaptation. Coming back to the backward-looking, our group appreciates the recognition of adaptation efforts of developing countries, reviewing the adequacy and effectiveness of adaptation and support provided, and review progress towards the global goal on adaptation. It almost reflects paragraph 7.14 of the Paris Agreement. However, paragraph 7.14b should be included, which means including a reference to enhance the implementation of adaptation action, take into account the adaptation communication referred to in paragraph 7.10 of Paris Agreement, in particular NAPs. The National Adaptation Plans implementation should be presented as referred by China and other parties, and respecting the mandate coming from the Paris Agreement on the issue is fundamental in our view. Regarding assessment methodologies, our group would like to seek for a clarification on what does this proposal mean. It's not so clear for us. Regarding forward-looking relationship with Global Goal Adaptation Framework, we think that a direct contact with the Global Goal Adaptation negotiators is vital. In our view, the Global Goal Adaptation agenda item and adaptation under the Global Stocktake both need to focus on urgent implementation. But the two agenda items are under different mandates and have different scopes. We must respect the convergences and divergences between the two items in order to avoid duplication of work. Regarding support, Mr. Chair, we prefer to consider not only support, but means of implementation and support, in particular finance. We agree with China on highlighting this aspect. Doubling adaptation finance by developed countries should be part of the global stocktake outcomes, but also referring to technology transfer and capacity building. Regarding responses, similar to what we stated regarding mitigation, we prefer having this kind of responses approach in the cross-cutting session, not repeating sectors in every single thematic areas of the global stocktake. And saying that just to react on the proposal on including food system, we prefer referring to agri-food systems instead of having agriculture and food systems being considered separately. We think that agri-food system could be provide a more holistic view on this item. Regarding maladaptation, maladaptation should not be part of the outcomes. We refrain to repeat what has been said by India. We totally support the rationale provided by India on this issue, and we are not in favor of having transformational adaptation in the outcomes because it is also not clear and did not respect the different national circumstances. Our group noted that regarding mitigation, there is a suggestion on having a reference on informing parties NDC. Again, we are in favor of having this kind of reference in the context and cross-cutting considerations instead of repeating it for each of the thematic areas of the global stocktake. However, we'd like to reemphasize that informing parties NDC should not be exclusively referred to in the mitigation area. It is also relevant to the adaptation session. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abu. Norway.
Thank you. I will be brief. These bullet points are a good starting point. We will focus on the forward-looking part and have a few additions. We see more opportunities to enhance action. For example, building on IPCC's 6th assessment report, where several adaptation options and responses are identified, such as land and food, energy, human settlements and infrastructure, and economy. As some parties already have mentioned, it is important to include locally led adaptation efforts, indigenous peoples' rights and their role in decision-making, together with the role of local communities. For implementing, accelerating, and sustaining adaptation, enabling conditions are key. We would also like to see NAPs and support for that in the list. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. The Russian Federation would also like to echo our previous colleagues and pretty much welcome the reflection of the need to maintain the balance between mitigation and adaptation in the GST. We support elaborating structural views on adaptation agenda in the form of the framework for the global goal and adaptation, so far as adaptation to climate change has become an urgent necessity for all countries. In light of this, it is important to note in the GST that adaptation is a global challenge faced by all, with local, subnational, national, regional, and international dimensions and efforts undertaken by countries. We recognize that it is important that the GST takes into account differences in climate conditions and social and economic development, especially in the most vulnerable countries that inevitably affect both the impacts of climate change to their economies and societies and their adaptation capacity. We welcome the decision to establish the GGA framework, including such elements as purpose, dimensions, themes, general and cross-cutting considerations, enabling conditions, including means of implementation and reporting. We believe that all the GGA elements should be based on key guiding principles like common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in light of different national circumstances, avoidance of excessive burden and duplication of efforts, cost-effectiveness of climate action, facilitation of other SDGs and national sustainable development priorities, and enhancing cooperation in climate change adaptation. We see the GGA as comprehensive base for outlining the variety of pathways how parties can effectively contribute to the GGA, taking into account national circumstances and evaluating the adequacy of adaptation support and efficiency of adaptation action. We believe that the framework should reflect all the stages of iterative adaptation cycle and include a wide range of means of implementation, like information, knowledge, technologies, and expertise exchange, as well as financial support. We would like to reiterate that adaptation support should be considered not only through financial support, but also through, like we stated, other means of implementation, like information access, technologies, and capacity building. The assessment of progress towards achieving the GGA should be linked to the GST timetable through adjusting the purposes of the GGA framework within each GST. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the backward-looking, we'll try to be very brief. For the backward-looking, we also agree with different colleagues who've mentioned that we needed to raise the political momentum on adaptation and highlighting that very clearly within this section. We think that adaptation is no longer a matter of choice, and this needs to be very explicit, and it should also not be conflated with mitigation in order to downplay the need for adaptation itself. And we don't see any space for terminology or phrases that refer to mitigation as being the best form of adaptation. This section should highlight urgency of adapting to the impacts and intensifying impacts of climate change. And the second, of course, we think it's important to highlight the importance of adapting in line with the temperature goals. We also see the importance of highlighting CBDRRC and historical responsibility, as with other colleagues who have also mentioned attempts to constrain to just locally led adaptation. We think there is a very important global context and historical responsibility of developed countries in terms of the climate challenge, and this needs to be highlighted also within the backward-looking section. We also think it's very important to highlight strongly that developing countries have demonstrated significant dedication in their adaptation efforts, also extending beyond international funding, which has been severely lacking, and we think this is an important element to highlight, utilizing their own domestic financial resources, and also that they have demonstrated such adaptation through a very wide spectrum of actions and not constrained simply to a few types. We would also like to highlight that there is lack in knowledge and data that can be further elaborated in the forward-looking section. In the forward-looking section, we would also add that we should recognize and accelerate all adaptation actions, and we would also support calls by our colleagues from India, China, Abu, and so on, to avoid terminology such as maladaptation or transformative adaptation, which would constrain adaptation actions that are undertaken at the national level, and that various national efforts and perspectives should be integrated within the outcome. We would also support having a section on adaptation finance within this section. And we would also note that for the doubling of adaptation finance, there's no dedicated space to track its progress and also discuss adaptation finance at large. And we think the GST outcome can send a signal on where that can be housed within the UNFCCC process to ensure follow-up on it. And we would also support calls for wider means of implementation on adaptation and not just focusing on support. In addition, with regards to the GGA framework, we don't think that the GST should supersede any mandates outside the global stocktake, and those should be decided by the agenda items themselves. But we also agree that the next step would be to outline indicators for the global goal on adaptation and operationalize the GGA, and the GST could send such a signal, and also perhaps a place and space to operationalize the GGA and commitment to such operationalization and the future implementation of the agreement. We would also agree with the need for strengthening knowledge and data, and the GST could call for the scientific community to enhance knowledge on the global goal on adaptation, and specifically regional assessments of capacity, advancing and enhancing adaptive capacity. And this could be also a special report by the IPCC, which outlines the challenges, needs, costs, and solutions towards achieving the global goal on adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. And again, we would like to also add the voices of those who have thanked our hosts for yesterday. And we would also like to align ourselves with the statements made by the G77 in China, ABU, South Africa, China, and India. At the outset, Chair, very much in line with what the G77 and China Chair mentioned, the SDG dimension must be at the very core of the adaptation GST work, because what we are talking here is about how to transform local realities and also address the main challenges in terms of building resilience and adaptation. And it's very clear that the main driver for doing that, beyond nature-based solutions, beyond anything, is addressing socio-economic challenges, is building social cohesion, and also tackling inequalities. This dimension is completely missing from the list, and it actually is the main challenge that we have before us. Also related to that, we are very much supportive of human rights references, but it's also important to refer to not only civil and political human rights, but also socio-economic and cultural human rights in the context that human rights are interdependent, indivisible, and interrelated. So this clarity that we are dealing with both civil and political, socio-economic and cultural, and the right to development as well is absolutely critical. Also, a third element is in relation to the link to the ultimate objectives of the Convention and also the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. So we would like to see both in the backward-looking and the forward-looking reference to Article 2 of the Convention, the ultimate objective of the entire climate change regime, including the Paris Agreement, that refers to the prevention of dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system, should be achieved within a time frame sufficient to allow ecosystems to adapt naturally to climate change, to ensure that food production is not threatened, and to enable economic development to proceed in a sustainable manner. So we have this in the Convention, not only the reference to ecosystem adaptation, but also the economic development, and the food production, which is also an element of Article 2.1b of the Paris Agreement. So it's very much important to highlight that the objective that we have in terms of adaptation under the Paris Agreement is not also related to the fact that we must not threaten food production, and we must ensure safeguard food security and our objective to end hunger. We would also like to have reference, not only in terms of ending hunger and the Sustainable Development Goals, reference to the fact that adaptation is about leaving no one behind. This is also extremely key. And another dimension is to highlight that when we talk about adaptation, we need to focus on the needs and priorities of developing countries and of local communities, communities that are on the ground. So one example that may not be very intuitive to me, for example, hearing from other colleagues, is that suggestions on nature-based solution, for example, nature-based solutions, they have no multilateral definition, but in the case of Brazil is very much important, nature-based solutions, but they must be important for Brazil to raise that it's important, not for some other country to understand that for Brazil it's important for us to rely on nature-based solutions for adaptation. So this really change of mindset that adaptation must respect needs and priorities of developing countries and not the other way around is extremely key. And then another element is also about how, since we have adopted the Paris Agreement, there is a stronger and stronger role of traditional knowledges, wisdom, and indigenous people's knowledges. And this must be very much strengthened. And at the same time, another very important development is how emerging technologies provide us with new opportunities, but also risks. But in terms of new opportunities, the UN Secretary General's initiative, Early Warning for All. Finally, in terms of how important it is for, and adding the voice of other colleagues, for us to refer to means of implementation and the importance of creating local capacities. And creating local capacities, that it's also about creating indigenous science, creating capacity for local research. A lot of the many advances that we're seeing in my own country in relation to adaptation comes from local scientific knowledge. And unfortunately, a lot of that is not fully reflected in the IPCC because a lot of the research that we do is not translated into English. So this is a very important aspects of means of implementation also, creating local capacities and even including in terms of science. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil.
For 5-minute break, after 5-minute break.
Thank you, Brazil. So, colleagues, we are now exactly one session late. And I think we'll have to rethink on how we are going to do this. One way is that tomorrow we start at around 7 to cover for the 2 hours that we are late. And the second way is to start doing what we have been requesting you to do, which is to please limit your statements. Try not to come back for the second time, and do not repeat what has already been said. So we will see how the rest of the session goes, and in the end of the session, we'll have to rethink what we are doing. Maybe we need to bring out flip charts with yellow post-its. You put whatever you want on that, and we will take that in, because this is just not working. Singapore.
Thank you, Chairs. Good morning, colleagues. In that spirit, I'll keep this very brief and limit this intervention to only 3 points. First of all, I think we want to echo Ghana and some other parties that have called for the importance of international cooperation. For Singapore, we would support the inclusion of an element that speaks to the importance of international cooperation to support the development and deployment of technologies and solutions for adaptation. More specifically, I think we would support references to initiatives such as the UN Secretary General's Early Warnings for All initiative. And I think broadly, when we look at the GST, we hope that it will give greater focus on international cooperation and galvanizing more of such initiatives that can strengthen resilience in developing countries, particularly those who are most vulnerable. The second point, I think, is just that we've heard a lot of parties speak on the importance of data, and we do agree that data is important to understand both the impacts of adaptation and the adequacy of responses. And I think one of the things that we felt was missing so far on the bullet points would be a reference to calls on parties to provide and update adaptation communications in general. I think we've heard some parties speak to national adaptation plans, but we wanted to highlight the importance of bringing out the point on updating adaptation communications. Third and finally, I think, last but not least, we support an element recommending the development of a menu of indicators under the GGA framework. I think this has also been mentioned by parties like the Maldives. But specifically, I think we would support this through a section on future work on the framework in the GGA process itself. As parties have mentioned, not to prejudge the process, but I think the GST can provide a good encouragement for our colleagues on the GGA side to work on this and to have this menu of indicators that can be applied in a nationally determined manner. And also, just before I hand the floor back, just to thank as well the UAE again for hosting yesterday's reception. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. Bhutan.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the list presented on the screen. We agree with Malawi's intervention on behalf of LDC on the importance of adding National Adaptation Plan and associated support for NAPS. We also support having elements around simplified support for adaptation, which can be further expanded on the means of implementation action. We also support many who spoke on the linkages with the global goal on adaptation, including the GGA framework. Finally, we support Nepal's intervention on the addition of cryosphere and mountain on the list of responses and the special context of mountain for data and services. We thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. Ecuador.
Thank you, Chair. We support the comments of the G77, LMDC, and ABU. On backward looking, we should acknowledge the efforts by parties to develop national adaptation plans. On forward looking, we should stress the call to achieve at least 50% allocation of finance for adaptation by 2025, as well as tracking its progress. And finally, we support a proposal to develop a new global adaptation synthesis report ahead of the second GST. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. Malawi.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving us a chance again. Malawi speaking on behalf of the LDCs. I'd like to join others appreciating the warm tour which we had to the presidency, as well as the reception. Our coming again here is, first of all, to raise the concern where other parties want us to bring everything on adaptation, including mitigation and loss and damage. We really think if we are doing that way, we will have problems because, first of all, the mitigation is not a form of adaptation. Unless if we want to state it in the way that adaptation is a failure of mitigation. That could make sense. And also on the loss and damage, I think how many times should we tell our colleagues that loss and damage is very different to adaptation? Is it because they are not facing the losses and damages? How many times should we repeat that we have failed to adapt and build resilience in our homes and communities? That's why we are here to talk about the loss and damage. So we repeat to say that loss and damage should be separate from adaptation. And also agreeing to what others have mentioned, like Switzerland, to say this is a section where we should focus on raising the profile of adaptation. And that could indeed include the need to move from support and international cooperation on planning so that we advance to the full iterative adaptation cycle, as mentioned by others. And this would include means of implementation and support for assessing the impact, vulnerability and risks, planning, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, as well as learning from each other. So our call for the NAF support is not just for formulation, as it is currently being done. We are just receiving support to formulate the NAPs, but we need the support to actually implement. As others have also mentioned about the formulation and communication of adaptation communication, this needs also to be emphasized. And indeed, it should be a way where we can indicate our needs as well as for the means of implementation. So we need to see the added value in preparing the NAPs and how we access finance and presenting better the opportunities for us to access adequate finance. So additionally, we agree with the suggestion by the South Africa around international cooperation. We have to move away from the narrative that adaptation is only local. So we see adaptation at the local, national, regional, as well as the global dimensions, and this needs to be strengthened, particularly in the context of provision of adaptation finance, including the song we have been singing about doubling the adaptation finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. We have two more party interventions, South Africa and China, and then we have three from the Observer.
Thank you, Chair. Speaking twice because of the importance of this issue to our delegation and so many others, and because it needs the most work in our view. Just some additional points. On the gaps, the backward-looking point, as many have said, the critical thing of capturing the finance and implementation gaps. On the forward-looking part, Article 7.2 is very clear on the global dimensions, global responsibilities associated with adaptation. So we need the GST to be fully aligned with 7.2 and to give it its due meaning. So for us, the purpose of the exercise here is to unlock international cooperation, develop the multilateral approach, and to raise ambition and action on adaptation in light of the urgency of the situation and the reality, as we said, that everybody is in the adaptation space. So the practical things which could help, in our view, is that we need to talk about and develop adaptation pathways under different temperature scenarios. We fully agree with Chile's point about the usefulness of an inventory of impacts. Another critical point the Africa Group has raised is that equity and just transitions applies to everything. And it's very specific around adaptation, so we need a dedicated space for that here. Finance is at the center of the discussion, and it has very specific dimensions for adaptation. So it is very important to our delegation that it gets captured in detail under adaptation, and we also will have general issues under finance, under the finance section. The next critical point is that support is for all developing countries. As soon as you start inventing ways to narrow the field and say who's eligible and who's not eligible, that's a code for saying that the majority of the world's population will be denied the support they need and the multilateral advantages of cooperation. And then a final point is that, as many have said, and I think Malawi just said it very clearly, that loss and damage and adaptation need their separate dedicated space. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa, China.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking the floor the second time. I'll be extremely brief. The first point I would like to make is there should be no reference to maladaptation, because as highlighted in the IPCC report, maladaptation is an unintended consequences. So out of GST, how do we inform and ask parties to do something beyond their intention and beyond their control? And if we did that, that would just further weaken the already very weak political will, political momentum, and the resources and the efforts on adaptation. So we believe that would send a very bad and negative signal on adaptation. And the second point I would like to make is that we need a quantified target to support NAPs from all developing countries in the next 5 years by the next GST. Thank you.
Thank you, China. So we have 3 non-party stakeholders, starting with Ringo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the International Cryosphere Climate Initiative, a member of the Ringo constituency. The Paris temperature limit, the different temperature scenarios, and their impact on adaptation is a point picked up by many parties, including in relation to Article 2 of the Convention. In these discussions, Greenland and Antarctica, with their large masses of frozen water, are virtually looking over our shoulders. And I will pick up on parties' references to the challenges of adaptation in a warming world, and to the importance of the cryosphere among the forward-looking aspects. At 2 degrees, adaptation becomes a major challenge or may even become impossible due to the impacts from changes in the cryosphere. These changes are 1, set by peak temperature. The higher the temperature, the more ice melts. And number 2, these changes are largely irreversible on any human timescale. This means the fate of billions of people, their communities and ecosystems, and their ability to adapt will be determined for centuries to millennia based on how high we allow temperatures to rise. Although at 1.5 degrees, we still see a continued and considerable loss of glacier and snow mass around the globe, 1.5 secures the preservation of a significant amount of glaciers for our and future generations. Glaciers are crucial as a water storage and water supply facility for billions of people on all continents. Adaptation options, a point put forward by many party statements, remain on the table in many places. The largest ice masses are the Greenland and Antarctica ice sheets, and what happens there has huge consequences on sea level rise and adaptation in the global coastal zones. Relating to parties' calls for forward-looking data and parties' references to climate information systems, holding ourselves to a strict 1.5 degree peak temperature can limit and slow down sea level rise, hopefully peaking at 2 or 3 meters over 1,000 years or more, and allowing for ample time to adapt. In contrast, even 1.8 degrees in the form of overshoots sets in train Greenland and Antarctica ice sheet loss, and consequently sea level rise that will be far higher, and sea level rise becomes far faster once 2 degrees is breached. In that case, the latest science tells us that we are risking unstoppable sea level rise of 6 to 9 meters higher than today, and 12 to 20 meters higher should we remain at or above 2 degrees for any length of time. If today's emissions do not peak this decade, and the reference to this critical decade was equally made repeatedly by parties, we may face 3 meters of sea level rise by 2100, moving us beyond any means of adaptation into loss and damage. And let us not forget, 2100 is a time frame beyond most of our own lives in this room, but it is not beyond those of many of our children and grandchildren. In terms of the forward-looking aspects of adaptation, a focus on 1.5 degree is not cherry-picking. In terms of adaptation, it is a matter of survival. Contrary to earlier notions of winners and losers in a warming world, there will be no winners at 2 degrees, only losers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Institute for Sustainable Development.
Thank you, co-chairs, and good morning, colleagues. I promise to be quick and on point. Speaking on behalf of ISD as the Secretariat for the National Adaptation Plan Global Network, we would like to thank co-chairs and parties for inclusion of non-party stakeholders and throughout the GST process so far. I have 4 quick points. First, echoing some parties' intervention that national adaptation plan should be included in the backward-looking components. We have to recognize that there have been significant progress made in developing countries' NAP process, as well as mainstreaming adaptation across decision-making process and across sectors. But we need to do more in terms of the provision of means of implementation and support in order to transition from planning to implementation. Second, we hope parties would consider referencing the importance of fully integrating gender equality and social inclusion considerations in adaptation planning and implementation, potentially as an element under the forward-looking section under efforts needed or response bullets. Gender consideration and gender data highlights the unique challenges faced by women, girls, and people of all social backgrounds and showcase their role as agents of change. Third, we'd like to recommend to parties to include an element on monitoring, evaluation, and learning as part of the overall adaptation policy cycle and emphasize the urgent need to strengthen national capacities on these fronts. And echoing some parties' view to include access to climate services and downscaling of climate data, or the challenges associated with both as an element in the forward-looking components. Lastly, we'd like to recommend to parties to include ecosystem-based adaptation in the forward-looking components as a way to link adaptation with biodiversity conservation with proper human rights and ecosystem safeguards implemented. EBA, or ecosystem-based adaptation, might be a less politically contentious point or term as compared to nature-based solutions in the context of C2 adaptation section. And we'd like to put forward that as a suggestion to hope to bridge some gaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last speaker on our list for this session is Vaskal.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Vaskal, leading the implementation of IGST West African Hub. Chair, West African economy is heavily dependent on agriculture, which employs a significant portion of the population. Though West Africa contributes only to 2% of the greenhouse gases emissions, the region is experiencing many challenges linked to the impact of climate change. Climate change plays a role in the recent instability and terrorist attack in the Sahel zone, particularly. Land degradation, water scarcity, climate extreme events, such as flood and long dry spell, heat waves have been leading to poor yields and food insecurity. People are in the poverty trap, and the only solution left is rural-urban and cross-border migration and conflicts. Chair, implementing winning adaptation strategies for sustainable development and poverty eradication in West Africa is well aligned with the core mandate of the Paris Agreement. It requires a multifaceted approach that encompasses economic, social, and environmental factors. The involvement of government, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector is crucial for achieving these goals. Additionally, efforts should be inclusive, ensuring that the most vulnerable population benefit from these initiatives, ultimately improving the well-being of the West African region. The big question is still why corporate, private sectors, and big companies still use business as usual. Why have they failed to comply the rules with the core mandate of the Paris Agreement? What is wrong? How can GST representatives support the awaiting green transition in West Africa? How can GST representatives support technology transfer in West Africa? Who can help play the role of monitoring and evaluating government and private sector accountabilities? How can GST representatives help scale up success stories? We do have some useful adaptation strategies in West Africa, and some success stories exist in West Africa and in the Sahel zone. For instance, we have irrigation system, community-led business model, etc. How can the GST representatives stick to the challenges such as tools, metrics, data, knowledge, technology, and infrastructure gaps? WASCAL, through IGST, is implementing the West African Hub. We have been working on the ground with farmers, herders, key stakeholders, and private sectors on climate adaptation issues. Believe me, Chair, people are struggling to get their daily subsistence. There is a need to work closely with them to improve their livelihood and to achieve the adaptation long-term goals. By engaging more than 300 civil society and private sector organizations, I will remind that the membership in West Africa application is still going. The IGST Hub, coordinated by WASCAL and CSIR, work to empower vulnerable populations, including marginalized groups, to participate in decision-making processes and implement context-specific adaptation strategies. We believe that collaboration between civil society and the private sector is essential for addressing the challenges of climate change adaptation and building resilience communities and economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the session on adaptation. Let me now hand you over to Substitute Chair Heavy. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Nabil. We are now moving into, let us say, a topic that already many of you mentioned before. The title is with a lot of alternatives: finance, means of implementation, including support, etc. Let's not discuss the title or the future heading of that overall area, but let us elaborate how we want to organize it. Because we both chairs understood that is an important topic, and to ensure that we gather the information on the different elements, we suggest that we have 4 sub-sessions. One is, if you please, one is on finance flow. The next one will be on finance related to Articles 9. The third one will be technology development and transfer. And the fourth one will be on capacity building. So if you go back to the first place, we have 4 subsections. And we want all to give about 45 to 55 minutes. So ensuring that we give enough time to all of that, and given the experience we had up to now, we really have to ask, please keep yourself to the points that are missing or included. Please show also the second slide, because people are taking pictures and want to be prepared for later on. So, saying that, I mean, we consult with each other, as you saw, and Nabil already indicated that we might change the mode of work. But we had the feeling that you stressed rather often that it is important that you can hear all voices and not go into breakout group. But we really need to move into a work mode that we can use our time good enough. So please concentrate on what is missing, what should be added, and give rationale to each other during the informal coffee break, lunch, reception you did yesterday, the tour we have in the evening, to ensure that we can move forward in the time we have allocated. Another option is that we start tomorrow earlier, as Nabil indicated, but I am sure that the majority still doesn't want to start working at 7 o'clock. So, but it really depends on how you continue in this process, because we feel it is also important that all topics we have on the agenda can be handled by the parties. The suggestion is that we now have a 10-minute coffee break, and then we come back. But I see the flag of Brazil. Brazil, it is on the procedure. And Cuba. Cuba, you have first the floor.
Chair, if you're breaking for the coffee break, that is fine for me. And then if you want to come later, I come later.
Okay, because that was my intention. Present what is it, have the coffee break, then you can think about it and maybe consult with each other, and then we can hear reactions, whether it is a good way to go forward. Okay, thank you also for Brazil. So we have now 10-minute coffee break. You can think about our proposal, and then we come back in 10 minutes and see your reactions and how we move forward. Thank you. Welcome back after over 20-minute coffee break, but I hope you use that time for informal talk with each other. That is also important. Could you please take the seat that we can start? Before we left for the coffee break, I introduce how we want to organize the finance, etc. session with 4 subsessions. And I first opened the floor whether anybody has comments on that approach. And I also would suggest that I prefer to have a 4-minute speaking time for all parties, because if you then start counting how much is everybody just speak up to 4 minutes we need for each session, then we might be possible to handle it in less than an hour for each session. But of course that is up to you, but that would be my advice. Brazil, I see you have the floor. And before the break also, Cuba asked for the floor. I assume that is still the situation that you want to have the floor. And I see Saudi Arabia that asked the floor. You had a, yes, Cuba. You want to have the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very grateful to you for the display of the elements that you have put in the screen board. You know, I think it's difficult to follow the suggestion of not looking at the title, because to me the title matters a lot. As I said yesterday, the issue of the GST is very much anchored, of course, on the Paris Agreement, but as well in the Convention. And what we have in the Convention, the reference that we have in the Convention, which is a legally binding reference, is means of implementation. So I would avoid qualifying or linking those means of implementation to something that to some extent qualify the means of implementation or link the means of implementation to another issue. And don't take me wrong, I'm not saying we're not going to discuss the issue of financial flows, but I think we have to leave means of implementation as it is without any further qualifier or additional clause to it. Means of implementation encompass technology cooperation, support and transfer. Then that we will have to make it explicit. It encompasses also capacity building. It's not there. So I would prefer to just to refer to means of implementation as in the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. So that would be my first comment, and then I will come back on the rest of the elements. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. I have my stopwatch for 4 minutes. And well, we do agree with you, and I think that I am personally guilty of speaking a lot. But if we take 2 steps back, just in terms of process, in our understanding, this has been the best exchange of views we have ever had under the global Stocktake discussions. And it is very positive that we are exchanging views and we are understanding each other. So even though sticking to the agenda is very much important, technically speaking, it is important for us also to understand that some of the differences that we have and a lot of the issues that have been raised are systemic in nature. So we do need to have this exercise of exchanging views. and we will try to be disciplined in terms of time, but the fact that we are engaging with each other is a very positive development. So I would urge you to, yes, try to discipline us, and your message is very well heard from my side, but at the same time also appreciate the fact that if we are taking the floor a lot and if we are going longer, it's because the discussions are happening, the mutual understanding is happening. So I would really try to have this understanding. For my delegation, the main objective of this workshop is not for us to close the agenda, but actually for bringing parties together and make them understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, and you really raise also our thinking of how to find a balance, that we want to handle all the points on the agenda, and appreciating that parties really exchange view. And now I give the floor to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Saudi Arabia is speaking on behalf of the LMDC. Just wanted to raise a point on the organization of work for this part of the agenda. Of course, we appreciate your efforts to try and simplify and have us not delve into the discussion of the titles, but we also view that having a separate slide on finance flows and then a separate slide on means of implementation is de facto deciding that there will be separation between the two, which is the discussion of the titles. From our perspectives, all of it would be under means of implementation and support. So in fact, they would not have separate slides. So in this regard, we would not be in favor of discussing them separately, each one on their own, finance flows, then means of implementation. We just wanted to make the position of our group very clear. We would be in favor of discussing them all at once together, because in our view, all of them fall under means of implementation and support. So at your discretion, Mr. Chair, on how we can proceed with perhaps an updated slide or what is the best way forward. We're also open to discussing the titles to ensure that this very important part is captured correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the European Union. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that we appreciate that there are many different views on this topic of the right title. I think we all remember that very well from Bonn. We were not able to achieve any agreement on it. That's where we have the alternatives. For the EU, alternative one is the one that we would prefer, but we don't think that a discussion on this at this point would be helpful or bring us forward. So we would agree with your approach. Because I think it's a practical way to discuss the substance, which we are here for. And I think there's an understanding among us that it will not prejudge the alternatives discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, EU. I now give the floor to Abu. Abu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our group would like to support the intervention made by Cuba on behalf of G77 and support also the intervention made by Saudi Arabia on behalf of Arab Group, on behalf of LMDCs. In our view, we are here to discuss convergences and divergences. We are discussing convergences and divergences among all the thematic areas. So the most divergent issue, I should say, is considering the title and the different views on means of implementation and finance flows. In our view, Article 14.1 is very clear. The global stocktake shall be conducted in a comprehensive and facilitative manner, considering mitigation, adaptation, and the means of implementation and support. And paragraph 6b of decision 19 CMA1 calls for organize the work of the technical dialogues, including under Article 2.1, 2.1b, 2.1c, in the thematic areas of mitigation, adaptation, and again, means of implementation and support. In our view, finance flows cannot be considered at the same level of means of implementation and support, neither supersede means of implementation. The mandate coming from the Katowice decision, as well as from the Article 14.1, is very clear, Mr. Chairman. Finance flows discussions are included. under the discussions of means of implementation. Having this kind of split approach on means of implementation would require having the same treatment regarding mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and response measures. We didn't have a dedicated discussion related to 2.1a and 2.1b regarding mitigation and adaptation. So having a different approach regarding means of implementation and finance flows is not a balanced approach to discuss means of implementation under the global Stocktake. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abang. Now I give the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have some inputs to present, but we would like to associate ourselves with the intervention from the G77, and would like to seek your clarity on the questions that are being raised. And so we are ready to follow your guidance, but at the same time, I think we need to solve those questions before we start going to substance. Thank you.
Next is Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So we do share the same concerns as expressed by our colleague from Cuba on behalf of the G77 and China, as well as by our colleague from Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC, and Brazil on behalf of ABU. So we do not see the necessity to have separate slides regarding the issue of making financial flows consistent with pathway toward greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, etc. So we do see that this suggestion pushes us to a choice regarding the very problematic or very unsolved situation about C3 section. For this reason, we would like to treat this section as a whole without any separation from for means of implementation and support. So for us, means of implementation and support is stick to the mandate given by Article 14 and decision adopted in Katowice. We would like to make it very clear on behalf of the our group. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Canada.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, just a brief comment on mode of work. You very much note the concerns raised by a number of parties and agree that this is one of the strongest areas of divergence, as was evidenced in the negotiations in Bonn. I certainly respect these views, though we may kind of disagree with them on a fundamental level in some regards. I just want to remind everyone that this is not a negotiation, this is just a workshop, and I think it is important that we have an opportunity to at least talk through some of these challenging issues, because if we don't get to speak about them now and find a productive way to hear each other's views, it'll be difficult to do so in the future. And when it comes to the slides that you presented, again, noting the concerns that some would disagree that finance flows deserves its own separate treatment, my understanding is how you've organized things is that this is the title slide for all of the other subsequent slides. So you can effectively read the slide on 2.1c as falling under means of implementation support, C3, which is a preference of some parties, falling under C Alt1, Alt2, I mean, all of these alternative options. So I just really plead with everyone in the room to just not waste time trying to fiddle with a presentation that we're not the authors of. I would really just encourage us moving on and trying to have I think, a productive discussion. And when we discuss finance flows, if there are parties in the room that think that there are things that are relevant, more related to means of implementation that deserve to be placed within that section, then I really want to hear your views there, but would really like to dive into the substance, I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Canada. I now give the floor to Senegal.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Senegal is speaking on behalf of LDCs, and we just want to also align the LDC's position with the position made by Cuba on behalf of a group of G77 and China. And also we also align ourselves with a position made by Saudi Arabia. on behalf of LMDCs and also previous speakers on this issue. We are really concerned because we are confused by the approach you're dealing with the thematic on mean of implementation. Splitting it in two aspects is really maybe not also in line with what you're saying in the beginning. You want to really help us to save time, and I think by splitting these two aspects is not working on our time constraint. We're looking for maybe asking you to maybe have one discussion, putting the two slides together, so parties will be in a position to give a vote on the two slides at the same moment. Thank you.
Thank you. We fully agree with you that this is on the process and we should try to keep this as short as possible, but it is important. But I still have 3 parties on my list, and after that I want to close this process discussion. That is Ghana, the Russian Federation, and the Philippines. So those 3, then we close it and we come forward how we continue. Thank you. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm associating myself, African group, with the statement by Cuba and other colleagues in the G77 who supported that intervention. I was actually quite curious to see how you would deal with this section. I envisaged that there would be lots of bullet points, and I was wondering if you would split it across 2 slides or 3 slides. Generally, I thought maybe the title you would have gone with the general broad framing that is broad enough to capture everything. Since at the beginning you asked us just to throw it without consideration for placement, and maybe that's the solution, possibly finance provision and mobilization, or just financial resources, and then we just throw everything onto that page, and then once you take those, and then you can work on placement later. But treating it in this manner, I think is almost, putting it candidly, taking side on an issue in which we still have divergence. Thanks.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief elaboration. We'd like to echo our colleagues' concern regarding the organization of the discussion, and we understand the need for substantive discussion, but we believe it will be hard to do it without clear understanding how we organize the discussion of the financial issue. We also support the heading means of implementation and support in order to avoid duplication, as means of implementation and support include finance, technology, and capacity building. We do not believe that the discussion on 2.1c has matured enough in order to make it standalone point in the decision. The work on this matter that was undertaken under both the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogue and the Standing Committee on Finance has revealed differences in interpretations and approaches by parties and other stakeholders, and we cannot take an approach whereby the narrow interpretation of climate finance would cause trade-offs with financing other priorities in developing countries. At the same time, a lot is happening on 2.1c on the national level, and it's up to parties to determine how they ensure low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development, and what kind of support they require. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the last speaker, the Philippines. Oh, the US also wants to come in. Okay. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, and well, the Philippines supports the views of our colleagues from Cuba on behalf of the G77. And since it's very important to us to settle the title, since it will give us a guidance on how are we going to discuss the elements in this section. And therefore, we recommend that we stick with the means of implementation of making finance flows consistent with the pathway towards low GHG emissions, and means of implementation of support for climate resilient development to encapsulate the agreed language of the agreement, specifically on Articles 4, 9, and 14. And therefore, I think we should stick with the use of MOI in this discussion as agreed in the previous Katowice decision and also the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now give the floor to the USA, and then I closed really the list and come to a conclusion. US, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've listened closely to this conversation here, and I mean, it's quite apparent that we will not be able to resolve the issue of the title, if only because we've now received a new Alt 5 from the G77 that's not even captured up on the screen, and so we're actually moving in kind of the opposite direction of what we should be moving at this point. I do think we should just engage in the substance here, and parties can present their views on the various interpretations. I really don't think it's up for debate that Article 2.1 does not reflect the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. Some may have interpretations that there are additional goals peppered throughout the rest of the agreement, but Article 14 is just so clear on this issue that we can't ignore it. So, you know, despite the varying interpretations, it's really, from our perspective, not up for debate that Article 2.1c is one of the long-term goals and is thus part of the discussion here. So we're not saying that we need to preempt or prejudge parties' views. We just say, let's just get on with the discussion. And we're more than prepared at this moment to share our views on Article 9, Article 10, Article 11, and finance flows. Thanks.
Thank you. Let me consult just for a moment with the SBI chair. Okay, given the different views of parties, thank you for coming up. I want to recall that the organization is just a way to help us to have a clear understanding and have also a clear view to what elements parties are referring to. Step one is, as I already said before, we don't touch on the title because our feeling is it will take a lot of time and has, at the end, just time consuming. Well, that is not coming to a conclusion. Parties will use time up to the negotiations to consult with each other or at the negotiations. So we park the titles as such, and we have one session on finance, but also for the sake of time, we're not coming up again with new slides. We just present both slides on science at the same moment. We discuss them together and give parties the freedom, whatever reference they want to make to, and if they just want to say it is in finance in general, because we try to be more precise related to articles, but that is up to the party. So it is no longer a different discussion. It's one discussion on finance where you can come up with suggestions for whatever place you would like. So that is the way forward. And if a party just say, I want to talk about finance, fine. If a party say, I just want to talk about finance flow, it's fine. If parties say, I want to talk about both, also fine. So that is our way forward, just to avoid another half an hour just on how we assist the discussion. Is that acceptable? Kuba, you asked for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm very disciplined. I'm allowed to follow your suggestion, but I just want to comment on an issue. Okay. To me and to developing countries within, it would be quite important in all the clusters dealing with means of implementation, particularly in the forward-looking leg, to include the component of science. One thing that we have noticed is that particularly when it comes to means of support, there has not been science-based at all, and that is important to us. We always argue about the importance of taking into account science when we address, in the context of the GST in general, but particularly when we address mitigation issues and adaptation issues. To me, it's equally important to have science included in the whole of the components of the GST, but particularly in the means of implementation. So when we talk, for example, about scaling up finance consistent with the mitigation pathways and the zero net pathways, is also to include a scaling up finance based on what science is telling us. So that is an important thing, which makes a difference, by the way, with the $100 billion, that there is not any science support for that figure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cuba. I now give the floor to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is my last point, hopefully, on process. We do support your way forward in terms of discussing it all at once. But I think for the sake of the slide, they do still appear as separate sections. So perhaps the suggestion would be to remove the titles and merge the content, so we are not discussing each element separately. So this would be a suggestion, but also to help so that we can move forward with the discussion, because they still appear separate. Thank you.
Thank you. Algeria, you have the floor.
So yes, I would like to support Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC on this specific section, because we have some reservation about the headings. So that suggests that we are moving through a kind of interpretation of issue that we have no agreement on during the Bonn session. Thank you very much.
Okay, I mean, as I said, we should try to be short on the process discussion, and our proposal is just discuss it together. They are all question marks, and each party can clearly indicate, I will talk about this or I talk about that, and it is just for the clarity. I mean, it is not that we come up with a report structuring it in a certain way. So for the sake also for time, with that, it is open for parties to choose whatever they like out of these slides and restrict themselves or enlarge themselves. With that, I would suggest that we close the processes and move to the content. If parties still want to discuss, I have Ghana, I have the US, and I have Saudi Arabia. So, Ghana, you have the floor.
Sorry, Chair, I won't be taking the floor. I forgot to put my flag down from earlier.
Thank you. USA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We're prepared to start the discussion and follow your request if that's okay. Can I proceed?
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to reiterate the same point. We're not comfortable with starting unless we have an agreement that we're not splitting the screen into two separate sections. We understand your remarks in terms of each party being able to discuss whatever they wish to discuss, but that would still assume there are two different buckets. We're perfectly comfortable with listing the four alts onto the screen, and everyone can discuss whatever element they wish from both, But as it stands, they're still currently split. And we want to move on very quickly. So I think this would be the best way forward. So would appreciate your support, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I see that it continues with parties who wants to talk about the process. And I really want to move into the substance. One of the ways to move forward is that we simply delete the slide and then you talk whatever you like about. But then I'm afraid that we get a lot of confusion because up to now showing them helped the discussion. I give a last round for people if they really cannot live with showing the slides. In case that shows up, then you see what you have now on the screen and we open the discussion on finance. But I would really urge you, please just continue as we did before. I have Canada, I have Australia, I have Switzerland. Are that all? After that, I don't open again for process. US. And US. Okay. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, just before I start, just to clarify, you're not going to put the slide up anymore? It's a bit difficult for me to react to something that I can't see. I didn't take a photo of the slides before raising my flag.
Please go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, so I'll just be commenting specifically on the section on, or section separate or not integrated, whatever we want to call it, under the title Finance Flows. And I'll come back and speak specifically to Article 9 finance elements later on. So first of all, in the backward-looking bullets, we'd like to see somehow science reflected.
Sorry to interrupt you, Canada. You are going already into the substance. My understanding was that people still want to make a comment on the process. Is that a right understanding from Australia, US, and Switzerland? Or you already want still the process? No. No? US also not on the process. Okay. So then we put it on the screen like that, just to assist your thinking. Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Chair, sorry for coming back in, but this is exactly what we just referenced in our last intervention. Our group would not be comfortable with having it on the screen with the two separate titles. We're happy with no titles or no screen, or everything there with the alts on screen, but not separation of finance flows and finance Article 9. And then we would be happy to proceed. We are comfortable with both approaches, removing the titles and adding the alts, or not having anything on the screen, and we can proceed as such. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, there's not that much difference. On the process. I mean, some are in favor, some are not in favor. China is on the process? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking to support Saudi Arabia, but not because I'm a member of LMDC, because I see that is a solution that leaves everybody the utmost comfort spaces to discuss in the substance. So for us, to remove the titles and just leave the substance there for us to dive into the substance discussions very quickly, or just remove the entire slides so that every party could present their own elements. So I believe this would be the way forward to provide the comfortable spaces for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, the slides that are now on the screen, is that comfortable for everybody? I mean, we are talking about finance. This is just to assist. Without any headings. Switzerland, you want on the process? Okay. So with that, everybody is happy?
Or everybody is equally unhappy?
Or equally unhappy, as Nabil says. But at least we move forward to the content. As Canada already started, and I understood that also Australia, Switzerland, and the US want to go on the content. So I already start with that list, and then we continue with other parties. Canada, you have the floor again to continue. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and apologies for jumping the gun. I assumed we were starting to get into substance. So again, I'll be commenting on the list of bullets on the left, which again we understand refer to finance flows, Article 2.1c, which again just emphasize we think deserves a separate section in the decision, and we think in no way this discussion preempts that, and I certainly empathize with the desire to protect all of our positions, including in this workshop. So in the backward-looking bullets, again, referring just to the left side of the screen, we'd like to see just some sort of a reference to science. We know that the IPCC has done a number of evaluations looking into the availability of broad financial flows for climate action. In both the backward-looking and forward-looking sections, we want to emphasize that and reflect in writing that when we're talking about finance flows, we're talking about all flows. That includes public and private, domestic and international. Again, within the forward-looking section, we think in general those bullets capture, I think, a lot of the categories of things that we would want to see reflected there, but we think a more explicit reference in scaling down Paris and consistent finance would be useful. That includes scaling down or removing inefficient fossil fuel subsidies is a priority for us. We'd also like to see reference to climate-related financial disclosures. And that's it. I'll perhaps come back with further details, but I'll just provide those comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had raised my flag earlier on process, but happy to go in on substance, and good to see us moving forward. I'll react to all the elements that are under discussion just by way of time. So maybe just to flag that for us, beyond the title questions and the conceptual differences, we believe that as EIG that this chapter is really about how we give ourselves the means to reach our objectives. And we think that, perhaps looking into a creative way of solving this question, because the purpose of this chapter is too important for us to be bogged down into conceptual differences. I think the GST is also a good opportunity for us to discuss and address concerns around 2.1c, better understand them, better understand what's behind them, and that's maybe a task that we could, send towards our ministers when they meet at pre-COP and our heads of delegation shortly afterwards. Because this is something that we think should be and could be solved by COP28. For EIG, just to reiterate, it's clear that Chapter C3 should track against the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement, therefore 2.1c, and also includes, therefore, all financial flows, including traditional climate finance under Article 9. And as we've said before, we can really give the assurance that the GST will have to speak to all elements. So in that spirit, I'll start by speaking to the left column. So on backward looking, first we'd like to point to the evolving patterns of capacity among parties. We believe that this is an important point. We also agree with the G77 chair on the importance of science, and we believe that we could point to the IPCC finding that there are enough resources available to finance the transition, but it's really a redistribution of those resources which is needed. On the forward-looking elements, we like the bullets that we see on the screen. We're missing perhaps an element of action, so we would like to see an action which is requesting parties, subnational governments, private sectors, to make financial flows consistent with the low emission and climate resilient development, and also to improve reporting of these efforts. We agree with the two bullets on both scaling up and scaling down. On scaling up, if we wanted to specify that bullet further, we could call on MDBs, IFIs, and private investors to revise and adjust their investment plans and portfolios in order to significantly increase their investments both in decarbonization and resilience projects. And on scaling down, we would like to see a specific reference to phase out and rationalize inefficient fossil fuel subsidies as part of economy-wide just transition plans. And this is a really important topic for us, so we believe we could include how to achieve this, so looking at objectives, methodologies, and reporting in order to including creating a common understanding of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, as well as strengthening reporting in that regard. And we could namely ask countries to describe their efforts as part of their NDCs. What we also see missing on the slide is a mandate for the development of metrics and methodologies to better assess alignment of financial flows. We'd like to add a call to provide guidance and safeguards against greenwashing. And finally, strengthen the CMA's work on 2.1c, including by the creation of a dedicated agenda item. And a reference to carbon pricing, in our view, is also something that could be of value, and we note that a number of submissions talk to that topic. Now, speaking to the right column, and apologies, I'm going to not respect your 4-minute limit, but given that we're now speaking to every issue, apologies for that. We agree with the first bullet, recognition of the 100 billion and further efforts in that regard is key. Likewise with doubling adaptation finance goals. So looking back to previous commitments and how to do good on them is a good starting point for this part. There again, pointing to the evolving patterns of capacity is something that we see missing from the slide. On forward-looking elements, we would like to see. Sorry, I'm trying to, right, exactly. So referring to the third bullet, we agree with this third bullet in particular. We could go a little bit more into details and asking MDBs, IFIs, climate funds, and others to increase concessional finance, including grants and other instruments, particularly for innovative finance instruments for developing countries, especially looking at adaptation actions and better tracking adaptation finance. And I think that speaks to the second bullet on doubling of adaptation finance as well, so happy to do further work on that. Again, we could reiterate the call to developed countries to at least double their collective provision of climate finance for adaptation. We see one bullet which is missing, which is encouraging all parties with the capacity to do so to provide or continue to provide financial resources to assist developing parties with respect to both mitigation and adaptation. This is an important aspect to be included. And we might come back, I expect that we'll hear further comments from other colleagues, which we might come back to support later. I'll turn to technology transfer and capacity building. Maybe to highlight the importance of these two topics for EIG, we'd like to see at least one recommendation speaking to the technology mechanism and one speaking to capacity building. Starting with technology transfer, we think we could add one bullet recommending the tech and the CTCN to make better use, that we make better use of them to support parties, to address the barriers that are identified. We also believe that we could encourage parties to define their technology-related needs through the preparation and submissions of a technology needs assessment, and encourage the operating entities of the financial mechanisms to continue to provide support for the preparation of these. And I think this could be a little bit more fleshed out in the forward-looking bullets on the slide. On capacity building, on the backward-looking part, we could start by recognizing progress that has been achieved through the enhanced support provided for capacity building by developed countries, also South-South cooperation, and indigenous resources of developing countries, as well as by bodies such as the PCCB. But also noting that many developing country parties continue to face significant capacity gaps and have urgent needs for enhancing capacity at the national, subnational, and local levels. On the forward-looking parts, and that's my last point, we'd like to see a recognition in the context of the GST of these needs, and would like to see an encouragement to parties to indicate their capacity building needs in their first biennial transparency reports. Thank you very much, and apologies for the long intervention.
Thank you, Switzerland. Maybe I was not fully clear. My intention was finance, and after finance go into the other, and then the last one. I think we continue on the phase that I suggested, just to have clarity and give everybody enough time for each separate topic to ensure that we have also the option that people could react on the specific topics. Just to clarify that we continue with finance. Next is the US. USA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be brief. I have 3 points on the left column and 4 points on the right column. Of course, recognizing that the left column, in our view, as Canada said, relates to finance flows, and the right column is understood to relate to Article 9 finance. On the left column, we would propose adding a bullet in there in the backward-looking section on existing efforts under the CMA, including in relation to the Sharm el-Sheikh dialogues and work under the SCF, so to capture the existing work that the CMA has done in this regard. In the forward-looking aspects, the bullet on managing risks, I think, should be instead, to be clearer, managing climate-related financial risks. And then we would propose one additional bullet in the forward-looking section on, it could be phrased any number of ways, but basically future work, if you want to be more broad, or kind of work programs if you want to be more specific. So that's on the left column. On the right column, the first comment is on that first bullet there, which speaks to the 100 billion / doubling adaptation finance goal. The comment is basically those are kind of 2 distinct issues. The first is the $100 billion goal, and the second is doubling adaptation finance, which is not technically a goal as such. It's an urging, if you look back at the Glasgow Climate Pact. So would propose instead, it's saying basically including USD 100 billion goal, you could say kind of comma, doubling adaptation finance. I think that would be consistent with what we've agreed in the past. The second comment is one additional bullet on the backward-looking section on information on meaningful mitigation action and transparency on implementation. In the forward-looking section, in the first bullet there speaks to scaling up of finance, including relationship with NCQG. I think we would instead propose a standalone bullet that basically says cross-reference to the NCQG outcome. We would not see this GST decision as the place to be taking any substantive decisions on the NCQG. So a cross-reference, I think, would be more appropriate. And then we would propose one additional bullet in the forward-looking section on creating demand for climate finance. I think that's an issue that is not currently encompassed in the other bullets. Those are all of our comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, USA. Now I give the floor to the European Union. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So starting with the left side of the screen, we would at some points or maybe emphasize stronger a few of them. So we would emphasize the need to make progress on making all finance flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. We would also like to add a bullet on the need to ensure that climate considerations to be integrated into all economic and financial decisions. We see that as a long-term goal. The GST output should also recognize that the climate finance gap is also caused by misallocation of capital, which we need to address. And I think the technical dialogue synthesis report has some messages about this. More specifically, we need to emphasize policies that accelerate the direction of finance flows towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development pathways. Some examples are specific measures like carbon pricing, removing fossil fuel subsidies, and targeted incentives and taxonomy. Final point on this left side, but important point, is that we have seen from the technical phase of the GST that it really highlighted the gaps that exist with respect to this long-term goal. So both a technical gap on monitoring in terms of data and indicators and tools to implement the goal. And then there's also this political gap in the absence of a dedicated political space within the UNFCCC to discuss it. And we want to add a reference to those gaps. And we would also support the proposal by a US colleague on future work to address these issues. Moving to the right side of the screen, I think there the output of the GST should also capture some additional points. First is on the need to revisit the global architecture of institutions and funds that support vulnerable countries and communities. Secondly, the need to provide public international climate finance to the most vulnerable countries and communities, and that public climate finance should also have a leveraging role to mobilize more private finance. And lastly, the point to add would be the reforming the agenda of multilateral development banks and other development finance institutions. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Now I give the floor to Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for us to help move forward and dive into substantial discussion. Many elements are already captured in the list. I would like to comment several points. In terms of making finance flows consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, which is the left column, in the backward-looking section, there is efforts to non-party stakeholders in the list. Japan would like to add climate-related disclosures, since in order to accelerate sustainable finance, it's essential to enhance disclosures of climate-related information by private sector. In the forward-looking section, Japan would like to emphasize the importance of mobilizing financial resources from all sources, including innovative sources such as contributions from the private sector and philanthropies, to implement Article 2.1c. In terms of finance, Article 9, which is the right column, in the forward-looking section, Japan would like to add the improvement of financial access and enable environment. Also, Japan would like to emphasize the importance that not only developed countries, but also others who have the capacity to do so, should make efforts to mobilize financial resources to scale up finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. And I now move to South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The bullets on backward-looking issues addressing all of finance would clearly need to look at, assess the gaps and the challenges experienced by developing countries in accessing at-scale, predictable, and additional funding needed, financing required for climate change. And here I think we need to not blur party and non-party issues together as implied on that screen, because parties, of course, have some parties have legal responsibilities. And that brings us to the need to clearly articulate the what happened on the honoring of legal commitments in the pre-2020 period as a vital part of any stocktake. We also need to recognize that relevant work has been done. For example, in the SCF, there is work on the determination of needs of developing countries. So we do have reference points on needs and what exists. So you could call that science if you add it up. Then for the forward-looking part, it's very problematic to introduce new subjective terminology such as we have here. To give you an example, policies and incentives for creating demand. What's that? We need to unpack that because SDG 12 is about consumption and production, the entire value chain, and the equity dimension of that is you always have to consider who's benefiting from what, and that is a very unfair and unequal situation. But moreover, it implies a very specific type of capitalist profit-orientated approach to climate change, which does have its place, but it's not everything, and it's not necessarily climate justice, or very often climate justice. Because what it's telling you here is that projects need to be bankable, they need to be profitable for somebody else before the money, before the private sector comes in. So it's a way to say private sector first. But we all know private sector is just part of the equation, and that public sector financing matters, especially for issues like adaptation. So I think the correct language is actually already in 21C. It's not demand, the language is needs of developing countries. So we should stick to that. Then it's important to address the international enabling environment, which is the major issue at play here. And I think you've got part of it there on transforming the financial system. And we could unpack that by looking at issues such as de-risking, debt, the conditionality and co-financing burdens that are placed unfairly, where the cost of borrowing money is massively more, and the conditions for developing countries than doing the same thing project if you're a developed country. And this is the reason why the money's there but not there and not accessible for many. You would also need to look at unilateral, coercive, and trade-distorting measures and attempts to reverse financial flows through carbon border taxes directed externally, so that the burden is shifted to someone else. Because what will happen is all the finance flows are very soon, for climate action, are soon going to be reversed through direct taxation of companies outside their own jurisdiction. There's the dimension of the reform of the multilateral development banks and making the international system fit for purpose for sustainable development. Another example of language which is novel and problematic here on the screen is this phasing down Paris inconsistent finance. That's a new one because I think the real issue, what we really need to say here is link finance to sustainable development and just transitions, because you can very easily have climate-friendly ways of stopping money, but that doesn't mean they're economically and socially just as well. I mean, if everybody's dead, then I guess you save the planet. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about financing just transitions here, and in all dimensions, and the fairness aspect of it. And financial flows also needs to have some context here. The real financial flows is trillions of dollars each year flow from the global south to the global north, legally and massively illegally, due to things such as unfair terms of trade, the massive exploitation of our natural resources, including wildlife. Trillions flow there, and there's a lot of research on that we can draw on. So 21C also has that meaning. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. I now give the floor to Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the matter of consistency with the Arab Group position, I will focus my intervention on the right side list. So for the backward-looking elements, we would like to see there a reference to burden and constraints to get access to climate finance by developing countries. Secondly, we would like to refer as well to the barriers to scaling up the public finance needed in developing countries to comply with the Paris Agreement obligations. Third, we would like to mention that the element referring to the inadequacy of climate finance provided and mobilized to developing country parties as a barrier to increase implementation ambition in these countries. So for the forward-looking elements, we would like to emphasize in relation to the issue of NCQG some critical elements in our point of view, which are inter alia clear accounting methodologies to track progress, a quantitative value of the goals based on the needs and priorities of developing countries in a bottom-up manner. Third, the issue of predictability, adequacy, and access when delivering the goal. Fourth, full and effective implementation of developed country parties of their obligations to provide and mobilize finance as provided for in the Convention and the Paris Agreement. So for other elements which are related to the forward-looking list, so we would like to mention the opportunity to send a signal in the financial system to end consideration of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities into the climate finance approaches and to scale up investment in developing countries. We would like to see there the necessity to balance the financial support between mitigation and adaptation and the need to achieve Article 9, Paragraph 4 of the Paris Agreement. So we would like to have as well the necessity to clear reports and predictability from developed countries according to Article 9, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement. We would like also to mention the importance of providing support to developing countries when formulating, implementing, and monitoring their nationally determined contributions according to Article 4, Paragraph 5 of the Paris Agreement, and that enhanced ambition in developing countries depends on the provision of the financial support from developed partners. Finally, we would like to mention the importance of providing support to developing countries to assist them in costing their adaptation needs, noting that more needs for adaptation are listed within developing countries' indices than for mitigation, yet more mitigation needs were costed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Algeria. I now give the floor to Pakistan. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So my comments is beyond these two slides and the buckets. This is generally the finance. In the first instance, we need to clearly define the climate finance. In the absence of definition, there is no agreement on the money being given or channeled from the developed to the developing countries. So all the ODAs and the loan given by the IFIs are counted toward the climate finance. So a fair amount of thought and leadership and retooling is needed, both for the market and public institutions to change their instrument to meet quantum growing needs for adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage. The accelerated impact of climate change requires transformational thinking, both in terms of quantum needed for social impact, but also to bridge the dangerous gap between the different levels of emitter, especially for less prepared developing world, where the speed and scale of financing can mean the difference now between survival and subsistence, development or dystopia. As it stands, the capitalization of public financing fund is at fraction of global pledges made. The total annual investment requirement of developing countries would hit around 2.4 trillion by 2030, but no such amount or fund or resources available to climate distressed countries trying to access climate funds to actually rebuild resilience in real time. The formal green financing mechanisms themselves, such as GCF, GEF, while important, are difficult to access because they require projectization, which then goes into onerous competitive process, taking more than a year to materialize. Climate finance is typically allocated to projects rather than systemic intervention. All these factors makes the country fall into a recovery trap. Countries struggling with both debt and climate challenges cannot attract the level of climate finance or private investment needed for 8 concessional terms. The public sector finances is clearly drying up, and what is needed right now is for big businesses to be part of the solution. So quantum, scale, and speed is needed in accessing the climate finance, and more importantly, big businesses need to be part of the solution. Furthermore, the challenges of accountability in climate finance need to be ensured through multi-stakeholder accountability mechanism to enhance transparency in designing, implementing, and monitoring adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage framework. Finally, we believe that the whole international financial architecture needs massive reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. I now give the floor to Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. So I'm still not quite certain how to engage on some of these bullets, but I'll just go ahead. In terms of, speaking of finance generally, in terms of the backward-looking elements, I have 3 points here that I want to raise that I don't think are covered. And as a general point, the way some of these bullets are expressed are, really very general. So it's not clear what they're intended to cover. So perhaps what I'm about to say will fall into some category that exists, but it's not clear. So I will be explaining. So in the first instance, barriers to access in finance, in particular for SIDS, that have limited access to concessional financing and face escalating climate impacts as well as very high debt burdens as a result of climate change. The failure to balance finance flows between mitigation and adaptation, as well as a lack of finance for loss and damage. Welcoming the establishment of the new funding arrangements, including a fund for assisting developing country parties in responding to loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, with a focus on addressing loss and damage. It's very unfortunate that I had to read that entire thing, but I had to read that entire thing. In relation to the forward-looking aspects, a few points here. So I would echo those who have called for increased and scaled up resources, but I think we need to note here that we need increased and scaled up resources, including for loss and damage associated with extreme weather events and slow onset events, also considering both economic and non-economic loss and damage through the Loss and Damage Fund to be operationalized at COP28. We'd also want to see a mention here for the provision, mobilization, and improved access to new and additional finance for adaptation, which would include the doubling of adaptation finance, but also go beyond that. The provision of support to developing countries across the iterative adaptation cycle. I'd join those who've called for a reference to debt relief, and go on to say debt relief in particular for SIDS, again faced with escalating climate impacts and limited access to concessional financing. I think we'd want to add here a reference to the urgent need for developed countries to deliver on commitments to provide and take the lead in mobilizing climate finance. And I would also want to add 3 additional points. The first is on the need to repurpose inefficient fossil fuel subsidies for energy transition policies, plans, and domestic renewable energy programs. This should complement the support needed by those parties whose NDCs are conditional to support and accelerate domestic interventions needed for rapid decarbonization. And I guess we can consider this somehow in the context of the finance flows discussion. And a point that I made yesterday in the context of the mitigation discussion when we were, there were several points being made on the need for renewable energy, energy efficiency targets, etc., if we are going to be discussing sectoral targets, we need to also have corresponding financial capacity building and technology transfer support specified in order to ensure that those targets can actually be implemented. I don't see that mentioned anywhere here. I also haven't heard it mentioned by the major proponents of said targets. And this leads me to a general point in terms of how we're approaching our discussions between MOI and the specific thematic areas. It's clear that I think we need to be able to discuss MOI in relation to the specific thematic issues as well as in the context of this section. Not for the sake of repetition, but for the sake of being able to make more specific proposals in relation to what is needed to support implementation in the particular thematic areas. Finally, and I know we're supposed to focus on finance, but I only have 2 points on capacity building and technology transfer, so I'll make them now. The first is that we need to see as SIDS the development of SIDS-specific technologies for building resilience and promoting a just transition. And we also would reiterate the call for the establishment of a capacity building and technical assistance program for NDC development in line with the invitation to improve NDCs. Thanks.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the African Group, as always, generally we think the finance section needs to be as ambitious as the elements in the mitigation, and it should be clear that finance is a cornerstone for success and balance in the GST outcomes. We need to frame the discussions here based on the SCF reports on needs, and also bring some science into this section. In the technical synthesis report of the technical dialogue, paragraph 117 is one illustration that provides information on the annual investment requirements to limit to 2 degrees centigrade or 1.5 degrees centigrade. And we should also be clear that it will reflect the pathways or targets or the vision, forward vision on mitigation and the targets in adaptation. If it's adaptation finance, for instance, the focus on delivering the 50% and implementing the NAPs that developing countries have to finance the implementing of the NAPs that developing countries have. If it's renewable energy targets, then the finance needs as well as the instruments to be used. And I think there are figures in the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan. So we support the point that Oasis just made on having that discussion on means of implementation and the other thematic areas. I think what is missing also is the context in which finance is being provided, and that's to achieve sustainable development and also poverty eradication. This is an overriding point that should be made. Beyond that, I think the bullet points are quite broad. Transforming financial systems that you have on the left, reform of MDBs could easily fit into that section. I mean, these are all opportunities for closing the gap and directing financial flows. I suppose in a way you could fit them under what you term as Paris inconsistent finance, and curbing illicit flow of funds could also fit there. I think that the term, what you mean by policies and incentives for creating demand, is not a term that we are very familiar with, but South Africa has already made some points to that, which we agree with. We also need to differentiate between what we have in this process and what happens outside. We will definitely need clear goals of tripling the sources to the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund when it pertains to what we have in this process. We need to reflect the clear responsibilities as per Article 9, and then also the challenges that we have relating to methodologies to accounting for finance, and also the definition issue. And then we also need to highlight the clear link between 2.1c and Article 9. And then my final point, the placeholder for the outcomes from the other work programs. Thanks.
Thank you, Ghana. I still have 6 parties on my list, starting with Senegal.
Thank you, Chair. Senegal is speaking on behalf of LDCs. We want to thank you also for the list on the screen, and I will talk on finance issue. The LDCs want to really highlight regarding the backward looking, but actually we having a high debt burden due to climate change impact and heavy costs that developing countries are already facing on climate action. And this diverting resources from essential needs such as health, education, and poverty eradication. We also want to note that the no achievement of the 100 billion finance goal and also the finance gap to adaptation support need to be registered. We have a serious concern on existing climate finance gap between support provided and mobilized. We want also to mention the lack of definition of climate finance. I think some previous speakers talk about that. And we also need to recognize that current financial mechanism and fund remain small and underfunded to provide adequate, sustainable, predictable, and accessible climate finance to developing countries to achieve the goal of a Paris Agreement. So what is said regarding the backward looking? Regarding the forward looking, we would like to see the scale-up resource for investment need in line with the 1.5 degree climate resilient pathway, and also taking account the latest sciences. We do think that we need to scale up climate finance, both quantity and quality of support of a pathway for low greenhouse gases emission and climate resilient development. It must be based on needs and priorities of developing countries. We also want to recognize the need regarding the investment required in renewable energy in order to reach the net zero emission by 2050, and the need to really scale up resource on renewable energy global target. We call for developed countries to provide new additional public grant-based resources to assist developing countries parties with respect to mitigation, adaptation, and lasting damage. We call for significantly scale-up support for implementing national adaptation plan and adaptation action, and also to double adaptation finance by 2025. We think that also there is a need really to enhance the quality of climate finance by increasing the share of grant and making further effort to improve access to finance. Regarding the transparency and reporting part, we think that the lack of a multilateral agreed definition on climate finance need to be solved. We recognize the work of a standing committee, and we look forward to have a concrete work on defining climate finance. Regarding the new collective goal on finance, we highlight the importance of recognition of the LDC's special circumstances and vulnerabilities. on further work to be done on climate finance. We want to have a consideration around the review of existing finance architecture. We call for having on board innovative approach to address the debt crisis due to climate, including addressing systematic driver of debt, as well as through debt relief and debt support, including consideration of LDC's special circumstances. We call also for developing countries to take into account the GST-CMA decision when making financial pledge for doubling adaptation finance, GCF and GEF replacement, contribution to the adaptation fund and the LDC fund, and also financing loss and damage fund, and also ongoing deliberation on the new collective goal on finance. I will stop there, so regarding the finance issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I can update you on the number of parties that I have on my list. It is now 8. Next is Chile. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief just to give space for others to come in as well. Okay. Just a general comment, and I think I'm also echoing some of the previous speakers. I think it's important to stop for a moment and remember that the GST is a process in order to inform, among other things, in order to inform new and more ambitious NDCs. And if new and more ambitious NDCs have new targets on mitigation and new policies and targets for adaptation, they should be also accompanied by corresponding effort in terms of mobilization of finance. Otherwise, that ambition will be in jeopardy. It will be sometimes even empty. So this is why it's so important that in order to be effective in that informing those NDCs, we need to have this. We need to make this job right in the finance part. So having said that, in the list of elements that are in the screen, I think there are a number of things that, and I'm speaking on behalf of ILAC, a number of topics that are missing. I think one of the elements that is missing is the quality of finance, and I think this has been around in the discussion for some time. The other element is as others have already mentioned, the finance gap for adaptation. I think it's absolutely important and vital that we acknowledge that exists a gap, and we use the GST in order to try to close that. The doubling of adaptation finance is important, but of course, as we all know, is not enough, and the need for adaptation are much larger. It would be also important in terms of mobilization of finance that the GST celebrates a successful replenishment of the GCF, if that happens. This is why I think it would be very important for developed countries to step up in that mobilization, and the GST can celebrate a successful replenishment. As others, I think this would be very important to make a cross-reference to loss and damage finance, and also make a reference to finance flows directed towards high-emission activities. I think this is very important. It's not only about finance flows for climate action, but also the one that goes against that direction. And of course, that can include inefficient subsidies. I see that in the list there is the regional distribution, which for our group is very important. We also, as others, would like to ask clarification about what policies and incentives for creating demand actually mean. I think that could potentially be a process of a work program, but we really don't know what it actually entails. And lastly, I think it's important to say that many parties, developed and developing, are working internally at the national level in financial related instruments and I'm thinking about taxonomy and other things that are very important in our own domestic circumstances. So respecting the nationally determined manner of those policies, I think it would be very important that the GST provides for spaces to exchange information and also capacity building to create precisely sound policies and more capacity in our domestic circumstances to develop those instruments and be more effective in our own financial policies. I'll stop there, and we will come back with more on comments on technology and capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I now give the floor to Abu. Abu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, as a general comment, in our view, means of implementation and support encompass finance, including finance flows, tech transfer, and capacity building. We are of the view that it's part of substantive discussions, because if you are not able to agree on this traditional, and I must say, historical way to consider means of implementation and support, we are going to face a very deep divergence among ourselves, and it brings a big concern to our group. In our view, the traditional approach of the negotiations on means of implementation and support should be kept. Otherwise, the outcomes of the global stocktake and the future of the Paris Agreement, I must say, is under an unprecedented risk. Hence, we appreciate the approach adopted here this morning, Mr. Chair, considering the substantive discussions on means of implementation as a package. It could not be different from that. Saying that, Mr. Chairman, following the same approach suggested by our group on mitigation and adaptation, we are in favor of assessing progress, but also assessing implementation gaps, and I'm referring to finance, tech transfer, and capacity building. Just one example on finance. According to the Standing Committee on Finance, although there have been increasing trends in global finance flows for climate action, the 2019-2020 levels represent approximately only 30% of the annual investment needed, which is currently in order of trillions. It's just one example of a significant gap to be considered under these discussions. In our view, efforts from international organizations and no-party stakeholders, among others, could be considered in the cross-cutting session, or it should be present in every thematic areas of the global stocktake at least, in order to ensure balance in the CMA decision. Our group strongly supports transforming the financial system, as well as reforming the multilateral funds, including the financial mechanisms and MDBs. We also strongly support enhancing areas, supporting enhanced access and country ownership following the mandate from Article 14.3 on the outcome of the global stocktake, informing parties and updating and enhancing in a national determined manner their actions and support in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Paris Agreement. We are also in favor on considering doubling adaptation finance. However, we are not in favor on having this kind of new classification contained in the forward-looking. I am referring to thematic and geographic allocation of finance proposal. In our view, there is a very clear differentiation under the convention. Under the convention, we have Annex 1, Annex 2, and non-Annex 1 parties from one side, and developed in developing countries under the Paris Agreement in the other side. For instance, Mr. Chair, the IPCC's Working Group 3 contribution to the AR6 says that investments in climate action are not equally distributed across regions, with significant opportunities existing for scaling up investments in developing countries in particular. Transparency and reporting, like our intervention on mitigation, we are in favor of having a broad approach, considering the MRV system under the convention, as well as the transparency framework under its Paris Agreement. Hence, this bullet point should be expanded following this context. On capacity building and tech transfer, it's not clear what scaling up capacity building and technology support under and outside the Paris Agreement means. We prefer scaling up capacity building and technology support, full stop. Like Chile, our group noted that a reference on informing parties NDC is missed here. Again, we are in favor of having this kind of reference in the context and cross-cutting considerations instead of repeating it for each of the thematic areas of the global stocktake. However, we would like to reemphasize that informing parties and NDC should be referred to in all thematic areas of the global stocktake. It is also relevant to the means of implementation and support session. And finally, Mr. Chairman, unilateral measures are unacceptable to our countries. ABU believes that one of the pillars of the global stocktake is trust. In our view, unilateral measures undermine the trust among our countries and should be avoided in itself and under the GST outcomes either. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Saudi Arabia speaking on behalf of the LMDC. Initially, we would like to outline also that we support one section of means of implementation and support, which would encompass finance, capacity building, and technology transfer. As such, we think what should be added to this section additionally would be the basis for means of implementation and support within the agreement. For example, particularly when it comes to finance and in line with Article 9, we would need to outline developed countries' commitments and the obligation to provide and mobilize finance as important context to the rest of the section, and both mitigation and adaptation and the continuation of their existing obligations under the convention. So in this regard, and perhaps slightly reacting to the room, any discussions on evolving patterns of capacity or capacities to do so, or any kind of expansion of existing obligations, we completely reject within this section or any section of the global stocktake, and we have to make this very clear. There are very clear obligations under the agreement, and the GST is not a space to discuss or expand those obligations. Those are legal and enshrined, and as such, we would not accept to have them in this section. Additionally, perhaps just a note on one of the bullets, we would also request, I think, having efforts by parties, IOs, and non-party stakeholders under finance would be slightly confusing if we are reflecting on progress to the agreement. So we would request that to be changed to efforts to fulfill developed country obligations. Moving on to the second two bases that should be context for the finance section, is that finance should take into account the needs and priorities of developing countries and should represent a progression from previous efforts. As such, I would also like to second some of the interventions made by my colleagues, including South Africa, that it is strange slightly to have the term demand. I'm not sure where it is on the screen, but also some references made to a need for qualification of different actions, and use of such terms are slightly confusing from our perspective. Finance provided and mobilizes based on the NDCs and the needs and priorities expressed by NDCs, so that should also be made very clear. And of course, the third is the balance between mitigation and adaptation, and of course, the need for public and grant-based finance. In terms of progress, we would support having an element on the 100 billion commitment, but including outlining the failure of the 100 billion commitment by its expected timeline. This is very important to be explicit, not broad. We would also support having the doubling of adaptation finance goal. We would also support having progress and gaps of the GCF and GIF, but they're also outlined in our submission, so I won't go into detail. What is slightly missing from the backward-looking element is gaps. So while we can outline developments of finance since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, there are gaps in a number of areas. The commitment gap, as outlined already. There is a huge quantum gap, which has to be explicit as well. This can be taken from the SCF report, but also from our submission. And just to highlight one example, that between 2025 and 2030, there is a requirement of at least 1.1 trillion US dollars per year, which is far more significant than the USD 100 billion, which is currently pledged by developed countries, or a commitment by developed countries to achieve. So we should highlight very clearly the quantum gap within this section. Also the balance gap between adaptation and mitigation. the transparency gap, the access gap, which our colleagues also have mentioned, and also the CBDR-RC and equity gap in the way that there are often misaligned signals, especially from the actors outside the process, on where finance needs to be provided based on country needs and priorities. In terms of the forward-looking, we think this should highlight the needs for scaling up finance, but it should also highlight the barriers, so as to be very clear on what needs to be addressed in order to enhance implementation of the agreement. First can be around transparency, progress, and delivery, also outlined in our submission, on inadequacy. The third, which is very important as well, is capacity building for developing countries to better cost their needs, especially in terms of adaptation. And a very clear message on this will definitely enhance the provisioning of finance in the area of adaptation, establishing the needed balance for developing countries. Fourth, and very importantly, also mentioned by our colleague from Senegal, is the need for agreed climate finance definitions so as to ensure consistency and avoid confusion. And another important point, and I think this is a reflection on finance discussion more broadly, is that while the development of disclosure agreements outside the process are discussed in a positive light, the impact on developing countries has already proven to be very detrimental in this regard, particularly in terms of the interest costs already in the billions being endured. And this should be highlighted as a key barrier so that a signal is sent on how these need to be reformed and how these need to align with CBDR and actually the needs and priorities of developing countries. I think there should be a clear indicator, which is not currently on the screen, in terms of the challenges of private finance and how this may be addressed. For example, according to the Climate Policy Initiative, over 2019 and 2020, North America and Europe received 141 billion USD in private climate finance compared to only 37 USD billion across Africa, South Asia, South America, and the Middle East combined, which shows that flows of private capital are not consistent with the needs and priorities of developing countries. That should be highlighted clearly, as well as a resounding rejection of unilateral measures, not as a metaphor which we use in our discussion, but something that has to be a clear barrier highlighted within the GST outcome so that we can support a more favorable global political environment and implementation. In terms of the forward-looking elements as well, or some additional political messages, we would look forward to the fulfillment of the 100 billion, which is still unfulfilled. We also think we can highlight, in terms of the NCQG, some of the lessons learned from the 100 billion so as to not repeat them in the NCQG. First is on clear accounting methodologies to track progress on the new goal. Second is to base the quantitative value of the goal on the needs and priorities of developing countries and not have an arbitrary political number. We think this is very important. Ensuring predictability, adequacy, and access to the finance and the delivery of the goal. And of course, that kind of number and the quantum of the goal can be signaled at a very high level through the global stocktake in terms of the trillions needed. I think this has a very good space within the global stocktake outcome, especially within the forward-looking part of the finance section. And last but not least, there are critical issues. I know we mentioned in terms of gaps, the adaptation doubling and even more could be viable within this space. But it's also useful for there to be a space to track progress on the doubling of adaptation finance, and the forward-looking part can signal as such. And perhaps I just wanted to reiterate that we see only one section highlighting means of implementation and support. And this is not just about the title, but it's materially how we view content and implementation of the agreement. We don't think it makes any sense for Article 2.1c to have a standalone title within the decision text. One of the key issues is that even under the SCF reports, which outline finance flows, are mandated under means of implementation and support in the process. So we don't see any viable reason why there would be a different section. So just wanted to highlight that point very clear. And additional points which we don't think should be on the screen based on perhaps the left side, but more broadly positions on this issue, is domestic financial flows are outside of the scope of what the Paris Agreement can dictate. And this is a very clear and explicit position of our group. We also view Article 2.1c as a means for parties to determine through their own domestic processes. And our colleague from Switzerland mentioned that the global stocktake is a great place to better understand our concerns on Article 2.1c. We think that we are past the technical process now, and right now we're drafting the political outcome. And we have a dedicated dialogue on Article 2.1c that's meant to do just that. So we don't have the space to actually have a dialogue within the outcome of the global stocktake. That should have its own space, and we should not circumvent that process. And we should not even attempt, because some of the things I'm seeing on the left-hand side are attempting to define what 2.1c would include, and we would reject that approach. And my last point is actually to second our colleague from Chile on behalf of ILAC, who mentioned that different countries are adopting a wide variety of domestic approaches in terms of Article 2.1c. And we would heavily support the GST taking the approach of signaling the need for inclusive approaches to Article 2.1c and the need for the different national and regional circumstances to be taken into account. And then the nitty-gritty and the detailed exchange could then take place within the dedicated dialogue on Article 2.1c. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I want to recall, as we already did a number of times, please concentrate on the essence and idea, what is missing, what should be added, and avoid long rationale. And I started mentioning the number of countries on my list. I started with 6. The next I announced 8, and now I have to announce that there are still 11 countries on my list. So I will not continue repeating the numbers because everybody would get surprised. Normally you expect it goes down and not going up. And it is continue increasing. Next on my list is Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the backward looking, one element that is missing and is extremely critical is the fact that accounting for action is much more rigid in the international climate change regime than the accounting of support. That's one. Second, that international cooperation has been reflecting donor priorities and conditionalities instead of reflecting the priorities and needs of developing countries. Third, that the climate finance commitments, they are new and additional. They have always been new and additional since the convention, then the Cancun Agreement, and then the Paris Agreement. But the reality that we have is that there has been the systematic violation of the legal financial obligations by developed countries. And also related to that, a trend of creative accounting in which there is double or triple counting in relation to obligations in other regimes, including sustainable development and biodiversity, for example. 5, that the reality is now is that we have no positive incentives for economy-wide climate ambition in developing countries, but rather perverse incentives even in relation to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. 6, that we have more, way more financial support for military spending than for climate action, which is supposed to be one of our key priorities. So moving to the forward-looking, first of all, not to repeat myself, also the fact that we should not repeat everything that went wrong in terms of the backward-looking from the accounting of support to the model of international cooperation that we have. But most importantly, in terms of giving hope, the fact that we would be moving towards a mission-oriented approach in which the international community would spare no efforts whatsoever and no resources whatsoever to achieving the 1.5 degree. And then that positive incentives and policy approaches will unleash immediate international cooperation on the one hand, and on the other hand, a very ambitious second round of NDCs and action in this critical decade. And then the idea, Chairs, that in order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, we would change the sequence of our climate ambition and action. And instead of having developing countries, for example, to agree on mitigation actions, we would have the international community providing developing countries with assurances of unprecedented distribution of finance, technology, and capacity building in the order of trillions. So we would start with money first, means of implementation first, and this would drive ambition. This is a way for us to learn from the past and not repeat what happened. This is one in terms of the financial flows. The idea that financial flows need to flow from developed to developing countries, which is not the reality, and also that poverty eradication is the most important global challenge, whereas climate change is one of the most important global challenges, so it does need to be coherent with eradicating poverty. Now, a third element, I will now be very brief, but mention ideas, all of them, ideas that are enshrined in the IPCC. Ideas in the IPCC. First, risk, macroeconomic risk, going beyond climate-related risks. Second, climate finance needs to be new and additional, including in relation to SDGs, and have no trade-offs. Third, CBDR and just transition. Fourth, the fact that high inequality undermines action and ambition. Fifth, the need to foster international cooperation instead of unilateralism. And six, centrality of grants and public finance. All these 6 ideas, it's not Brazil, but the IPCC saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I now give the floor to the Maldives. Maldives, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first align my statement with the statement made by Cuba on behalf of G77 and the statement made by Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of AOSIS. As Trinidad and Tobago have covered most of the points, I only want to briefly mention that in the backward-looking section, we definitely see that there should be a point on the balance between mitigation and adaptation finance and the gaps in delivering this balance. I'm also keen to see barriers to access finance for SIDS, especially when it comes to adaptation finance. When looking into the geographical allocations section, I think that there should be an element in the backward-looking section as well, looking into access in allocations, because an allocation alone does not guarantee access for small island developing states. For the forward-looking part, just in terms of the access of allocations, I see a continuation of this element into how access can be improved within regions, and would love to see this being included. With the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, we see this as an opportunity to provide new, more ambitious political direction for global climate finance flows and reiterate that the scaling up of climate finance must be grounded in scientific research in what is actually needed. Also, with regards to scaling up of finance, specifically within the NCQG, Maldives believes that the realities and challenges faced by countries that are most vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change, such as SIDS, should be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives. I now give the floor to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll start my intervention by saying that there's a lot we don't agree with, but with the object of keeping in time, we're just going to stick to inserting what we'd like to see added to this list. And I'll start by clarifying that our preference is still Alternative 4, which is 2 separate sections, one on Article 2.1c and one on MOI and support. I'd like to support something that my colleague from Ghana said with respect to our hope that both of these sections will be ambitious and action-orientated, just like the mitigation and adaptations sections before them were. In particular, and I sort of want to arc back to a rhythm that we had started to capture with respect to the structure of adaptation and mitigation. There was a really nice line in the forward-looking section under both of them that started with efforts to delivering the long-term goal. And with that in mind, I would really like to see that as the first bullet point in the 2.1c section is efforts to delivering on the long-term goal, giving respect to the fact that there are 3 long-term goals contained within Article 2. In addition to that, I think one of the real challenges that we've seen in the course of finance discussions this year, particularly around Article 2.1c, is that there are very different challenges with respect to finance flows for both mitigation and adaptation. So I don't know whether or not we need to see it as a separate dot point or whether or not it could be integrated throughout the list that is there, but we would really like to see a dedicated and separate acknowledgement of that in the context of finance flows, and then a dedicated call to action with respect to aligning and supporting a scaling up of finance flows for adaptation and resilience, in particular in developing countries. And then I'd just like to come in and say that we are really supportive of the Swiss suggestion on an addition of a section on greenwashing, and then also managing climate-related financial risks, which I think was mentioned by both Canada and the US. And then again, we're very supportive of an additional section that makes reference to the need for future work to continue our discussions with respect to Article 2.1c and the establishment of a standing agenda item and forward work program to this effect. With respect to some of the items that are in that list, I think the first item, transforming the financial system, for our perspective, we set as a multi-layered approach, so both international financial system, regional, as well as national and subnational financial systems. And I think there have been a lot of questions with respect to the second one. So policies and incentives for creating demand, and I don't want to come back and debate things other people have said, but I hope that by coming in here we can hopefully provide some clarity. When we see that dot point, we see it as being about enabling conditions and the ability for us to put in place policies and incentives that create demand, but also send market signals that unlock and stimulate investment, and that includes in emerging and developing economies. And so that's, I think, a really significant piece of the financial flows section. And ultimately, we see a big part of the objective in this column on the left-hand side as being how it is that we can support ambition under adaptation and mitigation. So it's really important that this includes domestic as well as international flows of finance. Now, with respect to the column on the right-hand side, we think it's a really good starting point for us to work from, and we're very supportive of the majority of what's in here. I'd like to support comments made by my colleagues from the US with respect to cross-referencing the NCQG. I don't think the relationship with the NCQG can be really articulated or clarified until it's indeed set next year. We'll also be very supportive of a dot point on creating demand for finance in this section as well. We think that's really important. And then I'm not exactly sure where it fits. It may indeed fit underneath one of the sections, including on adequacy and effectiveness, but we'd really like to see something with respect to reach of finance to those who are most vulnerable. And that could indeed also be in the thematic and geographic allocation section. But we would like that to also include most vulnerable peoples, including First Nations, women, girls, and youth, in addition to a focus on geographic regions. And with that in mind, I'm very supportive of comments made so far by my colleagues from Trinidad and Tobago and the Maldives with respect to a focus on the particular challenges of SIDS with respect to accessing finance. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I now give the floor to Ecuador. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we support the comments of LMDC as well as ABU on finance regarding backward looking. We should acknowledge with regret that the 100 billion commitment was not delivered in 2020, and this undermines trust as there is no adequate support for developing countries. We should also recognize that the GCF, the GEF, and the Adaptation Fund remain underfunded. Also recognize the increased levels of debt of developing countries. On this section, we also note that the report mentions the recognitions that there is a geographical disproportion in climate finance, leaving regions like Latin America with resource scarcity. We believe that making this assessment, we also need to have consistency with some forward-looking elements. And in this regard, with regards to the forward-looking elements, we should urge to deliver the commitment of the 100 billion. On our view, the expectation that this will be delivered in 2023 is not adequately captured in the report. It is mentioned that the data to confirm this will only be available by 2025. In this sense, we believe that we should not prejudge, but rather have a better formulation to make a call for the fulfillment of this obligation by 2023, noting that is overdue. Also, we should send signals related to the need for balance between mitigation and adaptation. In general, we would prefer a reference to developing countries, not including specific regions or group of countries when referring to financial flows. However, if a geographic reference were to be made, we will request a mention to agree on criteria to increase access for a fair share of financial and investments, especially for Latin America, considering the different vulnerabilities as well as the mega diversity of several of our countries, and to make reference to middle-income countries with regards to access. On another note, we should highlight the importance to seek concessional finance, innovative financial mechanism, debt forgiveness, and debt swaps. Also highlight the importance to eliminate misleading environmental messaging to avoid greenwashing. And when addressing the redirection of fossil fuel subsidies, it should reflect that this would be done attending poverty eradication and social needs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. I now give the floor to Mexico. Mexico, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mexico would like to support the elements mentioned by Switzerland on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group. And we would like to mention 3 elements in our national capacity on the right side. We support ILAC colleague to add national efforts such an overall financial flow efforts like taxonomies, and we would like to add also the regional efforts too. For example, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we already have a big effort. We have established an adaptation fund with $4.5 million at seed money, and it's basically to support loss and damage in the Caribbean. So we are recognizing that the only way to build trust is to put aside the speeches and open the wallet, and this should be reflected in the GST, since we will know that this is the only way that we can fulfill the climate financial goals for a better climate action. The other element is the bullet related to financial reforms. In the international financial institutions, we need to allow middle incomes countries to have access to their concessional funding mechanism, including debt initiatives, since many countries have inverted and they have the possibility to really achieve the climate action. So we need to achieve debt for climate swaps mechanisms and establish resiliency funds. Finally, we want to remind the importance to include gender in an intersectional perspective with a human rights approach and intergenerational equity for financial access flows. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Next on my list is Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I align myself with the submissions made by Senegal on behalf of the LDCs. And we note that finance plays an integral role if we are to achieve any degree or any level of ambition towards the degrees. However, we note with concern that the LDCs continue to experience unique challenges and complexities in accessing climate finance that require further consideration. Therefore, forward-looking, we call for urgent increase in support towards finance, which is ideal, and the LDCs call for simplified access to finance. We call on developed countries to commit to provide adequate finance and other means of implementation to enable developing countries to pursue sustainable development and climate action. We further call on parties to direct importance on the direct access modality in accessing climate finance by the developing countries. And finally, we call on to bilateral contributions, subnational actors, subnational actors, and multilateral development banks to take action to improve access through mechanisms such as reviewing access procedures, harmonizing and simplifying processes wherever possible. And lastly, I align my submissions with Saudi Arabia on the 100 billion pledge. We have to outline the failures or the hindrances that have been on our way so that we correct what has previously gone wrong in order to achieve that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. I now give the floor to the Ukraine. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So on the left column on backward-looking elements, we generally see an assessment of collective progress on aligning all finance flows with the goals of the Paris Agreement as an important element of global stocktake outcomes. And I would like to echo here Australia and other colleagues on having a separate section on 2.1c. We would also like to have non-party stakeholders there as well, since if this is the estimate of all finance flows, this includes both public and private and other types of finance. On forward-looking elements, we support the reference to phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, as well as the development of metrics and methodologies to assess the alignment with the goals of the Paris Agreement. On the right column, forward-looking elements, we strongly support having reforming the agenda of MDBs in the elements. And on a more general note, we see Article 2.1c and Article 9 as interlinked, since one of the roles of climate finance could be to facilitate scaling up of Paris consistency of all finance flows. This could be done, for example, by supporting countries in creating regulatory frameworks to advance Article 2.1c. And at the same time, Article 2.1c can lead to an increase in climate finance due to enabling more attractive environments for green businesses, which will result in higher flows of private capital. And if we want more private flows shift into developing countries, we need these enabling frameworks to develop not only in developed countries, but also in developing countries. And finally, such general alignment with the goals of the Paris Agreement has to occur gradually and consider context and national circumstances of developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. I now give the floor to Malawi. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I align myself to the sentiments made by Cuba on behalf of the G77 China and G77 colleagues, but more importantly, I also align myself with the interventions which have been made by Senegal on behalf of the LDCs. I've just come in to emphasize some few points. The first one is what Senegal mentioned about the debt burden among the LDCs. This is making us to be in the poverty situation. And it doesn't sound good when most of our heads of states goes at the UN General Assembly and begs for debt cancellation, debt forgiveness, each and every UN General Assembly. Does that please you? For us, it doesn't. Because every time, whatever gains we make, they are washed away from the catastrophic and extreme climatic events, which we didn't cause it. So in the backward looking, and that should come out strong, that we are in this situation, we are in this debt burden because of climate change as well. And that relates to the forward looking, which has been proposed, that moving on forward, climate finance should be purely grants. It should not be loans, including those in mitigation, adaptation, and so on, should be public finance and should be grants. And that could really save the justice we all need in terms of climate change. And also, we are looking at the gap in the way that the finance should be aligned with the goal we are all talking about, the 1.5 degrees, which is set under the Paris Agreement. So let's make sure that the finance onwards is addressing and indeed is aligned in the attainment of this goal. And that calls for also the change or reforming in the finance architecture, as mentioned by my colleague, where there should be a deliberate effort to ensure that there is direct access or easy access to climate finance among developing countries, especially those who are most vulnerable, including the LDCs and SIDS. And as mentioned by others, the transparency is needed. And we have an opportunity that the BTRs under the ETF, they provide us that opportunity for us to be transparent. And on that, we call every one of us to ensure that we report transparent information in terms of finance in our first reports come 2024. And to be more transparent, as mentioned by my other colleagues, a definition of climate finance is needed so that we are more transparent in the way I will be reporting in the BTRs. And let me finish by saying for the LDCs, we are not asking a lot. We are not asking for funds to buy weapons. We are asking for funds to reestablish our communities who day in and day out are facing catastrophic challenges in terms of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. I now give the floor to China. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me start by the structure that we support that there is only one section of means of implementation and finance flows are incorporated under the finance under means of implementation. And the second is our rationale behind this finance part is that we need to stay true and respond to the Paris Agreement, in particular the obligations under the Paris Agreement. And the third is we have already presented our elements of adaptation finance in the adaptation section, so I will not repeat here. And diving into the backward-looking elements, the first elements need to be addressed is the gaps in the financial resources in its holistic entirety, including the gaps in finance flows. And the next point is the gaps in delivery of obligations under Paris Agreement by developed countries, which include the obligation to provide finance, the obligation to mobilize finance, the obligation for transparency of finance under 9.5 and 9.7 of Paris Agreement. And the next point is the gaps in finance quality and finance transparency. And the next elements, we believe there should be a dedicated element for the failure to meet the 100 billion goal by developed countries. And with regard to the forward-looking elements, the first is that we need to highlight in this GST outcome that the holistic and interlinked entirety of Article 2 and Article 9 in achieving the purpose and long-term goals of Paris Agreement. And the second is that we should request in the forward-looking part the delivery of obligations by developed countries to provide grant-based and public-funded finance, to mobilize finance, and to balance in finance between mitigation and adaptation, and to ensure the finance transparency according to the article of 9.5 and 9.7 of Paris Agreement. And the next point is about the 100 billion. We need, in this forward-looking part, we need to urge the developed countries to immediately and fully deliver this goal and make up for the shortfalls in years where it has not been met. And the next point is the necessity of accounting matrix for finance provided by developed countries. This is a response to the quality of finance and transparency of finance. And the next point, we need a placeholder for climate finance definition. And also, we need to stress that the GST should send signals on the NCQG, which is a critical element of the finance discussion. And the next point is about we need to have a placeholder for the substance of the 2.1c discussion, including in the dialogue, because currently there's no agreed definition of Article 2.1c. However, they have their dedicated mandated rooms and spaces to discuss. And the next is about access to finance, which has been addressed by a lot of parties. And also, we concur and echo that many parties stress that unilateral measures are not acceptable in this GST outcome and in the implementation of Paris Agreement. And we will present our elements in the international cooperation section. And apart from these elements need to be added, we also would like to make two points. The first is to remove any reference of scale up and scale down any Paris consistent finance. That is because first, it should be SDG aligned finance, which is clearly stipulated in the Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, that Paris Agreement is to be achieved and implemented in the context of sustainable development. And also, by specifying to scale up or scale down a certain type of finance is actually prescribed policies on finance and mitigations, which is within the nationally determined authorities and sovereignty rights of every country, because different countries have different national circumstances and their capacities, and they have different policy mix and choices based on these different circumstances on finance, on mitigation, on sectors they will pursue their efforts. So as long as parties are progressing and achieving their NDCs, which is the end of all the finance flows, parties are doing Paris Agreement aligned and SDG aligned finance flows. And the second point I would like to make is about my confusion about one bullet point about the thematic and geographic allocation of finance. Because I believe this would belong to a backward-looking part of the finance discussion. And also, it is a demonstration of the interlinkage and the holisticality of finance flows and the finance discussion under MOI, because the private finance mobilized is also an essential part of the finance flows. So we believe the finance part should be a holistically integrated part. And this thematic and geographic allocation, still I remain my confusion about this, this question mark, but for now, I request to remove this into the backward-looking part. Thank you.
Thank you, China. We are approaching lunchtime, and I have on my list India, Colombia, New Zealand, the Philippines, Canada, and Nepal. I hope with that we can close the list on finance, but it is you parties that decide whether they want to take the floor or not. Next is India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We first of all would like to align ourselves with the interventions made by Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC, ABU, and China. India sees finance as one of the three critical aspects of the means of implementation. This has been true and consistent over the last 3 decades. The key terms of what is finance under the means of implementation is not fixed by any one particular article in one agreement. It is defined by all the relevant articles, the entire corpus on climate finance within the Climate Convention and the Paris Agreement. It's another matter, though, that we have not yet arrived at a definite definition of the climate finance yet. What must be reflected in the elements of the GST outcomes are the outstanding failure of the pre-2020 period, that is, period to provide climate finance by the developed countries. Even after the Paris Agreement came into operation, the goal of $100 billion from the pre-2020 period carried over into the implementation of Paris Agreement era has not been met. Progress in this matter has been little, and we are still far short of the goal. The need of the Paris Agreement goals, especially making every effort to restrict temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade, has made it clear that the $100 billion is highly inadequate and has to be revised upwards significantly. Climate finance has been lacking in terms of scale, scope, and speed, and what little available is skewed in favor of mitigation, and many developing countries are forced to access finance through loans that do not carry concessional terms, and even this with substantial co-financing. The elements going forward should re-emphasize the following: need for the climate finance in terms of scope, scale, and speed for global cooperative action against climate change, a roadmap to raise climate change finance from the floor of $100 billion to match the 3 essential S of climate finance is an urgent and a fair ask by the developing countries to deliver climate justice. Climate finance should support both the adaptation and mitigation activities of the developing countries in accordance with the country needs and priorities. As stated in earlier session on adaptation, if adaptation has to come out of its project-driven mode and be economy-wide, integrated with socio-economic development and as per countries' needs, the provision of climate finance needs to be commensurate. In this context, doubling of adaptation finance will probably not be enough. Climate finance should not increase debt, be concessional, especially in grants and new and additional beyond ODA. Developing countries have sought transparency of financial flows and accounting rules for measuring progress in provision of finance and more funds for adaptation. There is, however, no mechanism or guideline in place for a transparent and clear evaluation of the progress on the $100 billion by 2020 pledge. India feels the need to push for no more reports on mobilized finance, but actual finance provided to be brought to light. On Article 2.1c, this needs to be interpreted taking into account the context of sustainable development and poverty eradication and principles of CBDRRC and national circumstances. Developing countries are undergoing transitions in context of their national circumstances. Transition will be incremental in the case of developing countries, and its pace will depend on the transition finance provided by developed countries. Article 2.1c must be seen in the context of Article 9 of the agreement and in relation to the corpus of finance-related decisions and not in isolation. Lastly, Article 2.1c states that finance flows need to be made consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emission and climate-resilient development. Parties' NDCs in terms of Article 4 include mitigation measures to meet the goal of Paris Agreement as set out in Article 2. The goals of Paris Agreement need to be met in light of equity, CBDRRC, and different national circumstances. Parties are already taking measures to make their climate actions consistent with pathways towards low GHG emission. What is required is means of implementing these measures in terms of finance technology transfer and capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you, India. Next on my list is Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In a constructive spirit, I will comment on substance without prejudice to our thoughts on how this topic is going to be structured. We support the intervention made by ILAC, and I speak on my national capacity. We think that it is very important that the GST recognizes the past and ongoing efforts that many developing countries have done to have progress on climate action with their own resources, often under difficult fiscal conditions. Having said that, it is important to state that climate and social investment in many developing countries is at risk due to more fiscal space being occupied by foreign debt commitments in national annual budgets and worsening economic conditions, mainly because of external reasons. This represents a risk to long-term global stability. Loans are currently the main source of mobilized finance. This is not acceptable. It is worsening the fiscal burden of developing countries where the cost of debt has already been raised due to climate vulnerability. For that reason, the GST must recognize that maintaining healthy fiscal spaces, avoiding climate-induced debt in developing countries is necessary for them to invest in climate action and meet their NDCs and also increase the ambition of their NDCs. The failure to finance ongoing and increasing loss of and damage should be also addressed in the backward component of the GST, along with a clear signal on both financing quantity and quality gaps, opportunities, and recommendations to address them. For that reason, the link between debt and climate action should be highlighted as a key barrier, and it should be tied with a strong action for the future. It could include the transformation on the financial system, as was included in one of the bullets, as well as the necessity to create innovative financial mechanisms that consider debt and the fiscal space of developing countries. We agree in that it is necessary to define climate finance as an enabler for transparency. Scaling up Paris consistent finance and scaling down Paris inconsistent finance is paramount. Having better clarity on this definition paves the way for informed discussions. Of course, we do not need a definition to know that the surging fossil fuel subsidies, which are at a record high, are contrary to the Paris Agreement long-term objectives, and they should be addressed in the GST with a backward and forward perspective. Co-chairs, we need clarity about the purpose of the policies and incentives for creating demand bullet, as it may be interpreted that climate action is only possible when there is a profit. We agree with South Africa in that the correct language should not condition climate action to demand, but on the needs of developing countries. We agree in that it's essential to recognize the existing geographical disparities in climate financing, which disproportionately favors affluent regions, often highlighting areas like Latin America. Now, regarding the thematic and geographical allocation of finance bullet, we'll be thankful to be provided with an explanation about its scope. We would not be comfortable with any proposals that would unduly narrow financial distribution among developing countries. We believe the GST is the right place to address also carbon markets. We need to talk about their integrity and what has been the real contribution they are making to the fulfillment of the Paris Agreement, and what signals should be made to align them in a way that they contribute to ambition and not detract from the agreement for the fulfillment of the Paris Agreement. We would also be thankful to have a structure that really distinguishes between public and private financing. Both are important, in particular, additional grant-based public finance. As the recent synthesis report mentioned, the strategic deployment of international public finance is a prime enabler for climate action, as well as the continuous enhancement of its effectiveness, access, ownership, and impacts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Colombia. Next is New Zealand. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. I know that time's dragging on. A couple of points on the right-hand side. First, just support points around access, particularly for citizen and LDCs. And also in the context of the whole, very important role of fossil fuel subsidies as well as more broad environmentally harmful subsidies as something which pulls us away from achieving our goals. Like many others, we support the division into the two sections and the reflection on 2.1c. Reacting quickly to a couple of points on 2.1c and the making financial flows consistent with low emissions and climate resilient development, or a pathway towards that, is I think that point around having at the start that if it's needed to achieve the long-term goal of making financial flows consistent with the pathway to low GHG emissions and climate resilient development is really useful in terms of establishing that sort of rhythm and consistency of approach that we're going through here, so that we have an idea of what we're looking for as this unified package. There have been a couple of points raised on definitional issues related to 2.1c, that somehow we need to define finance flows further. We don't. We agreed it in the Paris Agreement. It's there. It's not qualified. It's not caveated. Financial flows means financial flows. That means public, private, domestic, international. It means everything. On that, we've also heard a reaction to the Paris consistent and inconsistent finance on the screen there, including new definitions being proposed around things like sustainable development. I think that the definition for what's consistent and inconsistent is in the agreement already, and that's finance which contributes to that pathway towards climate resilient and low emissions development. I do tend to I like India's point around the temporal nature of the pathway here, that this isn't going to be something which happens overnight, but that we are looking for a pathway. This is about transition. It's about moving forward in our national circumstances from where we are now to a place where we are low emissions and climate resilient economies. And I think that was quite helpful as well. The last point that I'd make, Chair, is just to re-emphasise that need for us to grip up our work on 2.1c. Others have talked about the various dialogues and things like that. We would also see it being discussed more broadly so that we can actually track our progress on implementing this. And I'll finish there. Thanks.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to the Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On backward looking, the Philippines reiterates its intervention yesterday that we are falling short in delivering the necessary means to implement nationally determined plans of action by developing countries for both adaptation and mitigation. This must be highlighted in the assessment of collective progress to date for subsection on the means of implementation, that is climate finance, technology development and transfer, and capacity building anchored on best available science and equity. The Philippines also recommends the inclusion of SCF reports as elements in this section, as we uphold the importance of encapsulating a clear demonstration of measures to enhance climate finance mobilization and provision, highlighting the stocktake of viable and innovative sources of financing. On forward-looking, Mr. Chair, further access to MOI and support, such as climate finance, must be streamlined and simplified with standardized metrics and parameters to facilitate tracking, assessment, and quantification of costs to implement adaptation and mitigation. In the same manner, delivery of climate finance needs to secure balance in allocation of funds to achieve goals in mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Next is Canada, followed by Nepal. Canada, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just one quick point. On the forward-looking section on the left-hand side of the screen, falling under finance flows, just like to add one additional bullet, and that's efforts related to achieve the long-term goal. That language is reflected in the section on mitigation and adaptation. Since 2.1c is a goal of the agreement as well, we think that should be in the forward-looking section there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Now, Nepal. Nepal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by supporting Senegal on behalf of LDC.
Just wanted to help with what we are discussing here, and something that will make sense for the people outside. Since we don't have a title in this, so either if you're updating the slide or if you're summarizing this discussion in any form of the document, maybe one option would be to copy and paste all those 4 alts that we had agreed earlier in the indicative draft, so that it helps us to move forward. Otherwise, in the bullets that we have in front of us, there is no mention about climate finance anywhere. Somewhere there is adaptation finance, but it may be confusing for us in terms of moving forward. Very briefly, in terms of 21C, I think there is no disagreement in terms of whether we want to align the climate finance in terms of low carbon and climate resilient or not. We all have signed the Paris Agreement. I think that's all we are doing. But I think it may be also difficult to try to resolve that discussion in this context. So maybe one possible option would be to acknowledge the work that is already being advancing in the work stream, the presentation that we heard on the first day, and then that may be in line with many of the other, the way we are treating many of the other work stream that is being discussed. So we can think about that. On just very brief reflection on what we have in the bullets, in terms of the backward looking, we agree with what we have there in terms of the 100 billion and the adaptation gap, doubling adaptation. We can also add further the gap that exists in the current financial mechanism and the fund, in terms of the fund disbursement, in terms of the challenge that countries are facing, and in terms of the education of the fund there. I agree with the colleague from Malawi in terms of how it would be very good to frame the climate finance in relation to the temperature target. Very briefly, in terms of the forward-looking bullets that we have in the screen, in terms of scaling up of finance, it would be good, as we have agreed, also to have a addition of loss and damage together with mitigation and adaptation, and also a predicted and adequate support for NAPs and NDCs. On NCQZ, as it is referred there, I think it would be important to have a placeholder of the decision that may be taken at COP28, considering the mandate is for the next year on this matter. On the thematic and the geographic coverage, we'll be interested to see how this will unpack further, and we'll get back on the proposal on this. In terms of the transparency and the reporting, we agree with many, including Senegal, Pakistan, China, India, in terms of the need of the definition of climate finance, and this has been a work that is ongoing on Standing Committee of Finance, but I think it has been quite some time, and maybe this is the moment as we are going through the global stocktake, this needs to be resolved here. Agree with many who call for the simplifying the access. Finally, in terms of the missing element, we agree with many others, Senegal, also Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of the finance for loss and damage and the placeholder of the decision that we will be taking in the context of fund and the funding arrangement, but also the call for support for loss and damage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With this, I close the list for the parties and give the floor to 2 non-party stakeholders. First, the African Development Bank. African Development Bank, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, parties, for allowing us and inviting us to this very important occasion, and indeed thanking our hosts for this excellent event. So in the interest of time, we'll just, I will not go through the detailed text as we had prepared it, but give very pointed inputs. Is really looking at considerations on positive elements, especially countries in our region have contributed towards the goal on climate action. So under bullet point 2, backward looking, to recognize efforts such as the African development effort in prioritizing adaptation as the only multilateral development bank that reached parity between adaptation and mitigation financing in 2018 and currently stands at 67 of its climate finance as adaptation. On the forward-looking, to the left side, we wish to recognize some of the local efforts that go towards the bullet one and to appreciate efforts around structures that have put in place, such as the Africa Financial Alliance on Climate Change, that was established and by the bank to mobilize domestic resources through strengthening capacity of the financial sector to de-risk climate finance and enhance domestic absorption. The Alliance has mobilized entities such as the Global Center on Adaptation and that supports adaptation, as well as the Glasgow Net Zero Alliance, the Africa Network that promotes adaptation. And it also includes the 100 signatories of the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance that committed at COP27 to underwrite a total of $14 billion to cover risks, climate risks by 2030. And that is through the Africa Climate Risk Facility. Under Bullet 2, we wish to indicate that under Bullet 2, we wish to put the point that looks at incentives to create demand. We wish to point out some initiatives such as the adaptation benefit mechanism that was piloted by the bank at the request of the African countries to reach their Paris Agreement commitments. The adaptation benefit mechanism is a results-based financial mechanism for enhancing resilience for vulnerable communities and ecosystems. It certifies and monetizes the benefits of adaptation action for resilience, sustainable development, biodiversity, and land restoration. The adaptation mechanism is developed to quantify as a non-MACAD mechanism under Article 6.8 and has been piloted in Africa since 2019 with projects in Benin, Mali, Burkina Faso, Congo Republic, Egypt, and Senegal, and another 11 countries under appraisal. And so the bank would wish to see initiatives such as the adaptation mechanism governance broadened to a global fit, either through the UNFCCC system or another global mechanism. Under the bullet on capitalizing on opportunities, we wish to showcase the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a joint program between the bank and the Global Center on Adaptation to mobilize $25 billion by 2025. The program has 5 pillars. We recognize many of the parties, especially from Africa, really pointed out options for financing adaptation. This was the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program is a response to what Africa presented at COP21 as the Africa Adaptation Program. And in that case, we wish to state that such programs already exist, so there's no need to reinvent the wheel, but to support existing opportunities. Now, on the right side, since the text has really highlights the role of MDBs such as ourselves, we wish to call upon the or showcase dedicated climate funds such as the Africa Development Fund Climate Action Window, which is targeted towards the 37 countries that are recipient of the Low Income Fund under the Africa Development Fund. And in this case, call for replenishing of these kind of funds through the channeling of the special drawing rights to regional development banks. And this is under paragraph 228. As an example, channeling of about 25 billion SDRs would create about 100 billion in additional financing for Africa at no cost to the donors, taxpayers, and at zero risk of loss. The African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank have developed a model that would allow for the SDRs to be leveraged by a multiple of 3 to 4 while preserving their reserve asset quality. We call for support of such initiatives. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. And now the next and last speaker is the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities.
Thank you very much for
Representative, you
the
have the floor.
opportunity, Chairs. I will keep it simple also and make it on a general sense as well. On the backward-looking aspect, particularly on the assessment of finance, which should also include opportunities and challenges around sustainable development, positive climate action that transforms economies, addressing the increasing debt issues among climate-vulnerable developing economies, and a mobilization for risk transfer mechanisms for loss and damage. On the forward-looking aspect, this is supporting the points raised on reforms and transforming the financial system. We hope the GST includes a specific reference to the urgent need for cooperation towards a fit-for-climate global financial architecture that is ready to enable stronger climate action by driving sustainable development for the most vulnerable people and communities, and scaling up enhanced direct access to and volume of financing as well. The GST must bring the world together towards systematic reforms across actors that rapidly reallocate all capitals away from fossil fuels and other harmful activities. We would like to stress the call of the independent Global Stocktake Consortium that the GST should be a springboard towards translating outcomes at the country and regional levels, and so pivot in how finance is understood, provided, and mobilized is crucial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with this, we finalize the finance elements. We still have 2 subsections to go after lunch: technology development and transfer, and capacity building. As a number of parties already indicated their reactions earlier, so I hope those 2 can be a rather short session in the afternoon, because overall we are over 3 hours late. But let's be optimistic. We checked, and I want to inform you also on that, the building opens at 7 o'clock in the morning. So depending on how we progress, we have that opportunity. As we have to stop at 6:15, because the majority of you want to join the tour. So that is also a restriction in our timing. And now it is lunchtime, and I instructed the Secretariat to check how the progress is with the lunch, because yesterday we noticed that you need time to get your food, and at some moment, shortly after 2, they want to shepherd you into this room. But I see the US, you want to have the floor?
Yeah, just very briefly, on the question of kind of the allocation of time here, I just wanted to agree with the comments from my colleague from Brazil earlier that this has been a very useful exchange, and kind of defer to you on exact organization of work, but I would note that there's a lot of time tomorrow that's built for quite general discussions. So I do think that there would be a way to kind of push some of the discussions, if we're not able to get to them today, perhaps to tomorrow morning, and to tighten up that discussion. So for example, I don't know that we actually need 2 hours to discuss reflecting on progress or next steps, or I guess it's 4 hours total there. So just to note that there is a lot of wiggle room in the schedule tomorrow. But of course, we're prepared to work as long of hours as is needed. But just wanted to note that in your planning. Thanks.
Thank you, US. I think there were some things that were in the pockets of the chairs. So please don't reveal all of those things. Thank you.
with this, enjoy your lunch. Thank you for the input.
Just a quick announcement, some glasses were found in the restaurant. In case you're missing your reading glasses or other glasses, please come here.
Thank you very much for being back. A little bit later than we expected. Could you please start taking your seats? Technology. Okay, welcome to this afternoon session. As I already mentioned before, we have a fixed end date and time, 6:15, because then the excursion starts, and I assume the vast majority signed in for the excursion. Presidency at the end will give logistic information. It is almost 2:30, and earlier I said we had a separate session on technology development and transfer and capacity building. A number of parties already had in their reaction those two included. For the sake of time, I suggest that and transfer and to capacity building. And with that, I hope we can increase the efficiency of the process. If you can agree with that, for that reason we put it together on the screen. And be aware for those parties that already included comments on both or one of them. We took note of it, so you don't need to repeat it, and we later on will organize it in the right section. Having said that, the floor is open for parties. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Japan would like to make just one comment to the forward-looking section of capacity building. Informed by the outcomes of the first global Stocktake, parties will prepare next round NDCs and update or implement their long-term strategies and NAPs. Also, parties will submit the first biennial transparency report next year. Therefore, Japan would like to emphasize the importance of technical and capacity building support to developing and emerging countries in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Next is Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For elements in technical assistance and capacity building, specifically on forward-looking, this should be determined using a needs-based and country-driven approach with high consideration of national circumstances and indigenous local knowledge and practices and the inclusion of non-government stakeholders. These practices could be replicated and further scaled up using existing monitoring and evaluation and reporting systems and through sharing of knowledge and best practices. Therefore, the Philippines trusts that the ongoing discussion on GST, especially in this section and the overall MOI section, will yield meaningful and significant outcomes geared towards the effective and timely delivery of the provision of means of implementation and support from developed to developing nations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Other parties to want to make comments related to technology development and transfer, as well as to capacity building. We realize it is short after lunch, so people are still reading and make up their mind. But nevertheless, I have two parties on my list. Algeria, you are the first one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon to you, to the colleagues. So, regarding technology transfer and development, so we would like to highlight in the backward looking, so the necessity to mention the existing gaps in terms of technology transfer and the importance of accelerated technology transfer in line with developing countries' needs. So for both sections, technology development and transfer and capacity building, we would like to highlight in the forward-looking the necessity to address the developing country needs in relation to the implementation of relevant provisions of the Paris Agreement and related decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Algeria. Next on my list is Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and on behalf of the African Group. First bullet point under backward looking, I presume it's not only the technology mechanism, but also the CTCN. I think under that assessment of collective progress, there are some well-framed findings from the synthesis report of the technical dialogue, which are important here. I think paragraph 16, was it number 16? The global adoption of climate technology is proceeding at an uneven pace. It's important to provide that information. From our position, the barriers include the TRIPS, which accounts for unequal adoption of climate technologies across geographic areas. I think we should note that its progress here will enhance efforts to make the transition just. Another area which I think is important as part of the solutions is international cooperation. It's important for technological development and deployment, particularly to reverse the trends that the technical dialogues synthesis report findings talked about, the uneven pace, and how it's essential, particularly on energy, to achieve the SDGs by 2030 and eradicate poverty. I think if you're talking about international cooperation, also the signal to state and non-state actors, particularly the need for greater technological cooperation, collaboration to drive down costs, to increase the support for innovation and deployment, is important that that signal be sent. I think a really important proposal that will probably fit under the forward-looking is support for the development of endogenous technologies that are suitable for each region's local environment. And I think the final point is the point that's been made by several others, that the support for technologies should finance climate action across mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. Only point on capacity building, because I'm sure you get the rest from our submissions, is to emphasize, apart from the fact that it's country-driven and involves learning by doing, that the support should also target building capacity to identify capacity building needs, particularly for the poorer and vulnerable parties, so that all the parties are able to deliver on climate resilient development. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Ghana. Next is Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Senegal is speaking on behalf of the LDCs on this topic. Regarding the technology aspect and the backward looking on technology, we just want to highlight the implementation progress and the gap with respect to the fulfillment of the technology transfer commitment under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We want also to highlight the opportunities and challenge, lesson learned, and good practice for enhancing action and support in line with equity and best available science. We want also to use this opportunity, as been said by Ghana on behalf of the African Group, to highlight also the support required, the gap of support noted with the CTCN implementation objective. We want also to call for the necessity to take consideration of locally available green technology and technology transfer need barrier and opportunities that need to be identified. And we also maybe want to address the fact that there is a need really to enhance action and international cooperation on climate change, particularly for this topic. On way forward looking, we call for enhancing support for developing countries in implementing the climate action, and support developing countries for technology development and use of such technology for climate change action under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We call also for the synergies between the different mechanisms, particularly the CTCN and also the different financial mechanisms, in order really to scale up access to technology. We call also for the support for implementing green technology at large scale. And I think we can also take on board what was been said by Philippines regarding how to support local technology and how to help to scale up this local green technology. On capacity building, I think we have also to acknowledge the collective progress made on this issue, but we still need to enhance the capacity building in line with the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement as outlined in Article 2 and Article 11. There is the need to really build the capacity building requirement in line with the objective of 1.5 degrees Celsius we are all working on. And this need to enhance support to capacity building, but also to build on need of countries, and also taking on account the issue of equity and best availability. We want really to ensure that capacity building is also provide to implement NDCs, and also to implement NAPs. These are critical for LDCs. And we're looking really at the necessity to enhance international cooperation on climate change regarding capacity building issue. In particular, when we talk about this new this resilient infrastructure, this technology around the new renewable energy, all these measures that are really important to address the 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Next on the list is Chile. Chile, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to say that on behalf of ILAC, the submission that we presented contains a number of elements that I'm not going to repeat here, but I would like to respond in general terms to the bullets that are on the screen. On technology transfer and development, we believe that it would be very important to create spaces for inclusivity in technology transfer, and ideally to consolidate platforms where that transfer can occur, especially from developed countries to developing countries. To the point that is in the screen on assessment of collective progress, it is very important to say that there is a lot of work that has been done already, and it would be very important to take stock of that, especially in the experience of technology needs assessment, and how successful they have been, or how not so successful they have been, and that leads to the point of that we wanted to make about strengthening really the technology mechanism under the Convention and the Paris Agreement as something that maybe has not been in the forefront of our discussions, but as we progress towards implementation, it will get more and more important. Additionally, there are issues related to access to green technology, so it would be important to discuss about eliminating barriers like tariffs and other impediments to green technology. It is also important to make sure that we standardize protocols in order to access technology and other measures that can benefit developing countries especially. On capacity building, very briefly, I think it's very important to say that capacity building is not a sector or a specific area that has many interlinkages, and actually it could be considered like a cross-cutting element for all of the climate solutions that we have been discussing so far. There is capacity building needed in order to implement effectively mitigation, adaptation, and finance and loss and damage measures. So it is very important that as we request parties and expect parties more ambition in the next round of NDCs, at the same time we are able to access capacity building to implement those policies in an effective manner. And maybe from that perspective, probably it would be interesting to explore the possibility of making a linkage with the civil society as well, as civil society also has needs of capacity building, and it's very important to have that connection because you know in the social validation of climate policies, there is also a lot of the success of those policies is in the line. So maybe doing some connections with ACE, for the Action for Climate Empowerment, and capacity building would be an interesting approach. But I'll stop there, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chile. We now move to the United States of America. US, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. 4 points on the technology section. The first is in the backward section. When we think about the technology mechanism, it's also worth recognizing the role of the technology framework. In the forward-looking section, agree with AGN on the importance of international cooperation, especially for developing public-private partnerships to advance technology. In that same vein, we also think it's worth including a bullet point on innovation and the development of early-stage technologies, including things like artificial intelligence. And then finally, we think it's worth having a bullet point that highlights the role of the joint work program in helping to guide future work related to tech development and transfer. Thank you.
Thank you. I now move to Vanuatu. Vanuatu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of AOSIS, just want to share a few thoughts on technology. In terms of capacity building and technology transfer, we would again like to draw the link back to the sectoral initiatives outlined in the mitigation section and the specific needs and challenges seeds have in decarbonizing different parts of our economy. We agree with Brazil that we need a mission-driven focus, and for us, that means considering not just targets and the financial support my colleague from Trinidad and Tobago spoke about, but also ensuring we have the capacity building initiatives to rapidly develop the skills needed for the construction, operation, servicing, and safe disposal of new types of technology, infrastructure, and low-emission fuels. Many seeds also face very different circumstances to many other countries due to the geographic remoteness, small markets, and sparse populations. For example, domestic transport focused on air and marine services as much as land vehicles. So we need tailored technical solutions. We must also ensure we don't get the wrong type of technology transfer. For many years, high-emitting and polluting industries have been relocated from developed countries to developing countries in a practice coined by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development as carbon dumping. We stress the importance for developed countries to recognize this issue and work towards mitigating instead of displacing emissions from economic activities. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now move to China. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. For technology section, in the backward-looking elements, we believe one element should go for the gaps in funding for technology mechanisms under the UNFCCC and the implementation of the TAPS. And another element should go to the gaps in the delivery of obligations of technology development and transfer under the Convention and its Paris Agreement. And the third element should also goes to the lack of global assessment on the technology development and transfer so far. And to respond these backward-looking elements, we suggest in the forward-looking elements, first to highlight the urgency and necessity in this critical decade for climate technology cooperation, development, and transfer in mitigation adaptation actions towards achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. And the second element is the importance of the periodic assessment on global progress on technology development and transfer, including to develop a matrix or index to assess global progress and gaps, including to identify the needs of developing countries. And the next element, we believe it is very important to highlight that that developed countries are requested to deliver their obligations on technology development and transfer under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And the next point is that it is very important to have an element for the future work to establish a technology implementation program to strengthen support for the implementation of technology priorities identified by developing countries in their TNAs, TAPs, NAPs, and NDCs. And the very last point on technology in the forward-looking elements is to link the technology mechanisms and the finance mechanisms under the Convention and its Paris Agreement. And with respect to the capacity building section, in the backward-looking parts, we believe it's very important to highlight the gaps in developing countries' capacities and the multiple challenges limiting developing countries' capacities. And the second is to highlight the gap in provision of capacity building support. And in the forward-looking parts, the critical element would be the delivery of obligations by the developed country parties to provide capacity building support. And second element would be really important to respond to the gaps right now is to establish a capacity building fund and establish institutional link between existing financial mechanisms with capacity building to further enhance the capacity building for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I now move to the European Union. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think both technology and capacity building are important topics for the GST decision. We would like the elements that you have on the screen. I will not repeat all of them. I think we can still add more detail to them, but I will refer to our submission for that. I think the essence of what we would like to bring can be captured under the existing elements. One point I will raise here is for capacity building in the forward-looking part. Of course, scaling up capacity building is really important. We will add there that it's important to scale it up across all levels of society, so involving all sets of stakeholders into the planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. So with that addition, we will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. I now move to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would just like to add a few points on the technology transfer section. First is perhaps an overarching point on the importance of technology development and transfer in supporting the Convention and its Paris Agreement's implementation. We would also like to add that we should highlight some of the key gaps that exist with regards to tech development and transfer. I support the comments made by my colleague from China, but I'll highlight a few. I think it's important to highlight that the adoption of low-emission technologies lags in most developing countries, and also that the existing initiatives focus highly on enabling frameworks, as opposed to actually undertaking collaborative R&D and deployment on the ground. So maybe this is something that can be bridged in the near future. Another gap would be the declining cost and rapid scaling up of some low emission technologies that's taking place at the global level, but that this level of declining costs is not taking place in all developing countries, and is very important to enhance implementation of the agreement. And the last point under the gaps, but also you can refer to our submission for additional points, is that there are huge challenges in implementing priorities identified by various countries' TNAs and TAPs, including insufficient technical and financial support. And under the forward-looking elements, there are various points on scaling up technology within the Paris Agreement. One important point, which I think are a crucial political message, is that policy packages should be tailored to the specific national contexts and technological characteristics of a country, and this being more effective in being able to advance low-emission innovation and technology diffusion, which could take place in disseminated renewable energy, efficiency, low-emission fuels, abatement and removal technologies, in addition to adaptation needs, as well as various other implementation priorities. And last but not least is that there should be further institutional strategic cooperation and linkages between the technology mechanism and the financial mechanism to enhance implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Next on my list is Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Associate with the submissions that were earlier on made by Senegal on behalf of LDC, and I add that we need to recognize that parties have made progress in scaling up capacity building support at individual, institutional, and systematic level since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, including through the Paris Committee on Capacity Building and the NDC Partnership, the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency, the South-to-South Cooperation, and indigenous resources for developing countries. We also recognize that many developing country parties, in particular LDCs and SIDs, have urgent needs for enhancing capacity at the national, subnational, and local levels to implement the policy agreement, including for planning, implementing, monitoring, evaluating their climate policies and measures. And forward-looking, we call for urgent and scaled-up financial and technical support through international cooperation to ensure human, technical, institutional, educational, and systemic capacities are built, enhanced and retained over time at all levels and across all sectors to deliver low greenhouse gas emissions, climate resilient development, including as it relates to policy coherence, building and bolstering climate-centric institutions, comprehensive education initiatives, sustained knowledge transfer, and continued capacity enhancement. We also call on developing country parties to indicate capacity building needs in their BTRs in preparation for 2024, and we urge developed country parties to provide adequate, sustained, systematic capacity building support to assist developing country parties in continuation of their existing obligations under the Convention. Finally, we request to establish a capacity building fund and establish institutional links with existing financial funds such as the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, to further enhance the capacity building for developing country parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next on my list is Singapore. Singapore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just 3 quick points from our end. I mean, the first one is on technology development and transfer. Quite a bit has been said about the technology transfer aspect, and we wanted to just also speak to technology development. More specifically, I think we're of the view that the GST outcome should emphasize the critical importance of technology cooperation for developing emerging technologies and deploying available technologies at scale. And here we reference, needle-moving technologies such as hydrogen, carbon capture utilization and storage, as well as energy storage. I think the second point that we would also suggest making for this segment is stressing the importance of international cooperation and what that can do in terms of technology deployment, for example, in the development of renewable energy grids that are regional. The last point, I think, is really just on capacity building, on the backward-looking element. I think echoing some other groups and parties who have spoken, we would suggest a recognition of the specific needs and special circumstances faced by LDCs and SIDS. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. I now move over to South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the missing elements which could enrich this slide is to focus on, in the forward-looking part, equitable access to climate-friendly technology. And this often comes down to making the technology more affordable so that it can be accessed and deployed, especially in the global south. And I think the lesson of COVID-19 shows us that when you're addressing a global challenge that affects everybody, profit cannot be the main motivation. There's a solidarity issue here, but there's also a self-interest argument why technology should be shared, and there should be international cooperation to address a shared challenge. So on the issue of enhanced international cooperation on technology, there's actually some very useful language which can help us in the technical dialogue synthesis report, paragraph 58. For example, which talks about more effective and strategic international cooperation on technology development and transfer and innovation, and how this would enable rapid systems transformations that are aligned to the Paris Agreement and its goals. So the key issue here, as mentioned, is access to finance, so that technologies can be developed and deployed at scale, especially in developing countries. And another element to maybe highlight quickly is the need for an enabling environment. You need both the domestic side of that and the international side of that, of course. And you need a multi-stakeholder approach to draw in all the relevant actors. Another point we'd like to make is I think the discussion around technology gets drawn into an unfortunate kind of narrative that it's actually about technology ownership, as if one part of the world or one country or one company owns it. It's their intellectual property at one level, but we also live in a global society where often the reality is that technology was invented, for example, in the global south, and all the people who developed it came from the global south. But because of a variety of issues, such as structural inequalities, economies at scale, the lack of wealth in that country to deploy it, it gets commercialized and profitized somewhere else and then claimed as somebody else's technology. So I think we need to see technology in its full nature when you're looking at a global challenge like climate change. Turning quickly to capacity building. There's different types of capacity building, and I guess all are needed. There's a kind of procedural reporting type capacity building, which this process is very fond of. How do you compile the report that somebody else wants, like the UNFCCC or maybe it's some other body? And there's some important work there, for example, on transparency. You obviously clearly need that kind of capacity building. But there's another kind of capacity building which I think is not really captured here, and that is what I would call strategic capacity building. And this is where, especially in a developing country, but not obviously exclusively there, you need the focus on skilled human and institutional capacity building, and this needs to be retained and developed and over time, and always needs to adapt. And this is the type of capacity building to unlock own development plans and to achieve sustainable development and just transitions, which I think has not really been accessed at scale, and looking forward is the main type of capacity building that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. I now give the floor to Somalia. Somalia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
We underscore the importance of addressing technology development and transfer, given its potential to drive climate action. Additionally, we share concern raised by the non-party stakeholders regarding the absence of real technology transfer to developing countries, emphasizing that developing countries must acknowledge and address the existing barriers to technology access in these regions. On the capacity building, we align with the concerns among parties that country-specific needs. Driving capacity building is a foundational element of climate action. They stress that educate international supports encompassing financial, technical, and technological aspects is essential to enhance and sustain capacities at all levels. Furthermore, we support the multidimensional approach to capacity building outlined by many parties, covering individual capacity development, institutional capacity for governance and coordination, technical capacity for assessment and modeling, sectoral expertise, relational capacity for partnership, and strategic capacity for policy design and implementation. We also endorse the non-party stakeholders' proposal for capacity building initiatives such as coaching and investment facilitation for climate and clean energy projects in developing countries. They call upon developed countries to establish collaborative efforts aimed to bolster the capacity of developing countries, particularly in terms of monitoring, reporting, verification technology, and transparency systems. We highlight the importance of capacity building support in operationalizing Article 2.1 of the Paris Agreement and express the need to align financial flows with the agreement's goals, emphasize the long-term capacity building initiatives customized to local needs, along with the capacity gap assessment, are essential in advancing climate action. I thank you.
Thank you, Somalia. Next on my list is India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving the floor. India echoes the comments made by South Africa. The technology assessment process of the GST told us that the technology needs mentioned by the developing country parties were mainly in the areas of energy, agriculture, water, waste, transport, climate observation, and early warning. In terms of specific technologies that developing country parties intend to use for achieving their adaptation and mitigation targets, several inputs have already been provided in the technical dialogue. However, opportunity to technologically leapfrog and adopt renewable energy sources requires deployment and transfer of technology enabled by climate finance. Technology transfer and capacity building can no longer proceed in a project mode. The demands of scaling up action and the challenge of meeting the impact of climate change alongside the demands of sustainable development and poverty eradication means that such support in technology and capacity building must proceed at an economy-wide level or at least across entire sectors. Currently, developing countries have had to drive many aspects of technology and capacity at a much reduced scale compared to their needs due to the cumbersome modalities of approval of the projects. Ambition cannot be only in mitigation targets. They must be matched by ambition in the provision of means of implementation support. To leverage technology to make the low-carbon development pathways available to developing countries, the TEC, Technology Executive Committee, must bring a technology roadmap that maps technology needs across developing countries, taking into account existing TNAs, research initiatives of parties, and involvement of the private sector. In terms of gaps in support provided by developed countries, in terms of technology deployment and transfer to developing countries, the GST outcome must identify roadblocks to providing such support. However, there is a need to measure and establish how much technology transfer the developing countries actually receive and what kind of finance is being routed into technology transfer. Transfer and deployment technologies comes with removal of barriers in assessing such technologies in terms of incentives for investment in low carbon and low emissions development technologies and involving the private sector. The COVID-19 pandemic experience has taught us the importance of knowledge and technology transfer without intellectual property rights restrictions, especially for life-saving vaccines. This experience is even more pertinent in the case of climate change. Finally, least cost global mitigation options or measures such as uniform carbon pricing globally cannot be the solution. Least cost options may lock developing countries into low-level technologies of limited efficiency. Uniform carbon prices do not take equity, CBDRRC, and national circumstances into account and are based on the assumption that the requisite technologies are available to all parties. Regarding the capacity building, the support is required for developing countries to adequately assess and cost their needs for preparing upcoming ETFs. Providing a reasonably accurate picture of needs can help deciding the upcoming NCQG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. I now move to Malawi. Malawi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Malawi is indeed in line with what Senegal, on behalf of the LDCs, made in terms of their intervention. But we just want to add, in terms of backward looking on the technology development and transfer, we need to recognize the technology needs assessments which were done by most of our countries. I think those are very useful documents or assessments as far as informing the technology needs in our countries are concerned. So we need that to be recognized in the backward looking, and it should also include the need to enhance the adoption of those technologies on how could we adopt and indeed implement those technology needs assessment. On capacity building, in terms of backward looking, we need indeed to understand the work which has been done so far in terms of enhancing the capacity of developing countries. And I'll mention some few examples. The need to recognize, for example, in transparency, the role which has been played by the CGE in supporting the developing countries, and also other initiatives, which includes the UNFCCC CAST GHC training, which is led by Korea, that's in support of the UNFCCC, has also done a tremendous work in supporting some developing countries in hands-on and meaningful training in compilation of greenhouse gas inventories. So those are some of the good stories we can also tell on capacity building. However, in the forward-looking, it has to be noted that the support so far is inadequate. We need to enhance and strengthen the support on capacity building. In the same area of transparency, the ETF comes with stringent way of reporting, and more especially for the LDCs, it provides a huge burden. But due to our desire to enhance the way we can hold each other accountable and transparent, the LDCs are on board and they're supporting this. So what needed now is to see how best we can support everyone to adequately report in that. So we have talked a lot about this, the need to have strong institutional capacities, as mentioned by South Africa. We need a comprehensive package of capacity building, not the usual fly in and fly out of experts from over the world to our countries. We need our experts in our countries to be able to do these things on our own, to sustain systems, because we understand only if that can happen, it's when we say we have meaningful capacity building. So we really appreciate the capacity building so far, but we are looking ahead to see how best together we can further explore these opportunities and strengthen those capacities in all the areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you. Regarding technologies, we would like to briefly reiterate some of our points. It should be clearly stated in the GST that any low emissions and transitional technologies and fuels that promote for reduction of emissions and enhance the removals of the greenhouse gas emissions are important. The importance of natural gas, nuclear energy, and hydropower to ensure an early reduction of greenhouse gas emissions needs to be recognized in the technology section. It should be clearly stated in the GST outcomes that advanced climate-neutral technologies should be available to all countries, for example, through technology transfer mechanisms with no or low costs to all countries in need. We believe that free access for all access to technology, finance, and investment is key to achieve climate goals, and we would welcome the reflection of this in the GST. Regarding capacity building, we would welcome the recognition of the need for technical support to enhance human, technical, institutional, educational, and systematic capacities, as well as call for continued sharing of best practices and lessons learned. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I now give the floor to Eswatini. I hope I pronounced it right. Eswatini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to take this opportunity to make my intervention on technology development and transfer. And I align my interventions with those made on behalf of the AGN, and would also like to build upon what Malawi on behalf of the LDCs have submitted, not that I am part of the LDCs. In this regard, I will say that the enhanced transparency framework requires that we report on means of implementation, including technology development and transfer, where we need to also report on technology needs. Since the NDC are to be submitted every 5 years and parties are expected to iteratively strengthen their climate action, the need for continued TNAs is very apparent in this regard. I would therefore request that as we consider the first bullet on forward-looking under TNAs, under technology, we do not forget the need to continue providing support for TNAs, not only for identifying the technology needs, but also ensuring that they are implemented over time. This is the only way we'll be able to undertake climate action. May I also talk to both technology development and transfer and capacity building by indicating that we will need to see the reflection of the need for both these in all the other sectors, particularly in adaptation, mitigation, and other elements such as loss and damage, and for just transition, amongst others. As means of implementation are not not an end in themselves, but they are a means to an end, which is climate action in this regard. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And with this intervention, I can close this agenda item. I see no other flag anymore. So we finalized all the topics related to finance, technology development, transfer, and capacity building. And we now move to the next item, loss and damage. And for that, I hand over to the SBI chair.
Thank you, Harry. We will just put on the slide for loss and damage. We are almost 4 hours late, but as you all remember in Sharm el-Sheikh, for loss and damage, we are never late. So let's start with loss and damage. We have, the slide is just coming up. There it is. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to have a look, and then we can start your interventions. So, are we ready? So if you are good in this session, you can earn a coffee break. Yes, Pakistan, please.
Thank you. Some thoughts about this backward looking and then some forward looking. This loss and damage happen when mitigation efforts are not ambitious enough and when adaptation efforts are unsuccessful or impossible to implement, sometimes due to limited resources that communities have available. Developing countries are finding it difficult to negotiate a financial mechanism that compensates the loss and damage these countries are bearing because of the climate change contributed by developed countries. So far, progress on adaptation is uneven, and there are increasing gaps between action taken and what is needed to deal with the increasing risk. So loss and damage is intrinsically linked with adaptation. We believe that financing adaptation would certainly reduce loss and damage. We support the establishment of a loss and damage fund as a separate entity. The developed countries historically responsible for majority of emission should provide financial assistance to compensate developing countries for climate-induced losses and damage. The aims are to bring in financial estimate covering long-term and non-economic losses related to internal migration and displacement, increasing poverty level and implication for nutrition, stunting, pandemic, gender, and other socio-cultural issues. We strongly advocate for a dedicated loss and damage fund that is operational entity to provide financial assistance for climate-related loss and damages. We believe loss and damage fund will help us recover from climate-induced losses and damage and to enhance our resilience. We also support the establishment of a separate operational entity as the means to secure financial support for addressing the damages that the developing countries experience, which often exceed their ability to recover. We hope that this would be a separate available relief, response, and recovery window. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. Japan?
Thank you, Chair. First, Japan would like to emphasize the fact that the measures against loss and damage have been taken within and outside the UNFCCC, especially on the early warning system and related to zone set events and so on and so forth. This should be captured in the backward-looking section. And in the forward-looking section, Japan would like to add synergies with disaster risk reduction, humanitarian assistance, and disaster risk recovery assistance in order to facilitate averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. We also emphasize the importance of enhancing coordination and complementarity as well as improvement of access to currently available supports. Also, another element missing in the list is the mobilization of private finance through financial instruments, such as insurance, would be effective depending on circumstances. Thank you.
どうもありがとうございました。Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the ILEC countries, I want to share our perspectives on the loss and damage issue for the GST. First of all, in terms of how the loss and damage section will be addressed in general, for ILEC, it is very important that this section is addressed with a global perspective. It is paramount that the GST messages give prominence to losses and damages witnesses across the globe, not narrowing the discussion to specific regions. Every vulnerable nation suffering deserves equal attention. Second, beyond the financial ramifications, the GST must also account for non-economic losses with a backward and forward perspective, the value of human life, impacts on health, internal and cross-border migration, territorial losses of local communities, erosion of indigenous wisdom, and biodiversity and economic and ecosystem degradation. These are all priceless and must be comprehensively documented. Third, there is an ambiguity between the notions of adaptation and loss and damage, especially when discussing finance. We urge those distinctions be made clear to avoid misinterpretations. And now with a more forward-looking perspective, ILAC believes that as we look to the future, information comparability across nations is of utmost importance. The Loss and Damage Fund must be accessible to all developing nations without bias, and the proposed criteria should be inclusive, ensuring that no developing nation finds itself marginalized. Also, we want the global Stocktake to include a call to developing nations to establish national inventories detailing loss and damage due to climate change. Furthermore, we recommend that these nations proactively share information on experienced and ongoing loss and damage international reports, drawing clear distinctions between economic and non-economic losses, and whether they pertain to extreme weather events or slow onset events. It's time to bridge the gap in addressing loss and damage. Enhancing international collaboration is the way forward, not just in finance, but also in capacity building and technology transfers. As it was mentioned in the previous talks, this support should not further burden developing nations financially or economically. There should be a call, as mentioned by the synthesis report, to substantially increase concessional funding for loss and damage. And finally, we must recognize that loss and damage is the result of an extractive, unjust, and inequitable economic model. Many interventions point to the fact that there is a necessity to involve non-parties all across the GST. So I believe that there should be a clear signal for carbon-intensive multinational corporations that contribute to climate change, to contribute to financing efforts to prevent, minimize, and address loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Senegal.
Thank you, President. So I will speak on behalf of LDC's group. First, regarding the backward-looking, we want to recognize the effort made regarding the issue of loss and damage. And I think last year, COP27 was been really successful by establishing the loss and damage fund. So this is something we want to recognize. And also the establishment of Santiago network, and we're looking for his effective operationalization. But we still have some gap in addressing loss and damage. And I think also there is a need really to recognize or to note that we have lost many lives due to extreme events in many LDCs countries, in many developing countries. So this is a reality fact, but we need to really take on board the issue of loss and damage. It's a matter of moral for all of us. This is said regarding the backward looking. Regarding forward looking, yes, we look really to ensure that the fund for loss and damage will be really start implementing through having appropriate resource from COP28. I think this is important. We really want to also use this opportunity to underscore the work done by the transition committees, and we really ensure that, expect that sufficient resources will be available for the fund on the loss and damage. We also look for really deep and rapid and sustainable mitigation and accelerate implementation of adaptation during this decade. As we say, loss and damage is coming because there is gap on mitigation, there is gap on adaptation action, and we expect that with this new decade and in the forward looking, but we will enhance support on mitigation and accelerate also implementation on adaptation. We also need to develop some indicator to measure loss and damage in order to support LDCs to track and also to better coordinate loss and damage financing. We also think that, as been said by previous, we need to scale up the early warning program under the UN Secretary General to all countries, because it's really this kind of initiative we're looking for. And we also want to highlight the necessity really to also enhance the grant support when not talking about loss and damage. I think Malawi already raised it. We can't expect when you are really facing these extreme events, having to go through loan in order to really solve this the loss you already facing, particularly when you talk about human and ecosystem loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Algeria.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. So just to highlight 3 elements, 2 for the backward looking. So we need to see the increasing gravity, scope, and frequency of loss and damage, especially in developing countries. The second element to highlight there is the increasing costs associated with loss and damage. The third element is related to forward looking. It was highlighted by our colleague from Colombia, saying that we need to see there a reference to snow onset phenomena under loss and damage. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Algeria. Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the African Group, we think that the GST outcome should take stock of both the regional and global adverse impacts, the current and the projected. When it comes to projected, I think the link between mitigation or the projected temperature goals, or the projected temperature goals that we're going to achieve and loss and damage should be set out clearly. We also need to assess the needs required to address that and possibly as a separate bullet point, assess the effectiveness and adequacy of loss and damage institutions. The 2 more points, inventory of impacts. I think that this was mentioned yesterday for loss and damage. this will help simplify access to support, and then finally a placeholder for the outcomes to operationalize Santiago Network and the Loss and Damage Fund.
Thank you, Ghana. Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the backward looking, we think it would be useful to have something there on the science, so highlighting IPCC findings on the constraints and limits to adaptation, and that hard limits to adaptation for ecosystems and people are already being reached. In this sense, we would also want to see an acknowledgement that risks are growing, and link this to the need for enhanced action and support for addressing loss and damage, which would be needed urgently, and also to acknowledge the special circumstances of SIDS and LDCs in the context of vulnerability to loss and damage and challenges in responding to loss and damage. In terms of the forward-looking aspects, I have 3 points. Like others, we would also call for the WIM alongside other bodies to develop indicators for measuring and understanding loss and damage, including from extreme weather and slow onset events, and also considering both economic and non-economic losses. We'd want to see here, I see there's a bullet on support for addressing loss and damage. We definitely agree with that and called for, in fact, increased and scaled up resources to be delivered to loss and damage. And we'd also want to see a bullet here in the forward-looking section clarifying that loss and damage would be treated as an independent work stream in subsequent GSTs, since in the context of this one, there seems to be some confusion around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. USA.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the backward-looking elements, we think that there should be a recognition that Article 8 has, in fact, generated a significant amount of action on loss and damage, including also through the areas of cooperation in Article 8.4. So could add Article 8.4 in that first bullet there. On the forward-looking elements, on the bullet on relationship with fund and funding arrangements, I think, again, similar to the past section, I think this should be a bullet that kind of recognizes that decision. I don't think we're in a place here in this global stocktake decision to be taking those types of decisions on the fund and funding arrangements. Those discussions are happening in the TC process, and we shouldn't seek to interfere in those discussions. So I think it should be a recognition of the hopefully successful work that they will complete. Similarly, I think that support for addressing loss and damage kind of falls under that same bucket as well. We would also like to add an additional bullet on the forward-looking elements, which is on sea level rise and maritime entitlements, basically recognizing the importance of the stability, security, and certainty of maritime entitlements that are vulnerable to sea level rise caused by climate change, basically encouraging all parties to adopt practices that promote such stability, certainty, and predictability, including by committing not to challenge lawfully established baselines and maritime zone limits that are not subsequently updated despite sea level rise caused by climate change. So we think that could be quite a specific inclusion on loss and damage here as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, US. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. And some of my points were just made, so I'll try not to repeat those, but supportive certainly of the points the US just made with respect to the relationship with the fund and funding arrangements. We'd prefer that be a cross-reference, at least certainly until we have more certainty as to what those are going to look like. We also would be very supportive of thinking about structuring, enhancing efforts related to loss and damage and assessment of collective progress to date around Article 8.4. It would help us to provide some structures to the key elements that you could pull out of that, and I won't list them all here, but I'm sure everyone in the room is familiar with those. But just to give one example, we thought you could make reference to emergency preparedness, and the GST could recognise the importance of increased engagement of the humanitarian sector and national disaster risk management actors in stepping up preparedness measures by shifting towards more anticipatory action. And again, this is one of the spaces we would really like to be seeing proactive and action-orientated items as well, in the same way we do for previous sections. So orientating these as active recommendations would be our preference and priority. In addition to that, we would be very supportive of sections that talk about the interlinkages between the development sector, as well as disaster management and adaptation and mitigation. And in that sense, I echo comments made by colleagues with regards to referencing the most up-to-date and available science with respect to the limits of adaptation being reached. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. EU?
Thank you, Chair. So we would like to, we principally support the bullets which are projected there. What we would like to underscore that there is urgent mitigation and adaptation action required. Also, then we would like to acknowledge the advancements made in international cooperation, and then maybe the usual language also to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. Also recognizing, as you did there, the WIM and the Santiago Network and other recent movements within the convention, also referring to important initiatives such as the UNSG's warning initiative, Warning for All initiatives, and the associated funding, SOF and CRUISE are important to be mentioned there. And then we agree with others to present the GST as an opportunity to identify actions and synergies between adaptation. My mic goes off. Disaster risk management and the climate development humanitarian nexus. We also think that the coordination of the broader mosaic of loss and damage funding arrangements, including a fund, and the need to tap the broadest possible sources of finance, drawing upon a variety of sources, needs to be mentioned. And then highlight the need for increased access to technical assistance for the most vulnerable countries. And with this, I end my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. South Africa?
Thank you, Chair. The first point, I think, is to put in the science messaging, and I think Trinidad and Tobago spoke very eloquently to that, and to the reality that more and worse loss and damage is coming our way. The second point is on equity. Here the message is that those who are most affected are not the ones who had primary responsibility for causing the loss and damage in the first place. I think we need to acknowledge that. The third point is on the specific loss and damage fund, and think that there's a negotiation going on in that. So I guess what we're looking for here is a type of placeholder, and we're not preempting those discussions under the GST. But having said that, there are some general points about finance as it relates to loss and damage, which are quite specific to loss and damage, which can be made regardless of how the specific negotiations go on the fund and funding arrangements. And I think the type of messaging here would be one of urgency, that if you're affected by loss and damage, clearly you need very quick access. You need a specific type of finance, the right form, grants and so forth, easy access ones, not loans that will kill the survivors later. And we also need new financing, not some other repackaged financing. You would need flexible, innovative, easily accessed financing. And I think critical points, you would need responsive, financing that's responsive to country need, and which involves local say and a national say in the type of projects that will be supported or what kind of support's needed. And then a last generic point is eligibility. And I think others have spoken to this already, that we shouldn't be picking and choosing which developing countries get it when the Sharm el-Sheikh decision is clear. So thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Ecuador.
Thank you, Chair. For the forward-looking section, we must say that loss and damage requires new and additional resources and be independent from other mechanisms such as the GCF, the GEF, the Adaptation Fund, and other established mechanisms. Likewise, financial arrangements must be additionally and complementary to humanitarian aid, disaster and emergency recovery, climate and emergency fiscal insurance, among others. It should be noted that all developing countries must have equal access to these funds without differentiation, considering the vulnerability of each country. And furthermore, the issue of vulnerability is a concept that must be deepened in discussions in different multilateral forums, including on scientific studies and assessments by the IPCC, and with the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index. It should be addressed different issues such as sea level rise, but also increased rainfall, lower water availability, reduction of agricultural production, increased drought, loss of biodiversity, forest fires, heat waves, among others. And that different circumstances and capacities of countries must be considered for the provision of financial support, technical transfer, and capacity building. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. Switzerland.
Thank you very much, and I speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group. Thank you for the bullets. We think they provide a good starting point. Just a few compliments on our side. Like AGN, AOSIS, and others, we'd like to support a reference to science and a link between current and projected temperature goals and impacts, as well as an acknowledgement of growing risks on the ground for the backward-looking part. An additional bullet we'd like to see is the need to avoid and respond to tipping points, noting that even temporary overshoot of 1.5 leads to additional permanent losses beyond adaptation limits. So tipping points is something that we'd like to see reflected here. We think the GST is also an opportunity, in addition to really highlighting the growing risks on the ground, to recognize the progress that was achieved in strengthening the institutional architecture around loss and damage since the adoption of the Paris Agreement. There's been a number of developments that are interesting to reflect on, as this is the first GST. For the forward-looking part, we appreciate the first bullet. I think, like others, we could look into the formulation. For example, we would like to see specifically a call to operationalize the Santiago network. That could be one improvement. We also support Australia calling for an active recommendation that speaks to comprehensive risk management and harnessing synergies between adaptation, disaster risk reduction, emergency assistance, etc. So something a little bit more operational could be of interest. On the second bullet on support for addressing loss and damage, this is something we support and we see as part of the outcome. We know that the current bullet speaks only to addressing. I think we could look at reflecting current language that is used a bit better. We further note that discussions are of course currently ongoing as part of the TC process, especially when it comes to contributors and beneficiaries. But if we were to include elements here, also noting that others have spoken to this, we would like to recognize the importance of innovative sources of finance. And we support, for example, a call for a fossil fuel extraction tax based on the polluter pays principle. And I think ILAC has made a similar suggestion in that regard. We would also recall the importance of assisting developing countries who are particularly vulnerable, but again, noting that discussions are ongoing as part of the TC process. Instead of relationship to fund and funding arrangements, we think this is a really pertinent bullet. Maybe it could be reformulated into strengthening coordination, complementarity, and synergies between different funding arrangements, including the fund. So something, again, a bit more operational. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Abu?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In general, our group can go along with the proposed outline. We just like to provide few suggestions. In the backward looking, although loss and damage is new compared to other thematic areas of the global stocktake, considering implementation gaps is also needed, including that current funding arrangements and vertical funds are not fit for purpose to address different regions' needs and priorities in climate finance. As South Africa said, it is important to take into account the negotiations on specific agenda items regarding the Santiago network, as well as about the fund and funding arrangements. Regarding forward-looking, we prefer to consider not only support, but means of implementation and support, in particular finance. And finally, we are in favor of having a reference on catalyzing action and respond effectively to loss and damage, as well as provide information on how loss and damage is being advanced and implemented. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abu. India?
Thank you, Chair. The comments on loss and damage are as follows. There is an urgent need to effectively and adequately address loss and damage, which is a key imperative for the multilateral climate change regime. For countries like India, a decision that will make operational the establishment of the loss and damage fund that all parties achieve together at COP27 will be a key benchmark of success at COP28. India wants a new institutional funding structure specifically for loss and damage that operates under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, funded by developed countries and available to all developing countries. We cannot work only with existing institutions and channel loss and damage funding through these. It is important that the finance for loss and damage should be new and additional, need-based, adequate, predictable, and precautionary. It should include public and grant-based. It should also be ensured that financing for loss and damage does not divert financing away for mitigation and adaptation actions in developing countries. It is crucial that the financial support provided is in addition to adaptation and mitigation finance. The quality of finance for loss and damage also needs to be assured. Finance should be provided in the form of grants, including fast-track fund disbursement for addressing extreme weather events. On the scope of work, the fund must focus on recovery, reconstruction, rehabilitation, resettlement, and resilience, and refer to these 5 Rs working together as addressing loss and damage, which is the mandate from the COP. Further, the fund is expected to be a standalone operating entity under the UNFCCC, separate from other financial mechanisms. Financing of loss and damage should be capable of addressing both economic as well as non-economic losses. Extreme events require skills of the disaster response force as well as advanced rescue equipment. Any delay in rehabilitation, reconstruction, or resettlement activity will result in increase in the magnitude of loss in life and property. Thus, preparedness is of utmost importance, which requires funding support. Also, the capacity building support will be critical in case of such extreme weather events. For instance, development of data collection or an early warning system. In case of slow onset events such as sea level rise, there may be flooding or seawater intrusion into the agricultural fields. Such events may result in losses of agricultural produce or displacement of habitation, which will require compensation. The fund thus needs to be prompt, accessible, and adequate. The funding mechanism should also be sustainable and should not add burden to the vulnerable countries. Lastly, losses which are non-economic in nature, such as loss of societal belief and values, cultural heritage, such losses must also be covered given their significant order of magnitude. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, India and Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Many of the points that we were going to raise were already raised by Abu and India, so for the sake of time, we are not going to repeat them. One additional element would also refer to the tipping points, and especially reference to not only preventing them, but also the fact that in August, the Belém Declaration among countries of the Amazon recognized for the first time the risk of tipping points of the Amazon. So this is a very important point also for us to include here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. China.
Thank you, Chair. In the section for loss and damage, first in the backward-looking part, we believe that it is very important to highlight at the very beginning the scientific findings on historic cumulative emissions that has determined the temperature rise to date. And the gaps and challenges that faced by the developing countries is primarily and essentially because of our lags in development and capabilities. And the second point, elements in the backward-looking part, we believe it should be to present the progress within and outside the UNFCCC progress, including the UNSG's Early Warning for All initiatives and the Belt and Road Ministerial Forum for International Cooperations in Disaster Risk Reduction and Emergency Management. And the third elements we believe need to be included definitely is the gaps. Significant gaps exist for developing countries to address loss and damage in terms of funding, technology, and capacity building. And in the forward-looking part, the first element should be that the delivery of obligations by the developed countries under the Convention and the Paris Agreement to provide support on finance, on technology transfer and capacity building. And specifically, the bullet points should be developed countries should provide new, additional, adequate, and grant-based financial resources to the new funding arrangements, including the fund. And all developing countries have access to this fund and the funding arrangements. And as well as for the operating modalities of the fund and funding arrangements, they should be simplified and effective. And also, apart from the finance resources for the loss and damage, it is also very important to stress the technology transfer and cooperation and capacity building support for developing countries from the developed country parties to address loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Nepal.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just start by supporting Senegal on behalf of LTCs, and also just want to register. I think, as we have been mentioning earlier, this section should be separate to adaptation. In terms of the backward-looking, we agree with many in relation to the context that has to be set by the message, the findings from the IPCC, and what science has been calling for. Also, in terms of the relation with the temperature rise to 1.5 degree that can reduce but not eliminate the future loss and damage. With regards to the bullets on effort to date, I think it's very important to acknowledge the inadequacy as well as the need for vastly scaling up finance in relation to the science. Also, the gap that exists within the current financial governance and the institutional arrangement to address loss and damage is insufficient. I think that acknowledgement is important as well. This is something that has also been mentioned in the report by the technical support unit, which is a different discussion in the transitional committee. I think it's also important to acknowledge the work that, as other have said, on the UNSC early warning. In terms of the gap, I think the additional bullet could also be the gap in relation to the speed, eligibility, and education, and the access to finance. Now, in terms of the forward-looking, I think like many of the things that we have in the screen and the discussions that we are having here are all what is already there. So if we are only acknowledging or referring to what has already been done, then is it really a forward-looking? I think that's something that we may have to reflect. Yeah, so we agree with many in terms of the placeholder that is required in terms of the operationalization of the fund and the funding arrangement. But also, I think we may need to think further in terms of the forward-looking part, how that will really address the concern that we all are discussing here, how this will help in terms of assisting in terms of mobilizing the new and additional resources, and then how we can provide some clear way forward in terms of operationalizing that fund. It has been mandated because there are discussions like the operationalization may mean different thing. Still working on an institution may be operationalization, which we don't agree. So I think that's reference is also important. I think there were some suggestion in terms of the additional areas within the loss and damage. If we are expanding it further the way we have done in other thematic area, then I think it has to be full coverage, economic, non-economic loss and damage, extreme event, slow onset and all, because there are different types, like for example, the countries are facing, like the sea level rise, glacier melting, flood, landslide, salination, and so on. So I think we need to have a full coverage on this. On the last second bullet on the relationship with fund and the funding arrangement, if we are looking at the relationship between the fund and funding arrangement itself, then maybe this is something that should be discussed on the agenda that we are already discussing, the work that the transitional committee is doing. If this is about the relationship with the outside other context, then I think that clarity may be required. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nepal. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the backward-looking elements, we would add that the historical cumulative emissions of developed countries have contributed to more extreme weather events, sea level rise, droughts, heat waves, and other impacts that are disproportionately affecting developing countries. So references to the context that we're discussing, the loss and damage section. We would also support adding references to progress made, specifically historical achievements made during COP27 in terms of loss and damage funding to developing countries, and also on the institutional arrangements of the Santiago network in terms of progress made. In terms of the forward-looking elements, we would also add some kind of political message to increase international cooperation and facilitation to enhance action and support in several areas, including early warning systems, emergency preparedness, slow onset events, and risk assessment and management. In terms of finance specifically, we would add developed countries to provide funds for the operationalization of the Santiago network in accordance with Decision 1 CMA3, as well as technical and capacity building support to developing countries with skills and knowledge to manage the impacts of climate change. Broadly speaking on finance, I don't want to repeat much of what has already been said, other than agree with some of the points referenced by our colleagues from South Africa, China, India, and others. But also like to reiterate that the loss and damage funding shall be new, additional, and mainly grant-based funding by developed countries and based on the needs of all developing countries. This is both in terms of finance, but also capacity building support in general for loss and damage. Also, just to kind of respond to some proposals in the room on funding sources, I will say that The UNFCCC does not have the authority to or mandate to institute certain taxes being referenced in the room. Therefore, it doesn't make sense for us to list sources that A, don't exist, B, we don't create, and C, attempt to bring us further away from obligations of developed countries to provide finance. So I'll just leave it at that in terms of funding, and I think it's best for us to keep something broad and keep the placeholder for the conclusion of discussions on the funding arrangements. And last but not least, the GST should keep a space for the conclusion of the operationalization of the loss and damage fund and the new funding arrangement, as well as the Santiago Network on Loss and Damage and the WIM ExCom's expert group on action and support as key features of international climate cooperation and action under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Cook Islands.
Thank you, Chair. The Cook Islands would like to align this statement with the statement made by Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. We would like to focus primarily on the forward-looking aspect and add some additional information, and picking up on some of the issues or matters that were raised by Nepal in terms of fleshing out what types of action we will be needing to take going forward. We believe that effective programming to address loss and damage must be developed based on national discretion, priorities, and needs. So the points here focus primarily on what's going on at the international level, and we try and add some additional information about how we envision national level action working in the future. In many cases, national governments have the legal mandate and contextual understanding required to address loss and damage in a responsive and culturally appropriate manner. National approaches, which could require the development of national systems, will help to ensure that loss and damage can be responsive and impactful while also minimizing the effects of climate change. A central goal of the Loss and Damage Fund, we believe, should be to incentivize national solutions and systems, which can operate long-term in accordance with national mandates, responsibilities, and law in doing so, complement broader climate change and sustainable development priorities. And finally, national systems for addressing loss and damage are required in recognition of the diversity of loss and damage scenarios vulnerable developing countries face. Thank you.
Thank you, Cook Islands. UK?
Thank you, Chair. And we would be happy to see a comprehensive section on loss and damage in the outcome, and agree with many points that will be already been raised in the room. Just to add, I think we see a real need to coordinate the responses on loss and damage across different actors to make sure that we have a coherent response across the board going forward. And we support calls for enhancing data and accessibility, noting that the provision of data on projected loss and damage in particular can help to inform early action. On funding, clearly this will have to reflect the outcome of the TC negotiations. And we also think that there could be an additional call on MDBs and IFIs and others to support, to provide finance for loss and damage. We recognise that innovative financial mechanisms can also support greater action, as mentioned by some others. And just want to be clear here that the suggestion is not that we should be mandating here a tax, but that we should be open to receiving finance from all kinds of different sources, given the scale of financial flows that need to flow. So we should make the most of all available sources. And finally, we recognise the need to avoid creating unsustainable debt burdens for countries as they respond to loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Philippines?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current effort for the first backward-looking, the current GST findings stated that the support for adaptation and funding arrangement for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage need to be rapidly scaled up from expanded and innovative financial sources. This should be highlighted in the assessment of collective progress. The Philippines recommends the inclusion of data from operating entities such as Women Santiago networks as elements in this section based on equity and best available science. The Philippines also recommends the inclusion of elements on the need to account for loss and damage to health, agriculture, fisheries, and differentiated impacts to women and girls, youth, persons with disabilities, and indigenous peoples, among others. Further, we wish to see elements acknowledging the non-economic loss and damage caused by climate change, including loss of biodiversity, displacement, and migration. The GST should also provide the signal and recommendation to accelerate the efforts related to loss and damage along with mitigation and adaptation. For forward-looking, for L&D, the GST outcomes must inform the ongoing work on loss and damage fund and funding arrangements, specifically on the following to aid the work of the Transitional Committee. First, common and standardized metrics to ensure comparability and provision of granular data and information reflective of national circumstances to establish a strong baseline information. Second, structure, operationalization, and guiding principles of loss and damage funding facility. Third, clear and predefined events to trigger release of loss and damage fund must be identified. Fourth, principal access mechanism sources, that is grants for loss and damage fund, must be determined. We also want to see in the forward-looking elements highlighting the need for urgent, scaled-up action to avert, minimize, and address climate change-related loss and damage, which pose significant threats to enhancing climate resiliency and transitioning to low-carbon and sustainable development of vulnerable developing countries. It is also in this context that parties need to expedite the operationalization of the Santiago Network, Loss and Damage Fund, and its funding arrangement to unlock sufficient support for at-risk developing nations in averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage through rapidly expanding sources of financing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. That was the last speaker among the states parties. So you have been good. So as promised, you earned coffee. But we have one non-party stakeholders first, and it's Africa NDC Hub. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for all the contributions of the various parties. So I'll try and be brief. And based on the work we've done at the Africa NDC Hub, the few things I would like to highlight are around the need for loss and damage to be more explicitly included in NDCs for developing countries. There's only a few instances of such so far, and we think this is a fairly important element that we need to make more visible in developing countries, NDCs, as a way to secure more financing for implementation and all the rehabilitation and reconstruction work that needs to happen in response to a disaster. We also want to highlight the need for developing countries to be provided with the opportunity to take the lead in the discussions to establish the overarching loss and damage architecture, whether it's in terms of the considerations on cost estimation, the classification framework to select which losses to compensate, the causality framework to directly link a loss to climate change and to what degree, and so on. Additionally, and beyond the financial assistance that will come with the loss and damage mechanism, and this was touched on a bit earlier, but we want to highlight the need for coordination and cooperation on the technical and capacity needs for developing countries, including around data collection, strengthening the ability of countries to conduct needs and baseline assessments, and reinforcing the ability of countries to establish institutional and operational modalities, not only at the national level, but also at the local level. And also, in terms of supporting approaches to address loss and damage with support of the developing countries themselves, as far as technical assistance, strengthening social safety networks and resilience building efforts, and enhancing understanding, coordination, and support for economic and non-economic losses. And as a last point, we talked about innovating financing options. As much as we want to look into new approaches to provide this funding, given the urgency, we believe that there's also a need to leverage existing mechanisms that might not be at a large scale, but that would benefit from getting additional support and getting scaled up, including sovereign insurance schemes, such as the African Risk Capacity, those provided by the African Risk Capacity that are linked to early warning mechanisms, and that would benefit from getting additional financial support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So with this, we come to the end of this session on loss and damage. We will put the slide on response measures just for you to have a look, and then we have a coffee break, and when you come back, Harry will take you through to for the next session, and we reconvene at 4:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon, participants. We still have 2 topics to handle, maybe today, otherwise a part of it tomorrow morning. Before the coffee break, we already presented the slide related to response measures. And we continue in the same way as we did up to now. Please concentrate your reaction to what is there, what is missing, because that is always under other issues, and concentrate on the wording, the idea, but not all the rationale behind it. If we move in that way, I'm sure we don't need to be here tomorrow at 7 o'clock, but some hours, or at least 1 hour later. With this introduction, I assume that everybody is more or less in the room. You had time to look in this slide. Which party would like to open with their comments? It is on response measures, just to help you a little bit. And it is backward looking and forward looking. May I assume then that you're all happy with the bullets? There is no addition needed. And I can handle over back to the wheel. Okay, no. Okay, Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just taking the floor to make sure someone talks about response measures in this session. I'll keep it very high level, and all the detail is within our submission more extensively. But with regards to response measures, I think a very important part is to highlight very explicitly that the response measures agenda item has not been able to keep up with the scale of accelerated ambition and implementation needs of the Paris Agreement, as well as mitigation policies and expectations of increased ambition, specifically for developed countries. The second is that the different elements within the forum and also its KCI have not been able to adapt to measure the impacts on developing countries fast enough, and this is something that is needed in the future. Also, the different elements within the KCI and the forum have not been actionable enough with specific milestones that have been able to help all developing countries. I think an additional element of gaps would need to be highlighted in terms of the political momentum relating to response measures and possible delays with the agenda item, which would need to be addressed in the future implementation of the agreement. I think the section should include in the forward-looking some of the barriers with regards to response measures, specifically in terms of the forum being able to advance technical work, specifically on minimizing the negative economic and social impacts of response measures on developing countries. It also needs to move past more theoretical and conceptual discussions and discuss in more detail what clear roadmaps are needed for parties to be able to adopt to understand, assess, and address the impacts of response measures. A few other barriers can be to remove artificial restrictions on the functionings of the forum and its KCI at the political level. We can send this signal through the GST. And also a consistent mandate to continue to advance technical work when new mitigation policies or response measures arise. I'm not going to go through the list of all possible opportunities and political messages, but just to highlight that a wide variety of tools and processes are needed to advance information, experiences, case studies, and best practices into more tangible products with measurable targets for countries, more intersessional settings to advance all parties' interests involved, a more proactive and interactive setup to advancing the work of both the forum and its KCI, as well as exploring and addressing all forms of negative impacts that arise through all formats. There's a long list of possible formats in our submission, which you can take from. And with that, perhaps the concluding remark and the most important political message here is, as we continue to increase our ambition and implementation, the response measures agenda item needs to follow in the same pace and avoid political lagging and advance its technical work across all response measures, particularly the negative impacts on developing countries. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I now give the floor to New Zealand. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In our submissions, we said we didn't see the need for a standalone response measures section. So I'll note that, but am engaging constructively in this. Noting some of those points so far about not keeping up the ability to not adapt and artificial barriers with regard to process, I do note the linkage there with things which are actually goals of the Paris Agreement in terms of 1.5 degrees, in terms of 2.1C, where we don't even have a space to discuss those in the process. So I will make a note there. On regard to elements with regard to response measures, we'd place these in the mitigation section. But we think that it's important that we aren't presenting a one-sided picture of the global response to climate change. After all, we're here because we're trying to do the good thing. We're trying to strengthen that global response. That means that those response measures, we have to take account of both the positive and the negative impacts of them, as well as the status quo impacts of not acting in forming the view of the overarching positivity or negativity of a response measure. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to focus our intervention on the forward-looking elements. So the first issue that we would like to have there is the necessity to provide the KCA adequate means to fulfill its mandate. It's an important thing to deal with under this particular section. So the second element is to work on specific area, which are assessment and analysis of adverse impacts of response measures, including unilateral measures. Second, methodologies and models for assessing, analyzing the adverse impacts of response measures. Third, benchmark and case studies for some specific sectors like agriculture, trade and finance, manufacturing, energy-intensive industries, etc. So fourth, we need to have capacity building programs and plans to help developing countries to use the methodologies and tools to address the negative impacts of response measures. Fifth, reporting on actions and impacts related to the implementation of response measures in such a way as to promote actions to minimize the negative impacts. So monitoring and reporting on impacts and measures undertaken to address and or minimize the negative impacts of implementation of response measures. The other point is to enhance awareness and parties' capacities to assess, address, manage, monitor, and report on the impact of response measures. We would like also to see their methods, methodologies, and frameworks, conception and development. And finally, we think that capacity building for strengthening monitoring and reporting systems on response measures is essential to mention under this subsection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Algeria. I now give the floor to Australia. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Australia would like to just emphasise two forward-looking points on the content here relating to efforts on response measures. And like New Zealand, just want to emphasise that response measures to climate change are, you know, like those responses are what we are here to do. This is what it's really all about. So we don't see this, we don't see the need to portray this in a negative light. We would like to see some content here. Firstly, reiterating the importance of enabling parties to realise the positive impacts of response measures, including relating to the IPCC's AR6 findings around the need for more ambition in domestic mitigation measures and policies to realise the existing and emerging opportunities and to promote equitable sharing of benefits. And the second element I think we'd like to see here, and you do have it on your screen, but maybe just to add a little extra to it, is around the economic diversification issue, which we see as a key strategy. And this is key message 8 from the synthesis report of the technical dialogues, a key strategy to address the impacts of response measures with various options that can be applied in different contexts. And this is a really key message for Australia. As we continue our own transition to developing into a clean energy superpower, developing our renewable energy export commodities, including around hydrogen, and developing enabling commodities like lithium and other things as well. And we know this is a really key issue for many other countries from across the spectrum of development in the room as well. You know, I note a number of submissions made focusing on the need for policy space to develop natural resources, including critical minerals. And I just wanted to make a link here as well to 2.1c and, you know, the mission that we have under that goal at the aggregate level to see finance flows enable low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. Channeling finance flows this way is a really crucial way of reaping the benefits of response measures as well. So that's something else we'd like to emphasise. I'll leave it there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Australia. I now give the floor to South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairs. On response measures, it's useful and necessary to have this dedicated space in the GST outcomes on this topic, in line with the need for it to be comprehensive and cover everything. In our view, the GST decision should identify practical ways to diversify economies, sharing experience and ideas on green industrialization, the greening of supply chains, and diversifying the related products. So we think that methodologies could be developed by the Forum on the impact of implementation of response measures and by the experts in the KCI. And finally, just to make the point that the response measures and the KCI are one of the places where part of the conversation on just transition is taking place. You know, there's just one aspect of it, but it's a very important one. Thanks.
Thank you, South Africa. Next is the European Union. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. To this slide, let me start by proposing, like some other colleagues before me, to add one maybe more positive bullet on response measures. We're thinking about acknowledging the co-benefits of implementing response measures, such as health, air quality, lower cost, creation of decent work and quality jobs, and energy security. Then looking at the forward-looking part, we support the element of economic diversification, as well as the one on just transition. We would even elaborate a bit more on it. For instance, in the technical dialogue synthesis report, the key finding number 8 is mentioning that economic diversification is a key strategy to address the impacts of response measures with various options that can be applied in different contexts. Opportunities for such diversification include green industrialization and greening of supply chains. On the just transition, I think there we could add a bit more. To us, for instance, it implies designing climate policies through inclusive processes by engaging stakeholders at all levels, ensuring that the costs and the benefits are shared equitably. And then one final point, hearing some of the proposals by colleagues, the position of our group is that the discussion on response measures should stay focused on the established substantive issues comprising response measures work program that are of common interest to all parties. So these are the economic diversification and transformation, just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work and quality jobs, assessing and analyzing the impacts of the implementation of response measures, and facilitating the development of tools and methodologies. So, for instance, the support, which is in one of the bullets, is not included there, and we would rather have that discussion under finance, which we discussed before. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I also speak on behalf of LDCs, and we want also to associate ourselves with what was been said by the LMDCs for Saudi Arabia regarding the importance of this topic for LDCs. More and more we know that we need to act on climate change, but we also need to see how we can minimize the impact of the measure we taking globally in our communities. Saying that we know that for LDCs, they are the group who are really been sensitive of any global policy we might take. And if I take the case of, if you look at just the case of increasing the price of oil, it will affect most LDCs countries because it will have some increase on all asset price. So it's just an example I am saying. So for running on this and being in line with the objective of 1.5, we will know we will have more and more some policy that we need to develop, but we need to see how we accompany communities with this transition, and how really we not put the burden on their livelihood. This is important. So for LDCs, increasing the capacities on response measure is really important. The capacities have to be something to link with how to internalize the economic diversification strategy, how to internalize this transition we're going to face, as I say, in order for communities to be in a position to absorb this policy we have to go through. So this is one point we want to highlight, how to ensure that support is appropriate, provided for LDCs in taking part of this impact on response measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I now give the floor to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of ILAC.
Climate change mitigation leads to many co-benefits. Just to provide a few examples, it enhances economic competitiveness and growth opportunities in a thriving green sector that includes renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and other sectors. It has clear impacts on biodiversity conservation. One of the most important ones, the avoidance of millions of deaths and illnesses associated with poor air quality. And in general, climate change mitigation leads to enhanced living standards for everyone now and especially in the future. In that sense, ILAC recognizes that there are challenges related to climate change mitigation that need to be anticipated with a sense of increasing ambition, but we also need the GST to emphasize on the extensive positive outcomes. The GST should ensure that there is a place to delve into the numerous benefits of climate change mitigation, such as the ones I mentioned, recognizing that climate change mitigation leads to enhanced living standards for everyone. This perspective promotes a more comprehensive, engaging, and proactive global approach to addressing climate issues. Now, in terms of the challenges of climate change mitigation, ILAC believes that it's essential that the global nature of the GST should let the variety of economic situations to diversify the economies by the parties to be reflected in a balanced manner. In that sense, many countries in the Latin American region, for example, are facing unexpected social, economic, technological, and environmental consequences from measures intended to control deforestation, just to give an example, that should be addressed equally. The challenges regarding, for example, the integrity of carbon offset projects and other kind of interventions should be addressed both within the backward and forward component of the GST. We also believe that it's important to integrate concerns on gender equality, climate justice, human rights, and local communities. And now I want to make a specific point on the economic diversification and just transitions bullet. First, we would like to mention that economic diversification should not be restricted only about energy issues. And second, we believe that the discussion of just transition made in the response measures agenda item could be one of the incomes to enrich the conversation and to contribute to the collective construction of the just transition item agenda. Nevertheless, we consider it important to highlight that just transition has more edges. We recommend avoiding a situation where one substitutes or generates one substitutes the others or generates duplicate efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. The next speaker on the list is Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I speak on behalf of VIG. On this chapter, we approach it thinking that the GST decision will make a very clear case for climate action, and therefore we foresee that this chapter will speak to how we can build a whole of society support for climate action and maximize co-benefits for all, as well as ensure a just transition. So we fully welcome the reference to the importance of adopting and implementing measures for economic diversification, and like others, we think this is a key pillar of our work, namely looking at green industrialization, greening of supply chains, and diversifying to related and unrelated products, noting also Colombia's appeal to not just focus on energy systems. We would also welcome a reference to looking at the positive impacts, including co-benefits of decarbonization, and likewise noting the negative environmental and social impacts of dependency on fossil fuels. We would welcome having the reference to just transition in a separate bullet. We believe there's an opportunity to anchor a reference here to the Just Transition work program, fully agreeing with Senegal on the need to avoid creating burdens on livelihoods, and this is clearly one of the aspects that could be looked here, perhaps also highlighting best practices when it comes to ensuring just transitions. And as in other chapters, we would like to see a reference to human rights and social considerations. So we would like to see a call for the adoption of just transition principles through collective and participatory decision-making processes, ensuring human rights-based approach to just transition, mainstreaming gender, and intergenerational equity, as well as an intersectionality perspective. As with regards to support, we would also suggest tackling this as part of the finance discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. We now move over to Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on behalf of AUSIS, we'll probably just add a couple points in relation to the forward-looking section on this. First, let me say that we're also trying to maybe work out the precise relationship between just transition and response measures and how we want to treat with both issues in the context of this GST outcome. With that said, we would support, I think, having the separate bullet in relation to the just transition point. We think that just transition as an issue is a bit broader than response measures, and we think that in this context it could also take into account the special circumstances of SIDS and is linked for us to very closely to resilience building. So it's separate from economic diversification or response measures per se, because it's also a means of addressing climate change impacts. For us, I think we would also want to see here, and I heard it just now from Switzerland on behalf of the EIG, a bit of a focus on the social aspects and a people-centered focus to this discussion around response measures, as well as just transition. From a SIDS-related perspective, issues around capacity building, and having to reskill and upskill are quite important in the context of response measures as well as the just transition. So we'd want to see people-centered approaches included here as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a very important issue for the African group. It's probably one of the issues covered by the Paris Agreement, which has been willfully disregarded the most, in particular the unilateral measures. And we're talking about levies, taxes, standards related to climate change or carbon border adjustments. These are being implemented without the sort of international solidarity and cooperation that was envisaged in Article 4.15. And it's adversely affecting efforts to achieve the very purpose of the Paris Agreements, the impacts across the extractive industries, the balance of payment crisis that those are creating, particularly for countries who depend on the production of fossil fuels, affecting employment, worsening debt situations, and generally the ability of developing country parties to finance efforts to achieve the SDGs. We're yet to agree on language on phase down of fossil fuels, but in reality, the unilateral decisions which are being taken in the global north are already leading to disinvestments in African countries while they are ramping up issues of issuing of licenses in their national jurisdictions. And China and Saudi Arabia spoke very well about this yesterday. This is an area where we want to see equity operationalized. And I think that the forward-looking part should underscore the need to promote equity and fairness in the allocation of policy space for developing country parties to achieve the SDGs. So we would suggest that here it's really important to have a strong and probably political signal and clear recommendations and guidance to all actors on ensuring a just transition and opportunities to do so. In our submissions and in the roundtables, we proposed, for instance, on fossil fuels, differentiated pathways where rich developing countries will stop issuing new licenses for development by 2030 and have longer time frame for developing countries, particularly those dependent on the supply, to close that energy gap. That would be equitable, it would be fair, and it would lead to a just transition. We know this is a major issue, the issue of fossil fuel phase down, and we're prepared to engage in a good faith discussion on it, but the outcome must be fair and lead to a just transition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ghana. I now give the floor to the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Russian Federation believes that it needs to be emphasized in the GST that there are not only positive but also negative impacts of response measures, as well as highlight the importance of minimizing the negative and maximizing the positive impacts of implementation of mitigation policies and action, and stress the co-benefits of implementing response measures. The UNFCCC stipulates that the special circumstances of the parties to the convention, whose economies largely depend on the income derived from the extraction and production of fossil fuels, as well as consumption of both such fuels and related energy-intensive products, are to be taken into account. We would pretty much welcome such a reference in the GST. We emphasize the significance of economic diversification and just transition to low-emission economies as crucial strategies to address the adverse effects of response measures. It should be stated in the GST that the transition to a low-carbon model of economic development should be gradually and consistently implemented, taking into account the social needs and technological capabilities of it should be made clear that a just transition should be implemented in all sectors of the national economy and be guided by national determined priorities for sustainable socio-economic development. Today we observe how individual countries and some groups of countries seek to impose on the world their own tools to combat climate change. Not only in such approach harmful, but it is also contradicts the basic provisions of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We would like to know that according to the Paris Agreement, the parties are free to choose their regulatory measures. The parties have the right to decide for themselves which measures would best contribute to the achievement of their declared goals in light of different national circumstances, and it should be clearly reflected in the GST, as well as the need to eliminate any artificial restrictions that hamper access to mitigation technologies. Regarding enhancing efforts related to response measures, we believe it is important to maintain the work under the Response Measures Forum and its KCI, concentrating on substantial discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Next is Abu. Abu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In general terms, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay can go along with the proposed outline. We just like to add again in the first bullet, considering assessment of collective progress, we think that we need to assess the implementation gaps. And in forward-looking, we would like to support the intervention made by Colombia on behalf of ILAC. In our view, economic diversification should not be focused only on energy. It's important to have land use change in forestry, as well as agriculture, under the considerations of economic diversification, especially considering the important role of agriculture to food security. And we also would like to support the proposal made by Trinidad Tobago on behalf of AOSIS. In our view, we prefer just transitions as a cross-cutting issue instead of having a specific reference here in response measures. And finally, regarding support, we would like to expand and consider means of implementation and support, not the only support in this forward-looking session. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Abu. I now give the floor to the United States of America. US, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of points, and agree with many that have been made in the room. First being that there's a lot of economic opportunities associated with mitigation and pursuing 1.5-degree pathways that are important to emphasize in this section. We also agree that economic diversification and just transitions don't belong in the same bullet point, that those are separate points. And agree with the point from Switzerland that support should be covered in section C3 and shouldn't be a bullet that's included here. And then finally, in the forward-looking section, we think that there should be a placeholder for the Just Transition Work Program outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, US. And now move to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The first point that our delegation would like to see here is the very strong link to the purpose of the Paris Agreement in the context of sustainable development and poverty eradication. So aligned with other colleagues that referenced the sustainable development, we would like to see here reference to alignment of our response measures with the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. And this very much to respond to the fact that IEA statistics are very clear that the energy transition now is being concentrated in terms of investments in developed countries. So it's very much important that we do not have this concentration, but rather the opposite. And then also related to that, reference to SDG 17, which is related to means of implementation, finance, technology, capacity building, but most importantly, targets under the 2030 Agenda around trade and systemic issues. On trade, the target for us to promote a universal rule-based, open, non-discriminatory and equitable multilateral trade system under the WTO, the significantly increase of exports of developing countries, and in particular with a view to doubling the least developed countries' share of global exports by 2020. And to that aspect, I believe I echo what our colleagues from the LDCs have just mentioned, and also the target to realize duty-free and quota-free market access on for all these developed countries. On the systemic issues, also the reference to policy and institutional coherence in terms of enhancing global macroeconomic stability, so that our just transition is related to that, and also respecting countries' policy space and leadership. The second idea that we would like to have is also related to unilateral measures, but we would like to have clear reference to Article 3.5 of the Convention, which refers to the need for us, it's a principle that we need to avoid discriminatory practices and unilateral measures, and Principle 12 of the Rio Declaration. And then on the third set of elements, and we do welcome this idea that response measures could also be seen in a positive outlook. And we also do support the reference made by the US around the economic opportunities for the 1.5 degree scenario, and how the 1.5 degree could contribute to the SDGs. We would also like to see references to not only the temperature goals, but also to how enhanced means of implementation and international cooperation can have a positive effect in moving us from a model of wealth and resource concentration towards a model of shared prosperity and global solidarity, to tackle structural inequalities within and among countries. And to that idea, we would like also to echo the comments made by Trinidad and Tobago on the importance of human rights, but then also meaning not only civil and political, but also economic, social, and cultural rights. And to all that, the final idea that we do benefit in terms of response measures under the Paris Agreement to strengthen multilateralism, and how multilateral and rules-based, multilaterally agreed rules-based system are extremely important for legal certainty, political engagement, and climate ambition and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Next on the list is India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India associates with the intervention made by Saudi Arabia. Carrying forward some of the observations that we have heard we would like to make the following observations. Ambition and mitigation cannot be standalone. Ambition must cover associated issues, especially means of implementation. Elements of the multilateral climate regime like response measures must also be responsive to this escalation of our aims and goals. Our work in response measures must respond also to the repeated calls for urgency. Response measures cannot be on the slow track while other issues are on the fast track. Colleagues have provided a number of ideas of what is required and how these can be carried forward. So far, the treatment of these issues have been as yet inadequate, and this is an important issue to signal in the assessment of what has been done so far. We are surprised to hear statements that somehow climate mitigation is an automatic win-win with perhaps some few negative consequences, or even that somehow wins and losses are equally balanced in some automatic way. Unfortunately, this is not correct. Mitigation has a cost in terms of short-term and long-term efforts, and without support, this has various consequences. At the same time, mitigation measures of some parties have a strong impact on others. So, response measures cannot be discussed in this kind of automatic balance. And as others have pointed out, the cost of mitigation is not simply economic in character, but also has social costs. Having said the above, we would like to respond to the bullets on economic diversification and just transition regarding the future. Economic diversification is very important, but what it means, of course, is very different for different countries. Diversification in developed countries will be synonymous with immediate decarbonization. In developing countries, it will be inevitably low carbon development, including adequate energy security and increasing energy consumption to adequate levels, taking into consideration the rational use of fossil fuels and situations of countries dependent on fossil fuels. Just transition must not be conflated with response measures. Just transition has a wider scope and wider meaning, while response measures will have a more measured and limited scope. But nevertheless, its focused character is also important. We consider both to be important. I'll stop here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, India. Next on my list is China. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As many points has been expressed by my colleagues from India, from Brazil, and South Africa, and many other developing countries. I will be very brief on this. And the first elements we believe, and China aligns itself with the intervention by Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC. And the first point I would like to make is to highlight the essential role of economic development for developing countries to deal with climate change, and that policies and measures taken by developed countries to combat climate change at global, national, regional level shall not undermine the development nor constitute a means of transferring the burden of climate change mitigation to developing countries. And the second point I would like to make is to, in the forward-looking elements, to establish a new activity under the work plan of the forum and its KCI to identify and assess the negative impacts of the climate-related unilateral measures with a view to eliminating such unilateral measures and pursue systematic solutions. And the third point I would like to make is about the just transition. It is critical for us to establish a long-term mechanism under the UNFCCC to ensure just transitions of all countries, in particular developing country parties, towards achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, China. And with that, I want to close the list of parties that came for the first time. There are two parties that asked for the second time the floor. That is starting with South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairs. Just to react to some of the discussions, I think very important points were made by many delegations, AGN, AOSIS, China, Brazil, just to name a couple, about the fundamental importance of locating this discussion within sustainable development and the right to development and the right to choose your own development pathways. And sustainable development, of course, has all three dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. And so agreeing with others that these points on economic diversification and just transitions are two separate issues. The next point is just transitions. Our understanding, in line with the Sharm el-Sheikh mandate, is that we have now agreed to go to look at just transitions in its comprehensive scope, looking for all of society transformation, addressing everything, not just energy, not just mitigation, and addressing the national and international dimensions thereof. So in that regard, we don't agree that there should be some sort of placeholder linkage with the work program on just transitions, because that has a very much broader mandate than what happens under response measures in the KIC. Because if we were to put such a placeholder, we would be preempting the discussion and implying that there's somehow a narrow, confined mandate there, which we don't agree with. Then just to agree as well with others who talked about equity considerations under response measures. Here we need to look at the impact of the unilateral, coercive, and trade-distorting measures again, which we mentioned under other headings. And the impact on development. We also need to locate the discussion on strategic minerals in its correct context, that the very countries who made development possible elsewhere are being penalized by the very countries whose policy choices historically and currently created that reality, and who are and have always been the primary beneficiaries of those resources. And there's a crossroads today whether the strategic minerals and rare earths required for the green transition are going to follow the pathways of the past and the current and be unfair, or they're going to go in a new direction and to benefit the actual owners of those resources. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. I now give the floor to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just a few points based on reflecting on the discussion. I think something very important is that if we would have gotten to Section C5 of the GST decision, and we have not been able to make a good case for climate action and mitigation, we would have really written a horrible decision text. And I think this is something very important to highlight in terms of what the real purpose is of this specific section. As we pursue efforts towards the temperature goals, we know that there are real distributional impacts that will take place. But nonetheless, we've all decided collectively that this is important regardless, to pursue very ambitious mitigation action in order to respond to impacts and also in order to look at the world in this critical moment and say that we've been up to the challenge. I think this is not up for discussion, and if our entire decision text is not able to highlight this, then we would have done a very lousy job of the global stocktake outcome. Within that very context, it is unfair to deny that those distributional impacts do exist. We talk about pursuing the temperature goals and mitigation action in the context of sustainable development, in the context of right to development, poverty eradication, economic diversification, but what does that mean? And how do we actually address that on the ground? And how do we put in the enablers for countries to be able to effectively implement their ambitions? Because if a country has very ambitious mitigation action, but no way to address the ramifications of those mitigation actions, whatever they may be, there is a real human impact on the ground beyond rhetoric and broad terms that we use here for political correctness. So I think not highlighting very accurately the negative impacts of response measures in this section will not do this entire task justice. Just wanted to reiterate that because at the end of the day, we need to highlight why mitigation is important, and that has a very good space within the mitigation section. I think we all agree that urgency is very important and will be highlighted in the preamble, cross-cutting, as well as mitigation sections. But we need to be very truthful and honest about all the negative impacts that will also take place, especially for developing countries in their transitions, and the means to enable that so that we can all be more ambitious and actually implement our respective NDCs. I think this is just a very important point to highlight, and I will just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. With this, I think everybody has made their comments related to response measures, and we can close this item and move over to the next one, international cooperation, and that is handled by Nabil.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry. So we have two items, and we will handle them together. One is enhancing international cooperation for climate action, and the other is guidance and way forward. So we will start the discussion now, and since we have about half an hour, so we can continue in the morning if the list of speakers is not exhausted. So again, I'll give you a couple of minutes to have a look at the slide, and then we will start the discussion. So, colleagues, let's begin. By the way, I wanted to request the hosts, the COP28 presidency, to see what they provided us for lunch today. We need to repeat that during COP. Whatever it was, it worked. See, it worked too well. Cuba, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I will speak on behalf of the G77 in China. A key outcome of the GST is precisely to enhance international cooperation on climate change. So among the key considerations that could be raised under this element is that unilateral coercive measures should not be used for climate action, and the need for inclusive and equitable international cooperation and coherence between climate actions and other international policy regimes that are relevant to the full and effective achievement of the objective of the Convention, the goals of the Paris Agreement, as well as the SDGs, while ensuring the right to development and enabling efforts to eradicate poverty. Coming to the way forward, would like to mention some elements. We would like to see that paragraph that recall key principles and provision of the Convention and its Paris Agreement, namely CBDR, RC, and equity, highlight developed country commitments to provide the means of implementation and support, sent a political signal for enhanced international cooperation, underscore the need for holistic and inclusive approaches in the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and identify a clear way forward that parties could collectively undertake pursuant to their respective commitment on the Convention and its Paris Agreement in a nationally determined manners. So this is just a few points that we would like to raise just to break the ice on this issue, and we would go for the floor later. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Cuba. Canada?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a few brief comments. So overall, having taken a couple of minutes to consider what's on the screen, I think we generally agree with the elements that you've presented there in both of these sections, but think we can be more specific in some areas. First of all, we think in section D, it's I think an important message to include here, just a sort of a general message, is how the adoption of the Paris Agreement has helped to spur international cooperation on climate change, not just within the context of this forum, but other multilateral fora as well, and it's important to recognize that. We should also encourage inclusive forms of cooperation, including public-private partnerships and cooperation with indigenous peoples. When it comes to synergies across intergovernmental processes, again, I think we could be more specific there, and improving coordination, enhancing synergies between international cooperation on climate change and other interrelated environmental crises and priorities, including biodiversity, ocean health, and food security, for example. We would also like to emphasize the need to support international cooperation on climate science as an essential basis for our work here. Also agree that we should be including a message on facilitating the use of cooperative mechanisms to support enhanced ambition, including Article 6. When it comes to guidance and way forward, I think the one thing we would like to add here, not entirely sure how to convey this, but we would like to see some way for parties and others to communicate lessons learned from the implementation of the first global stocktake, whether in the form of submissions or informal consultations, again, to just reflect back on the past 3 years of this process and help us in this sort of learning by doing to inform the second GST. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. See no other request for the floor. Brazil, to the rescue.
Thank you, Chair. And for Brazil, this is perhaps the most important section that we have to for the global stocktake, in which we would have three main messages that are related to international cooperation, but we also see as guidance and way forward. We would also perhaps come back when we consider that. But the three main messages that we need to convey in relation to international cooperation is first that we, the parties to the Paris Agreement and to the Convention, are strongly committed to the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement and reject unilateralism. This is one. The two is that we will be more united than ever in fighting climate change. And three, that we recognize outstanding implementation gaps, but we will engage in a mission-oriented approach in which we will achieve that without sparing any resources in providing means of implementation to developing countries, both in terms of finance, technology, and capacity building. So if we are to have this mission to achieve the 1.5, this means that we are going to be in this together, and international cooperation is going to be leveraged to an unprecedented level so that we can unleash climate action in speed and scale. This is the section in which we move from the logic of pledges and narratives to action, to deployment, to making the international cooperation that will make the atmosphere feel and also for us to prevent the risk for loss and damages and so on. So this is very much important for us, and this message is clear. When it comes to synergies across intergovernmental processes, we would support that, but only to the extent that we have a very strong message that other intergovernmental processes, when talking about climate change, when considering climate change, must abide by the principles and provisions of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, in particular the CBDR. And when I talk about CBDR, again, the IPCC also recognizes that. And again, CBDR is not about justifying inaction, but actually leveraging the conditions for just transitions and tackling inequalities among and within countries. So this would be our comments from now, and but just to reiterate that we need to be very transformational in terms of language here, because we're not talking about international cooperation business as usual. We are talking about extraordinary cooperation, cooperation that have never happened before. So if we are to do the impossible task, or almost impossible task, of limiting the temperature increase in this critical decade to 1.5, we also need to leverage international cooperation to this proportion. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. USA?
Thank you very much. We only have two quick points on these two sections here. The first is, I think in that section D, making clear that essentially the Paris Agreement cannot do it alone, or conversely, the Paris Agreement must be complemented by additional international cooperation. I think that's really what we're speaking to at the core here, is really making sure that we leverage as much international cooperation as possible. The second point I wanted to make is on the guidance section. We, as explained earlier, see the guidance for NDCs being most appropriately reflected in the mitigation section, and so would not support that reference here. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Japan?
Thank you, Chair. For the international cooperation, in terms of forward-looking section, we are happy to see cooperation under Article 6 in the list. In terms of engagement of non-party stakeholders, Japan would like to emphasize the importance of sharing knowledge and know-how on an individual city level, both bilaterally and multilaterally. Cities contribute to approximately 70% of greenhouse gas emissions, and it's very important to promote decarbonization in cities. And it's important for the parties to support their efforts. In terms of guidance and way forward, for the follow-up after the first GST, considering the constraints of the UNFCCC budget and time, existing work streams should be utilized to their maximum extent. Adequate information should be collected through a ratchet-up mechanism, such as NDCs and the BTOs, and existing and relevant work streams are expected to conduct follow-ups on the collective efforts made by parties. Finally, we want to emphasize the importance to have a space for message to the second GST. For the second GST, it's necessary to collect information on how parties prepare their next round NDCs, informed by the outcomes of the GST. Additionally, how each work stream utilizes the outcomes of the first GST is also important. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Switzerland?
Thank you very much, and I speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group. On Chapter D, we welcome the suggestion by Brazil to include here a message of unity towards fighting climate change. We believe that this chapter is really an opportunity for us to speak to the outside world, and in particular to non-party stakeholders. We could invite here the private sector to put forward voluntary commitments, invite contributions by the high-level champions, and we also found Japan's suggestions around the role of cities to be quite interesting. We welcome the bullet on initiatives and partnerships. Indeed, there's a high number of efforts, initiatives underway that can help us accelerate our work throughout all areas of climate action, so it could be helpful to highlight them. We think in particular we could highlight the ones that relate to development and implementation of NDCs, NAPs, and adaptation communications. Earlier today we heard how important sufficient support in that regard is necessary as a complement to what exists. We believe one point is missing, which is the need to strengthen accountability for climate action by governments, non-state actors, and international institutions. So the element of accountability is really important to be added here. Further, with regards to initiatives, we could also welcome a reference to JETPs and look at lessons learned in that regard. We also welcome the reference to synergies across the intergovernmental process, and here we'd highlight in particular the importance of synergies across the Rio Conventions. Another element which could be added in this chapter, which could be quite helpful, is the importance of collaboration around sharing of data. On Chapter E is really a key priority for EIG. We believe that especially looking at what happens after the conclusion of the GST at the end of the year, this is really what will make the success of the GST. So starting on guidance, we welcome having guidance for NDCs. We won't go much in details. It's quite detailed in our submission. Of course, we'd called for NDCs that are aligned with 1.5 degree and IPCC recommendations. We could look into guidance as well for adaptation communications. We made a few suggestions in our submissions there. One element which we see missing from the screen, and in our view, which is really central, is guidance for science, because we know that equity and best available science is really underpinning our entire work under the GST, but yet we don't really have a natural home for it under this structure, and we believe that adding guidance for science under this chapter would really benefit all. We've made a number of suggestions as to what kind of substance could fall under here. For example, inviting the IPCC to continue to provide relevant information for parties. We could call for further research on the risks and impacts related to thresholds of viability on tipping points specifically and their consequences, as well as assessing future regional and global impacts from the cryosphere. And we heard a number of colleagues refer specifically to the importance of the cryosphere over the past 2 days. Similarly, we could speak to strengthening biocultural heritage and traditional knowledge, and continuing to closing existing gaps in the global climate observing systems. Let me move to the way forward section. We have a number of suggestions here as well that we don't see reflected in the current list of bullets. The first one would be a bullet point related to process around the submission of NDCs in 2025, NDC submissions in 2025. We'd like to see a dialogue put in place between 2023 and 2025 to accompany parties in their process of designing their NDCs. We could speak specifically to the UNSG Summit, which is already mandated by Decision 19 CMA1. Currently doesn't have a date. Surely we could provide some guidance there. And we think it'd be particularly helpful to mandate a space for parties to discuss and exchange experiences on the formulation and development of their NDCs through a dedicated workshop next year or a specific agenda item. But this is an exercise which we'll all undergo, and I'm sure there's much to exchange amongst ourselves. So that would be one bullet point on process around the submission of NDCs. A second bullet point could be how will we encourage uptake of the GST decision? So really, how are we ensuring follow-up of what we decide here in this decision? And here we could, for example, encourage national, regional, and thematic global stocktakes to help inform NDCs and other commitments. We could also ask the COP28 and COP29 presidencies to work together to ensure a robust follow-up. And we could invite non-party stakeholders to also contribute to the implementation of this decision. A third bullet would be how we inform the next global stocktake. That was also mentioned by a few colleagues. One idea here could be to make a call for submissions, which we can all reflect on what went well and what we can improve in this process. And then we welcome the bullet point on follow-up by the CMA. In particular, here we were reflecting on how we could, for example, call on the Executive Secretary to lead efforts to review and rationalize the agenda of the UNFCCC. We believe that there's an opportunity here in this process to reflect on how the UNFCCC operates and if there's suggestions on how to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yaji. Next, we have Malawi.
Thank you very much, chairs. Malawi speaking on behalf of the LDCs. Indeed, this is a very important section because without international cooperation, I think we could have not been here. We are here because we need to cooperate on this very important topic on dealing with climate change. So on all the bullets, on D, I think we are okay with them, and we can just add to say or to emphasize on the cooperative initiatives and partnerships. So we support that, and we can include on that one the WMO SOF, which was mentioned by our colleagues as well, the CBIT, the NDC partnership, and perhaps in forward-looking, all we can do is to emphasize the need of now strengthening the implementation of those initiatives because the establishment is there, but now we need to consider more into going on the ground and implementing what we want to achieve on the initiatives. For example, under the NDC partnership, it helped us a lot. Most of the countries received support to formulate the NDCs. But now, how do we move forward in the actual implementation? So we need the initiatives and the cooperation partnerships to go beyond the planning processes so that we have the actual or tangible benefits or the intentions within those initiatives. And on the same, we can also happily mention some of the initiatives which NDCs, LDCs ourselves, we are spearheading. That includes the LAC, which is a consortium of universities within the LDCs, where we are also receiving support from some of the partners here. We also have another initiative on adaptation and resilience known as Life AR, where our partners also within here are also supporting us, and another one on renewable energy, which we call it the REEI, the REI. So those are some of the partnerships and initiatives which I think we can mention over here, and call for more support towards those. And on cooperation with thematic area, on this one, we are looking at more cooperation in renewable energy and energy efficiency, and also in implementing the work on agriculture, where, as of now, there's a lot of work which was done under the Cornevia Joint Work Program on Agriculture, but now how do we cooperate in carrying forward the outcomes from that work? So we need more cooperation on that. And as also mentioned earlier on, dedicated support for the implementation of the NDC and the NAPS with simplified access. That will also be key under the cooperation. And also we need support in terms of international cooperation or technology development and transfer. We have talked a lot about the technology thematic area. And now on that area, we need more support so that adoption of those technologies which our colleagues you are enjoying outside there should also be high in LDCs and other developing countries. So we need cooperation on that. In terms of the capacity, technologies have to be adequately transferred among our countries so that we are also enjoying the new technologies. And also on strengthening scientific knowledge on climate, including the research, systematic observation of the climate system and early warning systems. We need cooperation on that because we are facing a lot of impacts day in and day out because we don't have more scientific knowledge and indeed the required research and systems in place for us to adequately respond to these extreme weather events. So we need international cooperation. And now on engagement of the non-party actors or stakeholders, we enjoyed in this process of the GST, it has shown how we can effectively engage with non-party stakeholders. And this has really showed that together, even with those who are not parties, we can inform the way we move forward. So indeed, we have to continue this and engage strongly with the indigenous people, local communities, the civil society, including women, youth, and children, local and regional governments. Together, we can fight or end this war we are facing of climate change. On cooperation under Article 6, this is a very important aspect. I've mentioned it has multiple benefits, including also enhancing the sustainable development. But what's really needed here is to enhance the capacity of everyone to participate. Some of the countries, especially the LDCs, we are not effectively participating in these cooperative approaches, especially under Article 6. So as we move forward, we need to enhance capacity for everyone to effectively participate and benefit from the carbon markets. So that's what we would need on that one. On synergy with international process, we agree with others who have indeed observed that there's a critical synergy of climate action with other areas where we are working on, including the Sustainable Development Goals. So we strongly express the need to explore and use that synergy in dealing with the multiple challenges we are facing within our communities. And we also express our appreciation of the high-level champion in their role of supporting non-party stakeholders to participate effectively in the GST, as I mentioned. And I will also call on parties multilateral development banks and international financial institutions to strengthen international cooperation towards the support for the formulation and implementation of the NDCs, as well as towards the support for formulation and implementation of the NAPs and the adaptation communication. And lastly, we also call on the MDBs to set out concrete plans that align their portfolios with the Paris Agreement, long-term goals on the financial resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. It's almost 6 o'clock. We have 10 more speakers on the list, but I think we'll have to break here. We have 2 announcements, and I'll just read out the speakers list, but of course it is still open. We can continue if there are more in the morning. So right now we have Algeria, South Africa, China, Colombia, Ghana, EU, Trinidad and Tobago, Chile, Russian Federation, and Norway, and Abu. So, but as I said, the list is still open in the morning. And there are 2, before we break, we have 2 announcements. One is from G77 in China, and the other is from the host UAE. So let me first give the floor to Cuba for their announcement.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would like to announce on behalf of the chair of the G77, Ambassador Pedro, that tomorrow we are going to have a meeting of the group at 8 o'clock. And I beg our colleagues from the group of G77 in China to be on time, as we will only have half an hour for our discussion. The meeting will be in room 204-205. This is in the 2nd floor. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Cuba. Just to add to what Cuba said, in fact, you've been so good that we will start at 9 tomorrow. So you will have the full hour. UAE.
Thank you very much, SB Chair. And thank you very much, everyone, for a very constructive second day of the workshop. Just to remind you that for those of you who have signed up for the tour activities later today, we have the buses that are available at the same location as yesterday to take you to your relevant activities. And I really hope you enjoy Abu Dhabi and its culture, and yes, have a good time.
Thank you, colleagues. So we will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.